Chapter 42-49. When Duan Lingtian asked Huang how to integrate the embryo of the supreme weapon into the seven orifices exquisite sword, he could clearly sense that the sword soul of the supreme grade divine sword used by his space law doppelganger was slightly agitated as well. This was because as Duan Lingtian's sword soul, she could clearly hear the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian. Of course, although she heard it, she didn't say anything because she knew that it was useless to say anything. She hadn't been with this master for long, but the other sword soul had been with this master for a long time. Master, it's actually not difficult to integrate the embryo of the supreme weapon into the seven orifices exquisite sword. Master, you just have to hold it in your hand and allow my power to envelop it. Next, I'll just digest and absorb it. After I've completely absorbed it, the seven orifices exquisite sword will also reach a higher level. At that time, I'll be able to help you fight your enemies. When Huang spoke again, there was a hint of excitement in her voice. Although she had been loyal to Duan Lingtian from the moment she called herself Duan Lingtian's divine weapon soul, she could not help but feel excited when she realized that she would one day be independent of the divine weapon and have her freedom. Based on her understanding of her current master, if the seven orifices exquisite sword really became a supreme weapon one day, her master would probably be willing to let her regain her freedom. Alright. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian immediately took out the embryo of the supreme divine weapon. As soon as the embryo appeared in his hand, he could feel Huang energy surging out and shrouding it before it was absorbed by Huang. The huge embryo was completely integrated into the seven-colored light. During this process, Duan Lingtian could sense that the sword soul of the other divine sword used by his space law doppelganger was slightly agitated, but it did not act rashly in the end. Duan Lingtian was quite satisfied with this. At least the sword soul of the divine sword was tactful. In his heart, the sword soul of this divine sword that he had just obtained was naturally far from being comparable to the sword soul of Huang seven orifices exquisite sword. Congratulations, elder brother Duan. The first person to congratulate Duan Lingtian was not Ho Lianyu, but Ho Dong. At this moment, Ho Dong looked at Duan Lingtian with a face full of smiles, and he had a warm and respectful appearance. Ho Lianyu frowned. However, he still took the initiative to congratulate Duan Lingtian. Elder brother Duan. Ho Lianyu looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "If you have time in the future, come find me at the Ho family." He knew that after leaving this secret realm, they would have to part ways. If they wanted to meet again in the future, they would have to rely on fate. Unless they agreed to meet at a nearby military camp, it would be very difficult for them to meet again. Alright, Duan Lingtian was in a good mood. When he heard Ho Lianyu's words, he smiled and nodded at him. "I owe you a favor for this trip to the natural secret realm. I will repay this favor in the future." Duan Lingtian knew very well that if Ho Lianyu had not invited him into this natural secret realm, he would not have had such a great harvest. Not only did he obtain a divine fruit comparable to the heavenly Tao fruit, but he also obtained the embryo of a supreme divine artifact, which allowed the seven orifices exquisite sword's power to reach a new level. The seven orifices exquisite sword's power had reached a new level, which meant that his strength had also reached a new level. Elder brother Duan. Before everyone was forcefully sent out of the secret realm, Ho Lianyu said to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission, "Your divine sword has been fused with the embryo of a supreme divine weapon. If you use it again in the future, people will be able to see through it. If others can seize your divine sword, even if the sword soul is destroyed, the embryo of a supreme divine artifact can still be forcefully removed. Therefore, in front of those experts whom you are not confident of defeating, try not to reveal your divine sword. It's best to use other divine swords." Since Duan Lingtian could not even recognize the embryo of a supreme divine artifact, Ho Lianyu could not help but transmit a reminder to Duan Lingtian. In fact, Duan Lingtian did not know about this. However, now that he heard Ho Lianyu's words, he became more cautious. He was not a reckless man. Naturally, he knew that there were some risks that he should not take if he could avoid them. Duan Lingtian. While everyone was waiting for the secret realm to send them out, The veiled woman suddenly looked at Duan Lingtian. Can we talk in private? Duan Lingtian was startled at first, but then he nodded. Then, under the guidance of the veiled woman, they went to the side of the canyon. Their backs were facing Ho Lianyu and the others. When they arrived at the side of the canyon, the veiled woman removed the veil on her face in front of Duan Lingtian, revealing a beautiful and flawless face. She was so beautiful that it was enough to move the hearts of most ordinary men. However, Duan Lingtian did not feel anything when he saw her face. After all, he had never seen a woman more beautiful than her in his life. Although the woman in front of him was good-looking, she was still not as good as her. Duan Lingtian, I'm Luo Yun. The name that Sister Yue introduced me to is my alias. I'm from the Luo clan in the Divine Offering Land. The patriarch of the Luo clan is my father. The veiled woman introduced herself in front of Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian heard her self-introduction, he could not help but feel surprised. The Luo clan in the Divine Offering Land. If she didn't remember wrongly, the Luo clan was one of the most powerful ultimate god clans in the Divine Offering Land. It was as famous as the Xia clan and the Yun clan. There were 3 clans among the most powerful ultimate god clans in the Divine Offering Land. They were the Luo clan, the Xia clan, and the Yun clan. The 3 clans were equally powerful as they were all powerful ultimate god clans in the Divine Offering Land. Just as Duan Lingtian was wondering if the Luo clan was another Luo clan, Luo Yun spoke again. The Luo clan I'm from is one of the 3 most powerful ultimate god clans in the Divine Offering Land. It has a long history and has an extremely powerful ancestor. She paused for a moment and looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. Duan Lingtian, you're from a low-level secondary plane and are not well known in the Divine Offering Land. I don't think you've joined any decent clans. In her opinion, if Duan Lingtian had joined any clans, even if it was an ordinary ultimate god clan, Duan Lingtian's talent would be well known. She could also clearly sense that Duan Lingtian was younger than her. Moreover, he was much younger. Such an existence was definitely a monster among monsters. Today I, Luo Yun, on behalf of the Luo clan, would like to invite you to join us. If you join us, the Luo clan will definitely treat you well. I'll ask my father to adopt you and make you the young master of the Luo clan. Your status in the Luo clan won't be lower than my brothers. Compared to my brothers and me, the treatment you can enjoy is definitely better, not worse. Luo Yun tried to win Duan Lingtian over and made all kinds of promises. She seemed to be able to make all the decisions for her father. Oh, it's the daughter of the Luo clan. My apologies for not recognizing you. Duan Lingtian nodded to Luo Yun and then smiled faintly. However, I'm not interested in joining your Luo clan. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Luo. Luo Yun did not expect Duan Lingtian to reject her so bluntly. She could not help but frown for a moment before quickly relaxing. Duan Lingtian, if you think my conditions are not enough, you can mention some of yours. If it's appropriate, I can promise you on behalf of my father. Luo Yun obviously did not plan to let Duan Lingtian go just like that. In her opinion, if Duan Lingtian entered the Luo clan, with his monstrous innate talent, it was very likely that he would become a supreme powerhouse in the future. Even if he could not become an ultimate expert, if such an existence became a high-level ultimate god with the help of the Luo clan's ultimate divine weapon, who below the ultimate expert level could defeat him? At that time, the Luo clan would have one more ultimate expert. Now, in the Luo family, the only one who could be called the strongest person in the family was her ancestor, who she had never met before. Conditions. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. Miss Luo, do you mean that I can name my own conditions? I can name any conditions I want? You can name any conditions you want. Luo Yun saw that Duan Lingtian seemed to be a little moved, and her originally silent thoughts suddenly became active again. She was afraid that Duan Lingtian would not name his conditions. If he did, everything could be discussed. At least there was hope. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, his eyes narrowed and a cold light flashed in them. Miss Luo, if the Luo clan can help me kill someone, I can join the Luo clan. Who do you want the Luo clan to kill? Luo Yun asked. although it was not too difficult for the Luo clan to kill someone, unless the other party was an ultimate expert or an outstanding high-level ultimate god. Even an ordinary high-level ultimate god could be killed by the Luo clan. However, she deliberately asked who Duan Lingtian wanted to kill. After all, other than those who were powerful, the Luo clan could not kill those who were not powerful but had a strong background. Therefore, when she heard Duan Lingtian's condition, which she did not think was harsh, she wanted to confirm it. Moreover, she also felt that if Duan Lingtian could not kill someone, the person would not be simple. Duan Lingtian looked at Luo Yun calmly and said slowly, "The first young master of the Yun clan in the world of divine remains, Yun Qingyan. If the Luo clan can kill him for me, I'll join the Luo clan." When Duan Lingtian mentioned Yun Qingyan, Luo Yun's eyes widened in shock. It was only when Duan Lingtian finished speaking that she regained her senses and smiled bitterly. "The Luo clan can't kill this person for you." Although the person's strength was not strong, his identity was not to be underestimated. If her memory served her right, her grandfather's generation and the elders of the Yun family had a marriage alliance with the Yun family. In fact, she and Yun Qingyan were cousins. Yun Qingyan could be considered her cousin. "Do you have a grudge against him?" Luo Yun could not help but ask, as she felt it was a pity. Chapter 4250. Luo Yun regretted her question as soon as it left her mouth. It seemed like she had asked an unnecessary question. If there was no enmity between them, why would Duan Lingtian ask for such a condition? Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback when he heard Luo Yun's question. He glanced at her indifferently before he ignored her. At the same time, he felt that this woman was a little stupid. If there was no enmity between them, why would he ask the Luo clan to help him kill Yun Qingyan? It seemed like she had asked an unnecessary question. "Can't you change the condition?" Luo Yun asked, feeling slightly dissatisfied. The Luo clan had the strength to kill Yun Qingyan, but they would not do such a thing for this freak in front of them. If this matter was not handled properly, it would cause a rift between the Luo clan and the Yun clan. In the eyes of the Luo clan, unless the person in front of them was a supreme powerhouse, there was no reason for them to break ties with the Yun clan. "Let's drop this topic at this point," Duan Lingtian said indifferently. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense that the sky above the canyon was beginning to stir. It seemed like they would be sent out of this natural secret land soon. During the process of being sent out of the natural mystic realm, several spatial scenes may appear. You'll be rewarded for clearing any of the spatial scenes. Duan Lingtian had heard about this from his third senior brother, Yang Yuchun, so he was mentally prepared. Naturally, the spatial scenes that would appear during the process of being sent out had a time limit. One had to clear them within a certain time limit to obtain the reward. Otherwise, one would not be able to obtain anything. The later the spatial scenes were, the more difficult it would be to enter them. "I wonder how many spatial scenes I'll be able to see and what kind of reward I'll obtain." Duan Lingtian was curious about this. However, he knew it would be impossible for a reward like the embryo of a supreme divine weapon to appear. Even a reward like the Heaven Ascension Fruit would be hard to come by. He would only be able to obtain a reward like the Heaven Ascension Fruit if he could clear all the spatial scenes during the process of leaving. "Elder brother Duan will be sent out of this secret land soon." Ho Lianyu's voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. "Next, during the process of being sent away, we will each enter a separate space." He thought that Duan Lingtian was not clear about this, so he reminded Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian quickly interrupted him, indicating that he knew about this. Hearing this, Ho Lianyu also felt relieved. After Duan Lingtian and the rest waited for a while, the teleportation power finally descended from the sky above the canyon and enveloped Duan Lingtian and the rest. At the same time, a line of words appeared in their minds. "Congratulations on clearing the stage, Duan Lingtian." At this time, Luo Yun's voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears again. "In the future, if you need my help or even the Luo family's help, you can come to the Luo family to look for me. As long as it's within my power, I will definitely not refuse." Although it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to join the Luo family now, It was definitely beneficial for the Luo family to be on good terms with such a peerless genius. Thank you, Miss Luo. Duanling Tian naturally knew what Luo Yun was thinking. He expressed his gratitude through voice transmission. In the next moment, Duanling Tian and the rest only felt the teleportation power enveloping them and then bringing them into a colorful passage. Moving forward in the passage seemed to have no end. At the beginning, Duanling Tian could still see the others, but after a while he could no longer see anyone else. After a while, Duanling Tian realized that the colorful passage in front of him had disappeared and was replaced by a gloomy black stone prison surrounded by huge black stone pillars that formed a cage and imprisoned him. Roar! In the black stone prison, there was a giant beast that exuded a terrifying aura. After seeing Duanling Tian, it woke up from its sleep and roared. Without giving Duanling Tian any time to prepare, it directly pounced on Duanling Tian. This great demon's strength was close to that of a half-step ultimate god, and its strength was not bad. However, it was nothing in front of Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian did not even make a move. With a thought, the 7 orifices exquisite sword flashed out and Huang Er's figure appeared. Then, Huang Er used her body to control the sword and directly killed the great demon. During the process, Duanling Tian could also clearly feel that the 7 orifices exquisite sword had undergone subtle changes, but it was not obvious. Master, the 7 orifices exquisite sword has only absorbed 1% of the supreme artifact's embryo. Once it fully absorbs it, there will be an even greater transformation. Huang Er said, as if she could see Duanling Tian's thoughts through Duanling Tian's eyes. Yes. Duanling Tian smiled and nodded. Although it's only 1%, it's already a little obvious. If it fully integrates, the 7 orifices exquisite sword's power will definitely reach a new level. By then, his strength would also increase by another level. After killing the great demon, the rewards of the laws swept over and a divine elixir fell from the sky. However, it was just a divine elixir that Duanling Tian did not care for. He casually kept it and did not look at it again. Moments after receiving the rewards, Duanling Tian found himself in the colorful passage again. Then, different spatial scenes appeared in front of him. In those spatial scenes, there were no gatekeepers from the land of punishment. They were all great demons that were killed by Duanling Tian one after another. The first few spatial scenes did not give him any surprises. However, the last spatial scene before he exited gave Duanling Tian a small surprise. It was a branch of the divine tree of life. Although it was just a branch of the divine tree of life, the life energy on it was terrifyingly rich. This branch of the divine tree of life must be from a divine tree of life in a realm of gods. Otherwise, the life energy would not be so rich. Duanling Tian had been to the ruins of a realm of gods and obtained a damaged divine tree of life there. Even now, the divine tree of life had taken root in his little world for a long time. However, the life energy in it was not very rich. After the previous consumption, it barely reached the level of the life energy in this branch of the divine tree of life. It should be able to nourish the divine tree of life in my body, right? Out of curiosity, Duanling Tian threw the branch of the divine tree of life he had just obtained into his little world and directly threw it to the top of the divine tree of life. In the next instant, the withered divine tree of life extended a suction force and directly sucked the branch of the divine tree of life into its little world. Then, the withered divine tree of life once again bloomed with vitality. It actually works. Upon seeing this, Duanling Tian heaved a sigh of relief. He was also pleasantly surprised. He did not expect his spur-of-the-moment idea to actually give him such a pleasant surprise. Almost as soon as Duanling Tian threw the branch of the divine tree of life into his little world for the divine tree of life to absorb, he officially exited the teleportation passage in the natural secret realm and appeared in the divine judgment realm. The natural secret realm that he had entered first was near a military camp. Although it was said to be near, it was still quite a distance away. At this moment, apart from Duanling Tian, Ho Lianyu, and the others who had been with him earlier were also teleported to the vicinity. Naturally, the timing did not match with Duanling Tian's time. If there were no surprises, Duan Lingtian should be the first to exit the natural secret realm. This was because, on the way out, the spatial scenes that appeared one after another showed him instantly killing the great demons that blocked his way. As for the others, even if they were no match for him, they would only be able to exit the natural secret realm with a single thought. As long as they were not greedy, they would not die. The teleportation passage was merely an extra reward for the people in charge of managing the secret realm. The purpose was not to kill but to reward people. Of course, whether or not they could obtain the reward depended on themselves. At this moment, in a very mysterious place in the land of sanctions, a towering tree that seemed to be able to support the heavens and the earth radiated extremely rich vitality. In fact, the vitality had even turned into liquid in this place. Suddenly, an illusory figure appeared at the top of the towering tree. It was the figure of an elderly woman. "Granny, why did you come out?" A beautiful figure appeared soundlessly in this place and looked at the old woman's illusory figure in confusion. "Little girl." The old woman's gaze softened when she saw the beautiful figure in front of her. She shook her head and said, "I can sense that the branch you took from me in the past has been devoured by another divine tree of life. Someone obtained the divine tree of life through other means and planted it in their little world. I can sense that the divine tree of life's growth is on the right track. Perhaps it'll be the next you." The old woman's gaze softened as she looked at the beautiful figure in front of her. In the past, the beautiful figure in front of her had accidentally entered the ruins of a realm of gods and obtained her. Since then, she had entered the beautiful figure's little world. Not only had she recovered from her injuries, but she had also recovered to her peak. After that, she had made great strides in her cultivation and became a supreme expert. Then, her little world had transformed into a realm of gods. The land of sanctions. The next me? The beautiful figure smiled faintly when she heard the old woman's words. "I hope he'll be able to reach this stage." Over the years, many people have accidentally entered the ruins of a realm of gods and obtained the divine tree of life. However, very few people have managed to reach this stage. Now that the situation in the outer realm is dire, it's good that we have another supreme expert. However, it's still difficult to become a supreme expert with the help of the divine tree of life. Even I had to rely on the clear heavens divine tree and you to become a supreme expert. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian was unaware that Duan Lingtian had sent the divine tree of life to the divine tree of life. After all, Duan Lingtian's act of feeding the divine tree of life in his little world had alarmed the divine tree of life in the land of punishment in the realms of gods. Chapter 42:51. It feels like the divine tree of life has not only fully recovered, but it's even stronger than before. The vitality in my little world has also increased a lot. After leaving the natural secret realm, Duan Lingtian took a look at his little world and discovered the divine tree of life had not only fully recovered, but it was also much stronger than before. It seems like it has improved a lot after absorbing the branch from the divine tree of life. The branch from the divine tree of life must be a divine tree of life in its prime for it to improve so much. A mature divine tree of life. Duan Lingtian knew a lot about the divine tree of life. Previously, he had encountered the divine tree of life and the world-cleansing divine water in the divine tree of life in the ruins of the realm of gods. He had learned many secrets about the divine tree of life from the world-cleansing divine water. The divine tree of life usually existed in the little world of a supreme powerhouse. If one was not a supreme powerhouse, it was possible to obtain the divine tree of life. However, not many people were so lucky. Duan Lingtian had obtained the divine tree of life in his body out of pure luck. If one was not a supreme powerhouse and had obtained the divine tree of life, as long as one had sufficient innate talent and comprehension skills, one would have a chance to become a supreme powerhouse. However, this path was not easy. It was much more difficult than the 5 divine elements and the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. The 4 Tao of heaven and earth were widely recognized as shortcuts to becoming a supreme powerhouse. The 5 divine elements' final form was the 5 divine elements' final form. After that, one would have to obtain the divine tree of life and other unconventional paths. The divine tree of life. Even if one didn't have the divine tree of life in their little world and relied on other paths to become a supreme powerhouse, the divine tree of life will be born in their little world after they become a supreme powerhouse. If one obtained the divine tree of life before becoming a supreme powerhouse, the divine tree of life won't be born again since the divine tree of life already exists in their little world. Duan Lingtian had learned all this from the world-cleansing divine water. For this reason, he knew a lot about the divine tree of life. Every one of the supreme beings is an outstanding divine alchemist. That's why most of the rewards in the planar battlefield are divine alchemists. Not to mention anything else, Duan Lingtian's trip to the natural secret realm this time had given them a lot of extra rewards, most of which were divine pills. As for the others, they did not gain anything from the beginning. However, when they came out and entered the individual spatial scenes, they more or less gained some benefits. Moreover, their gains were basically all divine pellets. On top of that, supreme beings can nurture supreme beings. Therefore, supreme beings are also the most outstanding divine artifact masters in this world. This time, the harvest is not bad. Let's see if we can enter one or two more secret realms. Based on my current progress, it shouldn't be difficult for me to enter the lower ultimate god realm before the chaotic area opens. Currently, they were getting closer and closer to the opening of the 10-year area that was connected to many realms of gods. At that time, there would be better mystic realms and better opportunities to appear. In the various realms of gods, there were many people who did not usually enter the realms of gods. They would only enter the realms of gods when the area opened to search for opportunities. Ho Lianyu, if there's a chance in the future, I'll have to return the favor. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he thought about how he had to thank Ho Lianyu from the Ho clan, a heavyweight ultimate god clan in the divine offering land, for this trip to the natural secret realm. In the end, it was all thanks to Ho Lianyu's invitation that he was able to gain so much this time. If Ho Lianyu had not invited him, he would not be able to gain any benefits no matter how strong he was. As for the others, in Duan Lingtian's opinion, other than Ho Lianyu, the others, including Luo Yun from the Luo clan, a heavyweight ultimate god clan in the divine offering land, were just passers-by in his life. Perhaps they would not cross paths again in the future. For the rest of the journey, Duan Lingtian did not give himself any pressure. He would find a place to cultivate and comprehend the sword principle and control Tao. Even the law of space continued to improve with the help of the supreme divinity in his body. The original owner of the supreme divinity, even the weakest supreme divinity would have reached the point of illuminating tens of thousands of miles with the power of law. It might even have reached the perfected stage. However, even if it's the perfected stage, it should only be the small perfection and not the great perfection stage. The comprehension of the power of law and the great perfection stage were divided into the small perfection and the great perfection stage. The small perfection stage was the perfected stage of the power of law. The great perfection stage was the perfected stage of all the power of law. At least, as far as he knew, no one in this world had reached the great perfection stage of any power of law because it was very, very difficult. Once one's power of law reached the great perfection stage, it meant that one had reached the pinnacle of that power of law. Since the birth of this world, there shouldn't have been such a person. This was also what third senior brother Yang Yuchen had said to Duan Lingtian. Because of this, the great perfection stage of the power of law was completely a legend, a myth. Obtaining the supreme divinity seems to be a way to become an supreme expert. I have many ways to become an supreme expert in my hands, but I don't know which way I'll use to become an supreme expert in the future. However, according to Sister Shui, it's best to use the 4 principles of heaven and earth to become an supreme expert. Using the 4 principles of heaven and earth to become an supreme expert would also be the strongest among those who had just become an supreme expert. Although Duan Lingtian also hoped that he could use the sword principle or control Tao of the 4 principles of heaven and earth to become an supreme expert, he also knew that he could only try his best. When the time came, other paths would be better, and he would still choose another path. Even after becoming an supreme expert, one could continue to comprehend the 4 principles of heaven and earth. No matter what realm one reached, it was only a matter of time. It would not affect one's future strength too much. I'll continue to accumulate battle merits. When the time comes, I'll use up all my battle merits to open a secret realm. Duan Lingtian had been killing all the existences in the land of punishment to accumulate battle merits. His goal was clear. Before the chaotic area opened, he would use up all his battle merits to open a secret realm and indirectly exchange them for various treasures. Of course, before opening the secret realm, he had another goal. Step into the ultimate god realm. Oh no! This time, Duan Lingtian was flying over a valley in the dimensional battlefield. Suddenly, he felt the air around him tremble. In the next moment, an extremely powerful suction force swept out from the valley and enveloped him in the blink of an eye. He wanted to teleport immediately, but he didn't succeed in doing so. The suction force came too quickly. It's not a powerhouse. It's purely the force of nature in the valley. When he was enveloped by the suction force, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. He thought he was being targeted by a powerhouse. However, after a while, he realized that no one had made a move. It was purely the force of nature in the valley. Before Duan Lingtian could continue to think, he suddenly realized that the suction force enveloping him was shaken. Then, it forcefully tore the space apart and opened a spatial black hole. Then, an even stronger suction force from the spatial black hole enveloped him. He was sucked into the spatial black hole without being able to resist at all. I'm going to be sent to the secret realm of the land of punishment's high-level god emperors to be the guardian of the secret realm? Before he was sucked into the spatial black hole, this was the only thought left in Duan Lingtian's mind. At the same time, he smiled bitterly in his heart. He did not expect this day to come. It's really, every dog has its day. Next, I'm going to be surrounded and killed by the land of punishment's challengers. It should be the high-level god emperor challengers, right? I've never heard of anyone being sent into a secret realm as a guardian. It's based on strength. I've heard that it's based on cultivation level. Please don't send me to the secret realm of the middle-level god challengers. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but worry after being sucked into the spatial black hole. He was worried that he would be sent to the secret realm of the middle-level god challengers. Although his strength was enough to kill the weakest of the middle-level gods, he could not do anything to the stronger middle-level gods. If there were too many of them, he would definitely die. Therefore, he could only pray silently in his heart that he would be sent into the secret realm of the land of punishment's high-level god emperor challengers. Even if that was not the case, it would be the secret realm of the lower-level god challengers. Just as Duan Lingtian's thoughts were spinning, the darkness in front of him did not last long. Soon, light and clarity were restored. What is this place? At the same time, he heard a cry of surprise. He focused his eyes and saw that there were 3 other people around him. Behind the 4 of them, a huge spatial black hole was rapidly shrinking. In just 2 breaths' time, the spatial black hole had completely shrunk and disappeared. In addition, Duan Lingtian also saw that there were 3 groups of people standing below the void where they were. Each group had 2 people and there was a total of 6 people. We've been sent into the secret realm of the land of punishment's challengers and have become challengers in the secret realm. Next to Duan Lingtian, another guardian of the land of divine remains finally regained his senses. At the same time, his expression changed drastically. The other 2 did not look too good either. Only Duan Lingtian looked calm and did not seem to panic at all. It was as if he was not afraid of what was going to happen next. He had no choice but to remain calm. This was because Duan Lingtian had just discovered that the 3 guardians of the land of divine remains who were sent into the secret realm with him were only high-level god emperors. As for the 6 people below, it was not difficult for him to confirm their identities after scanning them with his divine consciousness. They were all high-level god emperors. Chapter 42-52. There are 4 guardians from the divine offering land in the next challenge. There should be at least 1 half-step ultimate god, right? Below Duan Lingtian's group of 4, who suddenly appeared, the 6 upper divine emperors looked at Duan Lingtian's group from afar. Their eyes were indifferent and their faces were calm. It seemed like they were not nervous at all. The guardians from the divine offering land just now were 5 half-step ultimate gods. Now that there are only 4 of them, I'm sure at least one of them is a half-step ultimate god. Maybe even 2 of them are half-step ultimate gods. His tone was incomparably calm, as if he was talking about something unimportant. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Another person said faintly when he heard the words of the person who was exploring the secret realm with him. The 6 of us are all half-step ultimate gods. Only 3 of us were able to kill the 5 people in the first checkpoint within 10 breaths of time. For this trial, the 6 of us will attack together. From the moment we attack, we should be able to finish the battle within 5 breaths of time. The third challenger from the land of sanctions to speak smiled indifferently and fearlessly. 5 breaths of time? The fourth person shook his head and said, I think you're underestimating yourself and us. We have 6 half-step ultimate gods. Even if there are 2 half-step ultimate gods among the 4 of them, it'll be difficult for them to survive for more than 3 breaths of time, let alone 5 breaths of time, unless we give them a chance to escape. We have someone who's good at the law of space among us. Even if they have someone who's good at the law of space, it's impossible for them to teleport. Even if they have someone who's good at the law of wind, we have 2 people who are good at the law of wind. In terms of speed, even if they have 2 half-step ultimate gods who are good at the law of wind, we won't lose to them. As soon as the fourth person finished speaking, the other 4 nodded in agreement. I'm talking about if we don't cooperate. The person who said 5 breaths of time smiled awkwardly. If we had discussed beforehand and cooperated to deal with them, it would have taken less than 3 breaths of time. If we're in a state of disunity, it should have taken more than 3 breaths of time. The people from the 6 sanctioned lands spoke as if there was no one else present. Furthermore, they did not send voice transmissions to each other. They spoke directly. As a result, their voices were all heard by Duan Lingtian and the others. Duan Lingtian was only slightly surprised as he did not expect all the people from the 6 sanctioned lands to be half-step ultimate gods. The other 3 gatekeepers from the divine offering land like Duan Lingtian were shocked. They have 6 half-step ultimate gods. It's over. It's over. At that moment, the 3 of them were terrified. This was because the 3 of them were only upper-rank divine emperors who were close to becoming half-step ultimate gods. They were still a distance away from becoming half-step ultimate gods. Are you half-step ultimate gods? One of them glanced at the Duan Lingtian trio and couldn't help but ask. Another person shook his head. I'm not. Even if all 4 of us are half-step ultimate gods, do you think we can survive this time? Based on what they're saying, the 5 gatekeepers from the divine offering land are all half-step ultimate gods like us. There's no half-step ultimate gods among them. If I'm not mistaken, there should be at most 2 half-step ultimate gods among the 4 of us. There might even be only 1 half-step ultimate god. Let me say this first, I'm not a half-step ultimate god. The third person spoke. He glanced at the first person who spoke and then looked at Duan Lingtian. The first person who spoke noticed the third person's gaze and turned pale. Don't look at me. I'm not a half-step ultimate god either. As soon as he finished speaking, all 3 of them, including him, looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian gently nodded as he looked at the 3 of them. I should be considered a half-step ultimate god. Should be. When Duan Lingtian's words entered into the ears of the 3 of them, they were undoubtedly words of modesty. This was because, in their opinion, if they were not half-step ultimate gods, Duan Lingtian must be a half-step ultimate god. It's over. A half-step ultimate god. With the 3 of us, I'm afraid we won't even be able to withstand a single blow from the 6 of them. I can't believe I'm so unlucky to have accidentally entered a secret realm like this. I might have had a chance if I came in a few later. Now I'm dead meat. Even after confirming that Duan Lingtian was a half-step ultimate god, the 3 of them from the divine offering land were not happy at all. They were all dejected and thought they were going to die. The 4 of them did not use voice transmission to communicate with each other. Therefore, the 6 of them in the land of sanctions heard everything clearly. Only 1 half-step ultimate god among the 4 of them? I overestimated them earlier. I think that even if we only send 3 people, we'll be able to finish them off in 10 breaths' time. If the 6 of us work together, I feel like we'll be able to kill them in a single breath's time. At this moment, 4 of the 6 from the land of sanctions stared at Duan Ling Tian and the others with a mocking smile on their faces. Only the 2 of them maintained a calm expression. Extraordinary one of the 2 spoke at the right time. It's best not to be careless. This time, the 6 of us will attack them together again. We can't assume they're only half-step ultimate gods just because they said they're only half-step ultimate gods. Indeed, another person who looked equally calm also spoke. We still have to be careful. The 6 of us will attack together and discuss our cooperation beforehand. We'll try to take them down in the shortest time possible. It's best to treat all 4 of them as half-step ultimate gods. Although the other 4 felt they were being overly cautious, they did not reject their suggestion as it was not a big deal to be careful. If that's the case, let's attack together. One of the 4 with a mocking smile grinned. What's the plan next? I'll follow your lead. The other 3 with a mocking smile looked at the 2 who had remained calm so far. Their gazes were the same as if they were following orders. The 2 of them looked at each other before one of them said, I'm good at the law of space. I'll be responsible for disrupting the space and cooperating with them to hunt down the fastest among them. The 2 of you are good at the law of wind. You'll be ready to chase down the escaping ones at any time. As for the others, we'll kill them directly. He did not deliberately transmit his voice when he was talking about the plan. Although he felt they had to be careful, he also felt there was no need to be secretive. Even if the opponents were 4 half-step ultimate gods, they could still take them down without hiding anything. This time, the 4 gatekeepers of the divine offering land would definitely die. The 6 from the land of sanctions were making plans as if no one was around. Duan Ling Tian and the other gatekeepers from the divine offering land heard their plan clearly. For a moment, the 3 of them who were already in despair became even more desperate. They think we're deliberately deceiving them. Unfortunately, I'm really not a half-step ultimate god. It doesn't matter if they have a plan or not. We're all going to die this time. I regret it. I shouldn't have entered the dimensional battlefield if I knew this would happen. The 3 gatekeepers' faces were pale and their hopes were dashed. Even when they saw the divine power rising from the 6 gatekeepers from the land of sanctions, their bodies did not show any signs of abnormality. They were still maintaining their weak divine power in the air and did not show any signs of battle. It was as if they had completely given up on resisting. Duan Ling Tian was the only one who took a step forward. The divine power on his body swept out and waves of dimensional storm raged around him. Duan Ling Tian stepped out and took the lead to face the 6 gatekeepers from the land of sanctions alone. The 3 gatekeepers from the divine offering land who were originally in despair seemed to have been influenced by Duan Ling Tian. A fierce look appeared on their faces at that moment. This master doesn't intend to wait for death. We can't embarrass the divine offering land. Even if we can't win, we'll fight them. Even if we die, we'll die a glorious death. Master, let me help you. The 3 gatekeepers from the divine offering land who were prepared to die a moment ago also stepped forward and stood side by side with Duan Ling Tian after Duan Ling Tian stepped forward to protect them behind him. However, Duan Ling Tian was not influenced by the 3 gatekeepers' willingness to die. Instead, he was stunned. Did the 3 of them misunderstand me? Did they think I was willing to die? The 6 gatekeepers from the land of sanctions also broke through the air and charged toward Duan Ling Tian and the other 3. I think we're being too careful. Those 3 were obviously waiting for death. If it wasn't for the half-step ultimate god who stepped forward and influenced them, they would have given up on resisting. The mocking smile on one of the gatekeepers' face became even brighter. Don't be careless. We'll follow the original plan and do our best to kill them. Yes. A lion will use its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Don't underestimate anyone. I'll shake the surrounding space. The 2 of you who are proficient in the law of wind, keep an eye on them and prioritize the deserter among them. Haha. Fortunately, I'm not proficient in the law of space or the law of wind. I don't have to go through so much trouble and can directly fight them." The 6 half-step ultimate gods from the land of sanctions broke through the air and charged toward Duan Lingtian and the other 3 with absolute confidence. In their opinion, what awaited them next would be a complete crushing victory. Even the 2 gatekeepers who were calmer thought so. At this moment, among Duan Lingtian's group of 4, apart from Duan Lingtian, the other 3 had already made up their minds to die a glorious death. However, the depths of their eyes were still filled with despair. In the face of death, their hearts were still filled with despair even if they pretended to be tough and no longer feared. Chapter 42:53. Although the 6 people from the land of sanctions felt that they would definitely win the battle, they did not hold back as 3 of them were on standby while the other 3 made the first move. The high-grade god items that were full souls began to shine brightly, and the power they unleashed was even more dazzling than before. The 3 half-step ultimate gods immediately rushed forward with the intention of killing Duan Lingtian and the other 3. Meanwhile, the other 3 people didn't stay idle as well. In the beginning, they were just watching from the sidelines. However, when they noticed none of Duan Lingtian's group of 4 was escaping, they followed suit and charged towards Duan Lingtian's group of 4. "Let's fight it out with them. Let's kill this one who's good at the law of fire together and drag him down with us before we die. Kill him." The other 3 upper-rank god emperors from the land of divine offering next to Duan Lingtian stared at one of the 3 who led the charge. The one who was good at the law of fire was the only one among the 3 who was good at the law of fire. However, their imposing auras were completely annihilated in the next instant. This was because Duan Lingtian's spatial windstorm swept them away and sent them away from the battlefield. At the same time, he became a protective barrier in front of them. The 3 of them were confused at first as they did not understand why their own people would attack them. However, they immediately realized what the only half-step ultimate god among them was going to do when they were sent to the back. He was going to take on the 6 half-step ultimate gods from the land of sanctions alone. Why did he have to do this? It doesn't matter if we die early or later. Does he think we can still live if he dies? Forget it. His efforts have been wasted. Let's let him shine for the last time, and then let him die. The 3 of them had no complaints and did not feel it was a pity that they did not kill the other half-step ultimate god who was good at the law of fire. This was because the possibility of them killing him was almost 0. After all, there were still 5 other half-step ultimate gods on the other side. They could not just watch the 4 of them kill the half-step ultimate god who was good at the law of fire. Duan Lingtian naturally did not know what the 3 of them were thinking. He didn't even bother to control the stunned gazes of the 6 from the land of judgment. A spatial storm swept out from his body, and in an instant, he controlled the surrounding space. Then, a rainbow-colored light sword whizzed out of his body and floated in the void. A beautiful figure wearing a rainbow-colored robe appeared. "It's your bad luck to meet me." In the next instant, Duan Lingtian said calmly as he looked at the 6 eminent ultimate gods who had regained their senses and were charging toward him. Among the 6 of them, only 2 of them were slightly frowning with vigilance while the other 4 were sneering. "A half-step ultimate god wants to fight the 6 of us? A mantis trying to stop a chariot? You overestimate yourself. Ridiculous." However, the disdain and indifference on their faces did not last long. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian swung the rainbow-colored light sword in his hand. The rainbow-colored sword light whizzed out, causing the void to tremble and tiny spatial cracks to appear. The sword light continued to expand and become more and more dazzling, as if it could cover everything in its path. The 6 half-step ultimate gods from the land of judgment were only in a stalemate for a moment before they were completely crushed by the rainbow-colored sword light. At the same time, a faint light swept across the entire heaven and earth as if it had shrouded a large area that could not be seen by the naked eye. 100,000 miles of dim light. The 3 from the land of divine offering who were protected by Duan Lingtian behind him cried out in horror. "Retreat! Retreat quickly!" At the same time, the 2 calmer ones among the 6 from the land of judgment shouted almost at the same time. Then, the 2 of them took the lead to retreat. However, the other four were still a little slow to react. Whoosh! The rainbow-colored sword light destroyed everything in its path. It was invincible and directly engulfed the four half-step ultimate gods who had yet to fully recover from their shock. No. Impossible. After the four half-step ultimate gods fell, their final unwilling screams echoed in the ears of the people in the secret realm. Let's go. At the same time, the remaining two half-step ultimate gods from the land of judgment looked at each other and said in unison. In the next moment, they released their divine powers and formed a thick defense in front of them. An illusory door appeared above their heads in a timely manner. Whoosh! Another rainbow-colored sword radiance swept over, shattering the defenses that the two of them had condensed in front of them. However, just as the sword radiance shattered their defenses and was about to land on their bodies, their figures disappeared into thin air. The rainbow-colored sword light missed its target and continued to slash downwards. It landed on a continuous mountain range below, directly severing the mountain range. After the dust settled, a terrifying ravine appeared. It was so deep that the bottom could not be seen, and its length could not be seen. Breaking a mountain with a single slash. They're quite vigilant. When the dust had settled, Duan Ling Tian smiled indifferently. It was as though he was not bothered by the fact that the two people from the Judgment Land had fled. His eyes were calm, and a faint smile appeared on his face. It did not matter to him whether or not he killed those two. He was sent into the secret realm as a gatekeeper. As long as he could survive, there was nothing more he could ask for. At this moment, the three people who were also from the land of divine remains were completely dumbfounded. They originally thought they were going to die. After all, the 6 people from the land of judgment were all half-step ultimate gods. On their side, there were not only 4 half-step ultimate gods, but only 1 half-step ultimate god. They had even decided to die with the only remaining half-step ultimate god in the world. However, they did not expect the other party to send them to the back as if to buy them more time to survive. At least, they thought so at that time. They all thought the other party was also prepared to die and just wanted to die first. Although they could not figure out why there was such a person, they did not suspect the other party was that kind of person. After all, there was no place that did not exist in this vast world. It was only at this moment that they finally understood. The other party was not the kind of weirdo who liked to die alone. The other party did not send them to the back to die first so that they could die later. It was because he was confident in dealing with the 6 half-step ultimate gods from the land of judgment. He crushed the attack of 6 half-step ultimate gods with 1 strike and killed 4 half-step ultimate gods at the same time. The remaining 2 half-step ultimate gods would have died if they didn't activate the secret realm's law in time and leave the secret realm. Those 2 are very fast. Even if they were a little slower, they would still be killed. That's terrifying. Although this master is only a high-level divine emperor, I'm afraid his strength is comparable to some lower-level ultimate gods. Maybe this master can even kill an ordinary lower-level ultimate god. Today, even an ordinary lower-level ultimate god would not be able to kill the 6 of them so easily. After the 3 of them regained their senses, they looked at each other and spoke one after another. Their voices were full of shock and their eyes were still filled with disbelief. "Thank you, Master, for saving our lives." One of them was the first to regain his senses and rose to the sky to thank Duan Lingtian. The other 2 hurriedly followed and bowed to thank Duan Lingtian. They also introduced themselves and solemnly promised that if Duan Lingtian needed their help in the future, they would not hesitate to risk their lives. However, Duan Lingtian merely smiled faintly. He did not mind at all. To him, the 3 of them were just passers-by in his life. "You don't have to do this. The fact that you're still alive today means that you're not fated to die. Master, may I know your name?" One of the 3 men asked Duan Lingtian anxiously when the spatial whirlpool appeared and a suction force swept out. "What's the matter? Master, even if you don't want anything in return, you should at least let us know the name of our savior, right?" said the other person. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian did not deliberately hide his name. "My name is Duan Lingtian." As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 of them, including Duan Ling Tian, were enveloped by the sucking force of the whirlpool and were taken away from the secret realm. As for the other three, as they were taken away, they also engraved the name Duan Ling Tian in their hearts. This time, if it were not for this master, they would have died without a doubt. If they were to tell others about this after they got out, they would definitely be shocked beyond words. Perhaps, not many people dared to believe that there would be such a terrifying upper-level god-emperor in the world. Even if there were people who believed that there was such a terrifying upper-level god-emperor, they might not believe that they would coincidentally meet him. This time, they were swept into the secret realm where the people from the land of punishment were exploring and the experience of being the gatekeepers. This experience was unforgettable for them. That elegant and unrestrained purple figure, who seemed to be invincible, was also destined to be unforgettable for them. Duan Ling Tian himself did not think much of it. Even if he had saved the three of them, it was just a small effort. If the three of them had died, he would have dealt with the 6 people from the land of punishment all the same. Saving the 3 of them was just a matter of convenience. What a magical dimensional battlefield. After Duan Ling Tian was sent out, he realized that he was no longer in the sky above the valley where he had been swept into previously. He appeared in a barren stone forest. In the stone forest, there were huge rocks everywhere. The big ones were like pillars that supported the sky, and the small ones were 7 to 8 meters tall. In this place, it was very easy to hide one's body. Duan Ling Tian did not stay there for long. He quickly left the stone forest and continued his journey in the dimensional battlefield. Along the way, he continued to cultivate and continue to comprehend. In actual combat, he discovered his shortcomings and improved himself. Time passed quietly. The day when the chaotic area would open was getting closer and closer. 3 years before that day, Duan Ling Tian finally stepped into the final bottleneck of the upper Divine Emperor realm. He was only 1 step away from the lower Divine Emperor realm. Next, I'll go into seclusion. Consume the heavenly Tao fruit and step into the ultimate God realm. Duan Ling Tian left the inner area of the battlefield and returned to the outer area. He found a secluded place, set up layers of formations, and went into seclusion. As long as the formations did not move, he would not be awakened. If there was any movement, even if it was just the slightest movement, he would be the first to wake up. Since he was outside, he naturally could not be reckless. He always had to have a backup plan. The 3rd heavenly Tao fruit. With my current cultivation, I'll definitely enter the ultimate God realm after digesting all of its medicinal efficacy. Divine fruits like the heavenly Tao fruit could only be consumed 3 at most. Consuming the 4th would greatly reduce the medicinal efficacy. It was also because of this that Duan Ling Tian did not consume the Heaven Ascension fruit he had obtained in the natural secret realm. 2 divine fruits of the same type would develop a resistance to each other. If there was no resistance, he would have already entered the ultimate God realm with 1 heavenly Tao fruit and 1 Heaven Ascension fruit. There was no need to wait until now. Chapter 42-54. The Heavenly Adjudicator Battlefield was the battlefield where the Divine Offering Land and the Sanctioned Land intersected. In this place, people from the world of divine remains and the sanctioned lands were fighting everywhere. Not only outside, but even inside the secret territory, it was the same. Only those who came from the same realm of gods could enter the secret realm at the same time. There were 2 types of secret realms. One was for people from the same realm of gods who did not know each other to enter the secret land at the same time. After the secret land was opened, they would enter the secret land together with other strangers. During this process, they would face all kinds of challenges in the secret land. Some of the challenges would even be the gatekeeper of the secret land. The other type of secret land was even crueler. 2 people from different realms of gods would enter the secret land at the same time and appear in a certain scene to kill each other. After killing each other, not only would they be rewarded, but they would also receive additional rewards. In the end, if one side was annihilated and the other survived, they would be able to obtain additional rewards. This type of secret land was also the cruelest. Only when one party was killed would the journey in the secret land be considered over. Before that, one could not even choose to surrender. For this reason, one had to bear the risk of entering the secret land. Naturally, this was not the only type of secret land. Even the secret land was just as dangerous. It was a one-on-one secret land. Two people would enter the same secret land and kill each other. The winner would receive additional rewards. The more battle merits one accumulated, the better the additional rewards one would receive in the secret land. Whether it was a secret land or a secret land, it was the same. However, there were many people like Duan Ling Tian who had been accumulating battle merits in the multi-person secret realm before they finally opened the multi-person secret realm. This was because they might not be matched with other people like Duan Ling Tian. Once you accumulated 100,000 or even 1 million battle points, you would be able to open the multiplayer secret realm. If no one had accumulated enough battle points to open the multiplayer secret realm, the multiplayer secret realm would not open. Under such circumstances, it would be easier to open the secret land. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian had been accumulating his battle merit points while waiting for the last secret realm to be opened. It was a single-person secret realm. He had no intention of opening a multi-person secret realm. Perhaps, when he went to open the multiplayer secret realm, the chaotic area would have already opened before the others could open the multiplayer secret realm. While Duan Ling Tian was in closed-door cultivation to break through to the ultimate god stage, in a multi-person secret realm, a beam of light suddenly shot out in all directions and shook heaven and earth. Moreover, it was the kind of secret realm where many people were fighting each other. Originally, there were 6 people fighting each other, 3 against 3. At this moment, one of the 3 people, a graceful figure with a veil over her face, glowed brightly. Her divine power seemed to have risen by an entire level in the blink of an eye. Breakthrough! The expressions of the 3 people on the other side changed greatly, and they all retreated at the same time. On the other hand, the other 2 people on the woman's side who were wearing a veil and had obviously made a breakthrough during the battle revealed expressions of wild joy. Ha ha! There's hope to turn the tables. Who would have thought, who would have thought? Ever since they entered this multi-person secret realm, they had gone from being in high spirits to being in despair. It could be said that they had experienced ups and downs in their emotions. 5 people against 5 people. 2 of them had died, so the remaining 3 were against 3. However, the 3 people on the other side were obviously stronger than the 3 of them. Just a moment ago, the 3 of them were barely holding on and were about to lose. However, they did not expect the strongest female expert among them to make a breakthrough during the battle at the critical moment. In the blink of an eye, the divine power breath of a mid-level ultimate god had already swept across all directions. Take advantage of her breakthrough and kill the other 2. Fight the other 2 to death, and the 3 of us might have a chance if we join forces. The 3 lower-level ultimate gods from the Land of Sanctions who originally thought that victory was within their grasp chose to charge forward after subconsciously retreating for a moment. Now, they had no other choice. They could only fight. If they fought, there was still a glimmer of hope. If they did not fight, they would definitely die. When the woman fully familiarized herself with the power of a mid-level ultimate god and joined forces with the other 2. Kill! At that moment, the 3 lower-level ultimate gods from the Land of Sanctions were like mad dogs as they pounced on the 2 people from the Land of Divine Remains. Only the woman who was still in the midst of her breakthrough was abandoned by them. The 2 people from the Land of Divine Remains turned pale as they subconsciously rushed in the direction of the woman's breakthrough, thinking that she would be able to help them block the attacks. However, the woman seemed to have fallen into a strange state. Although she was in the midst of a breakthrough, the energy emanating from her body seemed to be reversing time. One of the lower-level ultimate gods from the Land of Divine Remains approached her and half of his black hair instantly turned white. It was even to the extent that the other half of his face that originally had the appearance of a young man seemed to have experienced countless years at this instant, and it became extremely old and covered in wrinkles. How can this be? Not only is she having a breakthrough in her cultivation base, but even her temporal law energy is also improving. Why does it feel like there's no end to her temporal law energy's improvement? But it doesn't seem right. The 2 people from the Land of Divine Remains who were close to the woman narrowed their eyes in shock as they could not figure out what was happening. Do you think Do you think she has mastered the infinite Tao of the four Tao of heaven and earth? One of them asked the other through telepathy as they were fleeing. The other person's eyes widened when he heard the question. Yes. When we saw her attack earlier, we suspected that she had mastered the embryonic form of the infinite Tao. Otherwise, with her attainments in the law of time, even if she had her clone, she might not be much stronger than us. However, even though her clone was destroyed, her strength is still stronger than us. At that time, I suspected that she had mastered some kind of four Tao of heaven and earth. However, we were too blind and her side did not show it clearly. That's why we couldn't tell. Don't go near her. I feel like the temporal law energy around her is in the midst of a breakthrough in the infinite Tao. Endless years passed in an instant. Earlier, I felt that not only was half of my lifespan slipping away, but even the divine power in my body had also weakened. The infinite Tao is terrifying. We just have to make sure that the three of them don't catch up to us. As long as she successfully completes her breakthrough, the three of us can easily defeat the three people from the land of sanctions. The two people on the woman's side did not dare to get too close to the woman. They kept a distance from the three lesser ultimate gods from the land of sanctions and started a tug of war. Of course, calling it a tug of war was an understatement. The two people from the land of divine offering were running for their lives. Why don't we take advantage of the fact that the woman is in a strange state and hasn't woken up for a long time to kill her? If she dies, the other two will have no chance of survival. The three lesser ultimate gods from the land of sanctions saw that they would not be able to find an opportunity to attack the other two people from the land of divine offering. They wished that they had mastered the law of wind and the law of space so that they could catch up to the two people from the land of divine offering. Alright, let's kill her first. Let's stay away from her and not get too close to her. One of the people from the land of sanctions earlier had visibly aged half of his body when he got too close to her. Previously, I thought this woman's law of time was strange. Now, it seems like she has mastered the embryonic form of the infinite Tao. Now, it seems like not only is her cultivation base breaking through, but her infinite Tao is also transforming. After the transformation, she might be able to truly master the infinite Tao. I underestimated her earlier. I didn't expect her to master the infinite Tao. If she really breaks through to the intermediate ultimate God realm and masters the infinite Tao, she might be able to easily kill us all on her own. Let's kill her first. At this moment, the three people from the land of sanctions noticed that the woman might be completely mastering the infinite Tao of the four heavenly and earthly Tao. Their expressions turned solemn. A hint of fear flashed in the depths of their eyes. In the next moment, the three of them gave up on pursuing the other two and joined forces to attack the woman. The two people from the land of divine offering were horrified when they saw that the three of them had suddenly abandoned them and attacked the woman. They instinctively wanted to help the woman. However, it was too late for them to make a move now because they were too far away. Oh no! One of the people's expression changed again. On the other hand, he hurriedly sent a voice transmission to the woman. Miss Kerr, wake up. Just break through your cultivation base. It won't be too late to comprehend the infinite Tao after we kill them. Of course, he also knew that the woman might have entered a mysterious state of enlightenment. That was why she showed signs of completely mastering the infinite Tao. If she forcefully stopped, she might miss the opportunity to comprehend the infinite Tao. It would be extremely difficult for her to comprehend it again. However, there was no other choice now. If the woman continued to comprehend the infinite Tao, the three of them would definitely die if they joined forces. At that time, even if she comprehended the infinite Tao before she died, what could she do? Sometimes, some things had to be given up in the end. Although he felt sorry for the woman, he had no choice but to wake her up now. She also believed that if the woman was saved, even if she lost this fortuitous encounter, she would absolutely not blame him. At the same time, as the people from the world of divine remains transmitted their voices to the woman, she opened her eyes in an instant. There was a mysterious glow in her eyes that was extremely strange. In the next moment, her eyes were clear as she saw the three people from the land of punishment joining forces to attack her. At this moment, The three of them were attacking her with all their might. The void trembled, and the terrifying energy caused the surrounding space to shake as though it would collapse at any time. Just a little bit more. The woman let out a sigh. Her calm eyes suddenly flickered with a cold, murderous intent. Originally, I could have completely mastered the limitless Tao and improved my strength further. It's all because of you that my enlightenment was forcefully interrupted. You obstructed my progress and might interfere with my plan 100 years later. All of you deserve to die. Chapter 42:55. Although she had not fully comprehended the infinite Tao, she was close to reaching the final step. However, he had also reached the final step. Compared to before, he could not be mentioned in the same breath. She had even regained her cultivation base of a medium ultimate god. In her previous life, she had chosen to walk the path of death. Before she reincarnated, she had already entered the medium ultimate god realm and had completely consolidated her cultivation base. Even in the entire world of divine remains, her talent was still outstanding. In her previous life, her achievements were much higher than Yun Qingyan's. For this reason, Yun Qingyan wanted to have her. If he had her, he would be able to gain the Xia clan's support and stabilize the Yun clan so that he could smoothly become the clan leader. As a woman with a man in the family, it might be difficult for her to take charge of the Xia clan. However, as long as she was strong enough, her authority in the Xia clan would not be weaker than the clan leader. Yun Qingyan had his eyes on this point. It's just like before. I don't need to consolidate my cultivation base after entering the medium ultimate god realm. Once I break through, it's completely consolidated. Is this the foundation of my previous life? Kerr had only confirmed one thing after she came to the divine offering land. Every time she made a breakthrough in her cultivation base, she did not need to spend time consolidating her cultivation base. Therefore, she suspected it had something to do with her previous life. In her previous life, when she chose the path of reincarnation, she had just consolidated her cultivation base of a medium ultimate god. Therefore, in this life, she did not need to spend time consolidating her cultivation base until she reached the medium ultimate god realm. Now, she had confirmed this conjecture. Although she had just entered the medium ultimate god realm, her cultivation base had been completely consolidated. Her divine power was stable, and she could use it freely without any discomfort. At this moment, Kerr was in a trance as she circulated her divine power. It was as though she had returned to her previous life when she chose to reincarnate and went through the ordeal of death. Father, why did he treat me like that? Just because I'm not Auntie's biological daughter? With a sigh in her heart, Kerr sensed that the three attacks were getting closer and closer. She completely returned to her senses. The void in front of her trembled, and a slender brush appeared in her hand. This brush was jade green in color, and there was a faint white light lingering around it. A condensed soul was also faintly discernible. At first glance, this condensed soul looked more like the soul of a little girl. Whoosh! After that, the brush in Kerr's hand seemed to have come to life. It moved like a dragon, and with just a casual stroke, the space in front of her seemed to have solidified. The three ferocious attacks froze in the void in the blink of an eye. Although they broke through the bindings, their speed was still very slow. Seeing this, the faces of the three cultivators from the land of sanctions changed. How is this possible? It wasn't difficult for the three of them to notice that the middle-level ultimate god in front of them had a very stable divine power. There wasn't the slightest bit of sluggishness when he attacked. This was something that was almost impossible. It was difficult for a lower ultimate god to step into the middle ultimate god realm. Not only was it difficult to consolidate one's cultivation base, but it also required time to familiarize oneself with the newly transformed divine power. Because of this, they thought that they might be able to kill the middle-level ultimate god realm expert even if the three of them worked together. However, they only realized how naive they were at that moment. Let's give it our all. Otherwise, we won't be able to escape death. One of them roared, and his ultimate god illusory body appeared. It was more than 10 meters tall. At the same time, his attacks seemed to have been boosted in an instant. Rays of crimson light wandered around his body. His aura was overbearing. The other two cultivators did not hesitate. Their ultimate god illusory body appeared and their bloodline power appeared. They were going all out. Competing with the ultimate god illusory body? Ku'er smiled faintly. Immediately, her supreme god phantom also appeared. The supreme god phantom was more than 100 meters tall, like a peerless goddess of war. She looked down at the three supreme gods that were more than 10 meters tall, like an adult looking down at three children. She has really consolidated her cultivation base. How is this possible? The three lower ultimate gods from the world of divine remains were shocked when they saw Ker's 100-meter-tall ultimate god illusory body. At that moment, the last bit of hope they had in their hearts was gone. Initially, they thought they were mistaken. The middle-level ultimate god illusory body's divine power was just a little stable but not really stable. However, they no longer had any doubts when they saw the middle-level ultimate god illusory body perfectly presented. The middle-level ultimate god illusory body had indeed consolidated her cultivation base. She had just broken through to the middle ultimate god realm and had already consolidated her cultivation base. They could not help but feel their scalps go numb when they thought about it. They were not the only ones who felt their scalps go numb at that moment. Even the two cultivators from the world of divine remains were so shocked that they froze in their tracks. Even their attacks were dispelled halfway. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? How is this possible? The two of them only came back to their senses when they saw Ker's 100-meter-tall ultimate god illusory body attack. A brush as tall as a mountain slashed across the sky and easily crushed one of the lower ultimate gods from the land of sanctions. They were not dreaming. They did not enter an illusion or anything. All of this was real. Boom! The lower ultimate god fell. A huge ultimate god illusory body avatar appeared and let out an unwilling roar before crashing to the ground. Blood rained down from the sky. A lower ultimate god was killed in an instant. At that moment, the other two lower ultimate gods from the land of sanctions were in complete despair. Take two more of my brushes. Ku'er's indifferent voice shook the heavens and the earth. The 100-meter-tall divine venerate phantom casually waved her hand. Immediately, the mountain-like writing brush fell with a loud rumble. Boom! A brush light fell and enveloped one of the lower ultimate gods. The lower ultimate god illusory body's first reaction was not to resist but to escape. However, when the brush light hit the void, it caused the space around him to stagnate and controlled the flow of time in the void where he was. This was the profundity of the temporal law. Of course, in order to control the opponent, one must be stronger than the opponent. Otherwise, if one's strength was weaker than the opponent, it would be difficult to control the flow of time in the space where the opponent was. The profundity of the temporal law was similar to the spatial law's imprisonment profundity. If one's strength was weaker than the opponent's, it would be difficult to imprison the opponent. Even if one was lucky enough to imprison the opponent would be able to break the imprison with greater strength. When one's strength exceeded a certain level, any technique would be useless. One could defeat 10 techniques with brute strength. No. The lower ultimate god from the land of sanctions was shocked when he felt the flow of time around him had slowed down. Even his own movements had begun to slow down. In the next moment, he wanted to attack, but his attack was still affected by the flow of time. Of course, when he attacked, the flow of time restriction was obviously not as strong. After all, the flow of time originated from Ker. However, if someone tried to break it with brute strength, they would still be affected to a certain extent. As for how much of an effect it had, it would depend entirely on the strength of the person who attacked. A lower ultimate god would be affected, but it would not be much. There was still a long way to go before he could break the flow of time. Boom! When Ker's brush light fell on the lower ultimate god, it not only crushed the lower ultimate god's attack that was affected by the flow of time but also completely enveloped him. In the next moment, after being enveloped by the brush light, the lower ultimate god visibly aged. In the end, he even turned into a skeleton. The skeleton then turned into ashes and dissipated between heaven and earth as if he had never existed. The power of time had completely washed him away. He was erased from this world. In an instant, it was as if he had been cut off from eternity. This was the epitome of a stroke cutting off eternity. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! The last lower ultimate god from the land of sanctions was in complete despair, facing the stroke that fell on him again. His face was blank and his hopes were dashed. This time, Kerr's brushlight did not even encounter any resistance and directly crushed him to death. It was just like the previous person. A stroke cutting off eternity. Under the washing of the power of time, the lower ultimate god who originally looked like a middle-aged man turned into an old man in an instant. Then, he turned into a skeleton and finally, he turned into ashes. 2 lower ultimate gods were killed in 1 or 2 breaths' time. The heaven and earth anomaly of their deaths also appeared one after another within a breath's time. 2 unwilling cries shook heaven and earth. Then 2 huge figures suddenly fell. 2 more lower ultimate gods had fallen. A rain of blood fell and blew on the faces of the other 2 lower ultimate gods from the land of divine remains, causing them to feel a chill in their hearts. Never in their wildest dreams would they have imagined that this woman who called herself Duan Ku-er, who had been silent since the beginning, would be so terrifying. In the beginning, she kept a low profile and later displayed strength that was even stronger than theirs. Later on, when they thought they were going to die, not only did she make a breakthrough to the medium ultimate god realm, but she also completely consolidated her cultivation base at the same time. This was completely beyond their understanding. They had never even heard of such a situation before, let alone witnessing it with their own eyes. Even if an immortal expert recultivated, I'm afraid it's nothing more than this. One of them could not help but let his imagination run wild. Could the woman in front of him be an immortal expert who recultivated from the beginning? If that was the case, it would make sense. Other than that, he really could not think of anyone else who could be so nature-defying. All the extra rewards will be mine. At that moment, Kerr's ultimate god apparition dissipated. She calmly glanced at the other 2 people who came from the land of divine remains like her and asked, "Do you have any objections?" Her gaze seemed calm and without any hostility, but when it fell into the eyes of the 2 people from the land of divine remains, they could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. At the same time, they quickly expressed their stance. No objections, no objections. Of course, no objections. Today, if it weren't for Master Kerr's help, we would have died. It's only right for you to take the extra rewards. Chapter 42-56. Kerr did not expect to become a medium ultimate god during this trip to the secret zone. Initially, she had thought it would be good enough if she could make a breakthrough before the chaotic region where the realms of gods converged. She did not expect to make a breakthrough in advance. As for the reason for her breakthrough, it was none other than the fact that the opponents she encountered in the multiplayer secret realm were too strong, causing her to feel a fatal threat. Thus, she broke through under the heavy pressure. This was not the first time she had made a breakthrough. Over the years, she had made a breakthrough in the realm battlefield several times when she was on the brink of death. The reason she was so lucky was because she had the foundation from her past life. Otherwise, she would not have been so lucky time and time again. It's also because I didn't encounter opponents that are too strong. Otherwise, even if I'm lucky enough to make a breakthrough, I would still die if I'm not a match for my opponent. After obtaining the generous reward, Kerr left the secret zone. Her eyes shone brightly as she thought to herself, "Now that I've regained my cultivation base from my past life, my mastery of the law of time is stronger than before, and I have the embryonic form of the infinite Tao. I'm much stronger than before. Now, even in the family, I have a certain amount of authority. Now, there's still some time before that chaotic area opens," Lin Fan said. "I haven't been back since I left the divine offering land and entered the realm battlefield. It's time for me to visit my parents, Sister Fair, Si Ling, and the others." "That girl, Si Ling, is all grown up now? We haven't seen each other for so many years. I wonder if she still remembers me as her mother." Kerr's eyes were filled with tenderness when she thought about her daughter. At the same time, she felt a stab of pain in her heart. When she left her daughter was still very young. At the very least, the time she spent with her daughter was far less than the time she left. Sealing, I hope you can understand me. I left you so that we can reunite after 100 years. Kerr sighed before she made her way to the nearby military camp. She was going to use the teleportation formation in the military camp to return to the Divine Offering Land. Then she would return to the Xia clan. When Kerr left the world of Divine Remains. In a remote area of the world of Divine Remains, the wind and clouds were surging. Terrifying auras tore apart the formation and spread out. It even startled a group of people nearby. This aura is so strong. This is a high-level god emperor breaking through to become a supreme god. I wonder if they're from our sanctioned land or the world of Divine Remains. It doesn't matter which side he's from. It's better for us to leave as soon as possible. If he's from the world of Divine Remains, we'll definitely die if he targets us. Since this area was only the outer region of the battlefield, very few ultimate gods would appear here. Although there were many emperor gods, they immediately made way when they realized that an ultimate god had appeared. Regardless of whether it was the people from the world of Divine Remains or the land of sanctions, none of them dared to linger in the vicinity for fear of being targeted by the other party. If the other party was from a realm of gods, they would not be able to escape death. The terrifying energy spread out like a whirlpool, constantly expanding to the surroundings. At this moment, at the center of the raging energy storm, the various formations that were previously used to assist the cultivator in his closed-door cultivation had been ruthlessly destroyed. It was even to the extent that even a large expanse of the surrounding mountain range had been swept into a flat area by the terrifying and raging unstable energy. When looked at from afar, the entire expanse of land was covered in desolation and extremely dilapidated. Waves of visible whirlpool energy were still swirling in the void, stirring up a sandstorm that filled the sky. At the center of the sandstorm, a figure was sitting cross-legged in the void with his eyes closed as he cultivated. Is this the ultimate god's divine energy? It's so powerful. Suddenly, the figure's owner opened his eyes. His gaze was as sharp as lightning. If there was anyone present, they would not dare to look him in the eye. It was a young man in a long purple robe. He had dashing eyebrows, bright eyes, and a handsome face. His aura was outstanding and radiant. Everything around him seemed to pale in comparison as he stood there. I, Duan Lingtian, have finally entered the ultimate god realm. From now on, I can be considered an expert in the realms of gods, Duan Lingtian said. In the realm of gods, there were many powerhouses. However, only those who had entered the ultimate god realm could be considered as true powerhouses. Of course, even before his breakthrough, Duan Lingtian's combat strength was enough to kill a medium-level ultimate god. It was enough for him to be recognized as a powerhouse in the realm of gods. However, Duan Lingtian did not feel the same way. He also felt that only those who had entered the ultimate god realm could be considered as powerhouses in the realm of gods. They were powerhouses who could rule over a territory and rule over it. It's completely different. My soul energy has also undergone a transformation. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the difference between the ultimate god realm and the upper god realm. His perception was now 10 times stronger than before. Even his eyesight and hearing had improved to a whole new level. Also, the Supreme Godhead has merged with my body. Apart from that, when Duan Lingtian was breaking through to the ultimate god stage, he wanted to take out the supreme powerhouse divinity to comprehend the law of space. He did not expect the supreme powerhouse divinity would fuse with his body as soon as it came into contact with his godly venerate divine energy. It even entered his sea of consciousness and transformed into a force similar to soul energy before merging with his soul. Of course, Duan Lingtian initially thought the Supreme Godhead had merged with his soul. However, when he subconsciously used his soul energy to observe his soul, it was not difficult for him to discover the Supreme Godhead was still there. It was just that it was enveloped by his soul energy. The Supreme Godhead that had transformed into a force similar to soul energy became a part of his soul after merging with his soul. At the same time, it returned to its original state and existed in his soul. I didn't expect the Supreme Godhead to merge with my soul after entering the ultimate God realm. Moreover, it's constantly deepening my understanding of the law of space. This was something Duan Lingtian had just discovered. In the past, he could only use the Supreme Godhead to comprehend the law of space when he fell into a deep slumber to deepen and improve his understanding of the law of space. However, the Supreme Godhead had merged with his soul and was constantly deepening his understanding of the law of space. Moreover, the speed of deepening was not any slower than when he had entered a deep slumber. If this continues, my understanding of the law of space will be faster than before. I won't even have to spend too much time on it. Duan Lingtian was shocked and pleasantly surprised when he thought of this. Perhaps it won't be long before my law of space reaches the point where it can illuminate 1,000,000 miles. Duan Lingtian's law of space was not weak at all. After all, even a medium ultimate god would not be able to control the law of space that could illuminate 100,000 miles. Moreover, he had just entered the lower ultimate god realm. However, I've just broken through and my divine power is still unstable. There's no shortcut for me to quickly consolidate my cultivation. I'll have to rely on myself to do so. Of course, although I haven't consolidated my cultivation, the strength of my divine power is much stronger than before. Now, I'm not completely powerless even if I'm up against some slightly stronger mid-level ultimate gods. Of course, I'm definitely no match for top medium ultimate gods like Third Senior Brother. Although Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had broken through, he was not as excited as before when he thought about how he was still no match for some of the more powerful medium-level ultimate gods. I'll familiarize myself with this unstable divine power and use all the battle merits I've accumulated to open a single-person's secret realm. If I'm not mistaken, the single-person's secret realm I'll enter won't be a secret realm where I can compete with a lower ultimate god from another sanctioned land. After all, it's basically impossible for a lower ultimate god to be as bored as me and only open a secret realm after accumulating so many battle merits. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In the next few days, Duan Lingtian entered the inner circle and began to look for opponents. After searching for a few days, he did not meet anyone from the sanctioned land. He did meet someone from the divine offering land, but he did not attack. A few days later, he met another person from the divine offering land who was also a lower ultimate god. This time, Duan Lingtian could not help but move to intercept his opponent. According to his plan, the people from the divine offering land should be sparring and not killing. Otherwise, when would he be able to find a suitable opponent? Your Excellency, we're both from the divine offering land. Do you want to fight with me? The lower ultimate god from the divine offering land was a middle-aged man with a faint gray light shining around his body, indicating his identity as a person from the divine offering land. However, at this moment, his expression was not very pleasant. Let's spar. Duan Lingtian grinned. I've just broken through to the ultimate god stage, so I wanted to find an opponent to familiarize myself with the divine energy in my body. However, after searching for some time, I didn't find anyone from the land of sanctions. Instead, I met two people from the divine offering land. Let's just spar and not get serious. What do you think? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Just made a breakthrough. However, the middle-aged man's frown instantly relaxed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. There was a hint of playfulness in the depths of his eyes. He did not expect the lower ultimate god in front of him to be a lower ultimate god who had just broken through to the ultimate god realm. Now that he had deliberately observed and sensed his opponent's restless divine power, he confirmed that his opponent had just stepped into the ultimate god realm and his divine power had yet to stabilize. Boy, I'm not interested in sparring with you. A cold light flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes and his expression changed in the blink of an eye. Since you want to fight, I'll fight with you. Let's fight to the death. Chapter 4257. In the dimensional battlefield, People of the same cultivation level and from the same realm of gods would rarely take the initiative to fight each other unless they had a personal grudge against each other. After all, even if one killed the other party, one would not be able to take the other party's battle merits. Moreover, the other party had self-destructed their storage ring. Even if one was lucky enough to kill the other party, the most one could do was to take the other party's divine weapon. Moreover, one could be injured in the process of fighting. It was fine if it was just a light injury, but if it was a slightly more serious injury, it could very well bring about a lot of hidden dangers in the future. If he met someone of the same cultivation level as him in the sanctioned lands, he might not be afraid of the other party, but because of this, he might be slightly weaker than the other party, or even be in danger of dying. Therefore, even if the lower ultimate god in front of Duan Lingtian met Duan Lingtian and found out that Duan Lingtian was also from the divine offering land and was also a lower ultimate god, the lower ultimate god had no intention of attacking Duan Lingtian. Even if he killed the other party, the most he could do was to take the other party's divine weapon and he might even be injured. Just entered the lower ultimate god realm? However, the lower ultimate god that Duan Lingtian met now wanted to kill Duan Lingtian when he heard that Duan Lingtian had just entered the ultimate god realm. In his opinion, killing a lower ultimate god like Duan Lingtian would be effortless and he would not be injured at all. Under such circumstances, he could obtain a full soul high-grade divine artifact without any effort at all. Fight to the death? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard the other party's words. He immediately guessed what the other party was thinking and smiled faintly. If you want to fight to the death, I have no objections. However, I'll give you a chance. If you agree to my request to spar, I won't take your life when we fight later. Otherwise, don't blame me for not holding back. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his tone was still calm, and his expression was as calm as before. However, the other party did not seem to appreciate it. Instead, he sneered with a look of disdain. Boy, you've just entered the ultimate god realm. How dare you talk nonsense in front of me? Do you think I'll be afraid of you just because you said that? Ridiculous. Now, I can confirm that you've just entered the ultimate god realm. You haven't even consolidated your cultivation base yet, and your divine power is unstable. Do you really think you can kill me? Without waiting for Duan Lingtian to speak, the other party immediately attacked. The void trembled as scorching flames burned the void, whistling towards Duan Lingtian. It was unknown whether it was because Duan Lingtian's words earlier had alerted him or because he wanted to end the battle quickly. As soon as he attacked, he used his high-quality god artifact, a god artifact that could be called an elite weapon. It was a folding fan. He held the folding fan in his hand, and as he opened it, he seemed to be able to control the flames of the world. The flames burned the sky, enveloping the entire world, and converged towards Duan Lingtian. In addition, his divine power was stable when he attacked. It was obvious that he was a lower ultimate god who had completely consolidated his cultivation base. Compared to Duan Lingtian's divine power, it was not on the same level. Although this person's strength is not the best among the lower ultimate gods, he's not bad. Duan Lingtian's expression did not change when he saw his opponent attack. He had a rough idea of his opponent's strength. Normally, I can overpower him without using the 4 heavenly Tao. I won't use my avatar to fight with him. As soon as the thought came to his mind, Duan Lingtian's unstable divine power vibrated. The moment the space law appeared, signs of 100,000 miles of dim light appeared, covering an area of 100,000 miles. Then, the 7 orifices exquisite sword appeared in his hand. With a shake of the sword, his divine power and the space law merged. In the form of a rainbow energy, the sword light condensed into a sword to meet the sweeping flames. Dim light of 100,000 miles. Duan Lingtian's opponent had a mocking smile on his face at first. He felt that the lower ultimate god in front of him was overestimating himself and dared to provoke him. However, the mocking smile on his face disappeared when he saw Duan Lingtian's space law phenomenon. It was replaced by a solemn expression. You're not completely useless after all. You've mastered the space law to such an extent. However, you can't kill me with just this little bit of strength. As his opponent sneered, flames condensed and collided head-on with Duan Lingtian's rainbow sword light. When the two collided, dazzling fireworks bloomed as beautiful as fireworks. The two of them were evenly matched in their first confrontation. I've underestimated you. However, with your strength, even if your bloodline power is extraordinary, you'll only be able to fight me to a draw. You're not qualified to kill me. At that moment, Duan Lingtian's opponent no longer dared to underestimate Duan Lingtian. He completely regarded Duan Lingtian as his opponent. In fact, when Duan Lingtian displayed the space law of 100,000 miles of dim light, his opponent knew that it would be difficult for him to kill Duan Lingtian with his strength. Even if he was stronger than Duan Lingtian, it would be difficult for him to kill Duan Lingtian in a short time. Moreover, Duan Lingtian could escape and it would be difficult for him to catch up. After all, Duan Lingtian was an expert in the space law. In terms of speed, the wind law was first, followed by the space law and time law of the four supreme laws. If he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, his opponent's bloodline power would have to be very weak. The possibility of that was very, very small. Of course, even if he was aware of this, he did not think that Duan Lingtian had the ability to defeat him, let alone kill him. Therefore, he did not admit defeat. He did not think it was necessary. Even if he wanted to stop, he had to wait for Duan Lingtian to take the initiative to give him a way out. He would not take the initiative to stop. After all, he was not afraid of Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Waves of blood mist wrapped around his body at an unknown time. Then, his body changed and revealed a 10-meter-tall ultimate god phantom. Only a lower ultimate god who had completely consolidated his cultivation base could manifest the ultimate god phantom. Duan Lingtian did not have this ability at the moment. Boy, your power of law is amazing. However, you haven't completely consolidated your cultivation base and your divine power is unstable. You're still no match for me. The lower ultimate god who had manifested the ultimate god phantom sneered and attacked with his ultimate god phantom. The flames in the sky surged and raged as if they could burn heaven and earth. At that moment, Duan Lingtian was engulfed in a sea of fire. The flames in the sky were surrounded by waves of blood mist. Soon, the blood mist merged with the flames and further increased the power of the flames. It was breathtaking. It was obvious that the bloodline power of a lower-rank ultimate god was capable of increasing the power of the laws. When his bloodline power merged with the power of law, although it had not reached the stage of 100,000 miles of dim light, there was already a faint outline of a vision. However, the vision did not appear for a long time. Such a situation would usually only happen to those who had mastered the power of law to the stage of 100,000 miles of dim light. At that moment, the lower ultimate god had achieved this with the help of his bloodline power. Not a bad bloodline power. However, just when his opponent thought he had defeated Duan Lingtian and that Duan Lingtian could only escape, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and continued to attack. He did not use his avatar. He did not use the four Tao of heaven and earth. Under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian attacked again and was constantly suppressed by his opponent. He was completely at a disadvantage. Boy, if you don't use your bloodline power, you'll die in less than 30 moves, the lower ultimate god said in an indifferent tone. His contempt and disdain were obvious. In fact, although he said so, he was confident that he could kill his opponent who had not used his bloodline power in 10 moves. The reason why he said that was just a ploy. He wanted to see if the other party would be careless because of this. If his opponent was careless, he would have a chance to kill his opponent before he activated his bloodline power. He could see it now. The reason why the purple-clad young man in front of him had not used his bloodline power was because he wanted to use him to test his newly transformed divine power. When he had just entered the lower ultimate god realm, he had also found someone to practice with. However, the person who practiced with him at that time was his elder, allowing him to test his divine power to his heart's content. However, his opponent was not related to him. He did not have the time to test his divine power with his opponent. My divine power is indeed my shortcoming since I just broke through. However, Duan Lingtian acted as if he did not hear his opponent at all and continued to test his divine power. At the same time, he kept sighing in his heart during the process. If this continues, I won't be able to stop his attacks in less than 10 moves. In fact, Duan Lingtian had already realized his current shortcomings and knew that he would soon be crushed by his opponent's attacks. At most, 3 moves will be enough to crush his attacks. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's opponent was filled with excitement. A hint of excitement could be seen in the depths of his eyes. In his opinion, as long as he crushed his opponent's attacks, he would be able to seriously injure him. After that, even if his opponent used his bloodline power, he would not be able to escape under his nose. At that time, his opponent would definitely die. I won't play with you anymore. Just when Duan Lingtian's opponent thought that he was about to seriously injure his opponent, Duan Lingtian spoke in a calm tone. At the same time, the aura of the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hand suddenly changed. Earlier, the 7 orifices exquisite sword had actually been hiding its strength. At least, it had not shown the increase in power after the supreme artifact embryo was integrated into its body. Now it was showing its full power. Naturally, this display alone would not be able to turn the situation around. At most, it would only delay the time it would take for the 7 orifices exquisite sword to be defeated. However, the reason Duan Lingtian did this was because he wanted to personally experience the improvement of the 7 orifices exquisite sword. When Duan Lingtian's opponent heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was still a little wary. However, after sensing the changes in the 7 orifices exquisite sword, he was first stunned and then sneered in his heart. In his opinion, his opponent's artifact soul was still hiding its true strength. However, even if it did not hide its true strength now, it would only last a few moves at most. Even if he did not notice the danger, his artifact soul it seems that it will be difficult to keep him here. At this moment, he felt a little regretful. He felt that the prey in front of him was about to escape, and he would not be able to kill his opponent. End of chapter. Chapter 42:58. However, when he realized that the space around him was trembling and a strange and terrifying power seemed to be controlling the space around him, his expression changed completely. This is the Tao of control of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth? Although the purple-clad young man was at a disadvantage, the purple-clad young man was still looking at him calmly. His heart shuddered when he thought about what the purple-clad young man had said earlier. I'm done playing with you. Previously, when he heard the purple-clad young man's words, he thought the purple-clad young man was just bluffing. However, when he saw the purple-clad young man's divine weapon, he thought the purple-clad young man was trying to escape. Perhaps, the purple-clad young man was using his bloodline energy to fight him to a draw. At this moment, the purple-clad young man finally understood the purple-clad young man's words. His strength is, at most, slightly weaker than mine. Now that he's using the Tao of control, he's definitely stronger than me. Most importantly, he hasn't used his bloodline energy yet. In his opinion, the purple-clad young man's bloodline energy should be able to fight him to a draw. However, the purple-clad young man's Tao of control, which was obviously not in its embryonic form, was more than enough to surpass him. Even if the purple-clad young man did not use his bloodline energy, it was more than enough to surpass him. Coupled with his bloodline energy, the purple-clad young man would definitely die. Sir, I was just joking earlier. The purple-clad young man Duan Lingtian's purple-clad young man's expression changed rapidly. Finally, he forced a smile that was uglier than a crying face. After all, both of us are from the same realm of gods. Let's just spar. At the same time, the purple-clad young man's divine energy surged as flames raged on his body. He was ready to flee. He was waiting for the purple-clad young man's reply. He would flee as soon as he sensed something was amiss. Although his chances of escaping were slim, he knew he would die if he stayed. He had no choice but to flee even if he had a slim chance of survival. Are you going back on your word? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. It's not that I didn't give you a chance earlier. You're the one who didn't cherish it. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, The purple-clad young man's expression darkened. The flames on his body surged as he tried to flee. The purple-clad young man's 10-meter-tall ultimate god illusory body transformed into a huge fireball before it exploded. Bang! However, following a loud bang, the entire space seemed to be restricted by something, causing him to crash into the space above, causing the space to tremble. However, he did not manage to escape far away. Whoosh! 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 Streaks of sharp and dazzling sword lights whizzed over and sealed off the surrounding void as if forming a sword formation. Coupled with the space control power, it trapped the escaping underground ultimate god of the divine offering land and prevented him from escaping. At that moment, the lower-rank ultimate god from the world of divine remains turned pale. Sword principle. He was a lower ultimate god after all and was not a blind person. It was not difficult for him to see that this was another branch of the four heavens and earth Tao, the sword Tao. It was not weaker than the control Tao and its attainments were not low. At the very least, it was not inferior to the Tao of control that the other party had displayed earlier. This person I met. What kind of monster is he? Such a monster has just entered the ultimate god realm? In other words, this person has mastered such attainments in sword principle and control Tao before entering the ultimate god realm? Where did such a monster come from in the world of divine remains? I've never heard of such a monster even in those giant ultimate god forces. Whether now or in the past, I've never heard of such a thing. At that moment, the lower-rank ultimate god who realized that it would be difficult for him to escape completely panicked. He regretted being so forceful earlier and agreeing to spar with the other party. That way, things would not have turned out this way. Judging from the other party's posture, it was obvious that the other party did not intend to fight to the death and only wanted to spar with him. After all, the other party was very polite at the beginning. Judging from the other party's current strength, even an ordinary medium ultimate god would not be a match for the other party. If such a person really wanted to kill him, there was no need for him to spar with him. Your Excellency. The low-rank ultimate god from the world of divine remains forced a smile on his face and tried to make himself smile brightly. It's my fault for failing to recognize Mount Tai. You're a great man, so please forgive me. He was really panicking. Judging from the current situation, if the person in front of him really wanted to kill him, he might not be able to withstand more than 3 moves if he went all out. However, Duan Lingtian ignored him. He looked at him calmly and directly answered with his actions. Thousands of 7-colored sword rays gathered and attacked the other party. Whoosh! 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 The 7-colored sword rays pierced through the air. In the face of obstacles, the tyrannical spatial energy helped to clear them first. The lower-rank ultimate god resisted with a pale face and repeatedly called out, "Your Excellency, However, Duan Lingtian was not interested in listening to the other party's introduction. Before the other party could finish his sentence, the space law clone had teleported behind the other party, and then a cold sword light swept past and chopped off the other party's head. After that, the 7-colored sword rays that filled the sky swept down and turned the other party's body into a rain of blood. Blood poured down like rain. A tall, illusory figure, with the strength to support the heavens and earth, let out a cry of unwillingness, and then crashed to the ground. The lower-rank ultimate god from the world of divine remains had fallen. He fell with regret. If Duan Lingtian had asked him to spar in the beginning, even if he was not very willing, Duan Lingtian would not be too interested in making things difficult for him as long as he did not go overboard. However, the problem was, Duan Lingtian asked him to spar, and he actually wanted to take Duan Lingtian's life. From the moment he said that there was no need to talk about life and death, his fate was already sealed. Although the divine power of a lower-rank ultimate god is not very stable, it's not comparable to the divine power of an upper-rank ultimate god. With my current strength, except for some powerful middle-rank ultimate gods, most of the middle-rank ultimate gods and existences below the middle-rank ultimate god are no longer a threat to me. After a series of experiments, Duan Lingtian had a better understanding of his current strength and was quite satisfied with it. The improvement of my cultivation base and strength is not too slow. Now, there's still 100 years before the spatial passage between the realms of gods and the Devata realms reopens. I'll strive to become a middle-rank ultimate god after 100 years. Duan Lingtian knew very well. Although he had successfully become a lower-rank ultimate god, the path of cultivation would be much more difficult after he became a lower-rank ultimate god. Moreover, he would no longer have such a high-efficiency external force to help him advance. Even if he could kill someone with the same cultivation base or a higher cultivation base to obtain rewards, it would be like pouring a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood for an ultimate god cultivator. Although there were still external forces, they would not be as effective for ultimate gods as they were for god emperors. I hope the opening of the personal secret realm and the chaotic area will bring me some luck. I still have 90 years to go. I hope my luck will be better. Otherwise, it won't be easy for me to become a middle-rank ultimate god in 100 years. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh when he thought about this. After becoming an ultimate god, it would be difficult for him to improve his cultivation speed even if he had many fortuitous encounters. Even if there were powerful supreme experts who were still alive and well, they would only be able to help him enter the medium ultimate god realm and consolidate his cultivation base 100 years later. It was almost impossible for him to improve his cultivation. Let's open the personal secret realm. I'll consume all my battle merits and see what kind of personal secret realm I can open. After killing the lower rank ultimate god in the divine offering land and causing the heaven and earth phenomenon, Duan Lingtian did not stay in the same place. He teleported a few times and left the area. Then, he entered the inner area and found a secluded place. He took out his battle merit token and consumed all his battle merits to open the personal secret realm. In the divine offering land, in an icy plain that was still some distance away from the Xia clan, a giant ultimate god clan. A graceful figure cut across the sky and headed towards the Xia family. However, in the void that was still some distance away from the Xia clan, there were a few people who spread out and guarded the four directions. Suddenly, the person who was guarding the east side narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. Over there, a swift figure was rushing over at lightning speed. Is that Miss Ning Shui from the Xia clan? She has become a middle-rank ultimate god? And she has consolidated her cultivation base? It was an old man. At this moment, his expression changed drastically and he quickly sent out 5 messages at the same time. 3 of the messages were sent to 3 different directions around the Xia clan. The other 2 messages were sent to the west and crossed a very long distance to reach another giant ultimate god clan in the divine offering land, the Yun clan. Xia Ning Shui has become a middle-rank ultimate god, and she has consolidated her cultivation base as a middle-rank ultimate god. Xia Ning Shui was a genius in her previous life. Now that she has reincarnated, she has become even more of a genius? How long has it been since she reincarnated? She has recovered her cultivation base from her previous life? Yun Bin is no match for her now that she has recovered her cultivation base. 3 silhouettes flew towards the east of the Xia family from 3 different directions. Their divine powers filled the sky and their speed was extremely fast. In the east side of the Xia clan, the old man stopped the graceful figure that was heading toward the Xia clan. The graceful figure stopped after being stopped by the old man, revealing her graceful figure and beautiful face. She stared at the old man and frowned for a while before her eyebrows relaxed. Are you from the Yun clan? She had some impression of the old man in front of her. In her previous life, she seemed to have seen him when the Yun clan came to visit the Xia clan. However, she could not remember his name. She only vaguely remembered that he was an elder of the Yun clan. Yun Bin greets Miss Ning Shui. The old man bowed slightly as a greeting, but the divine power around his body began to fluctuate without any concealment. Chapter 42-59. Xia Ning Shui, also known as Kerr, who had just left the divine offering land and was about to return to the Xia clan, glanced at the old man who bowed and nodded. She was about to walk past the old man and return to the Xia clan. However, as soon as she moved, she was stopped by the old man again. "Are you trying to stop me?" Kerr's calm face darkened slightly at this moment. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. When she spoke again, her tone was cold. "Miss Ning Shui." The old man, Yun Bin, an elder of the Yun clan, had a solemn expression on his face. "The clan leader asked me to wait for you here and invite you to our Yun clan as a guest. Miss Ning Shui, please don't make things difficult for me." "Uncle?" Kerr frowned slightly when she heard Yun Bin's words. The current clan leader of the Yun clan was her uncle. After all, after returning to the divine offering land in this lifetime, her uncle had not interfered with the matter between her and Yun Qingyan. She did not expect her uncle to find someone to stop her on her way back from the divine offering land. Something must have happened. Ku-er knew in her heart that something must have happened. Otherwise, her uncle would not act like this. He actually wanted to stop her outside the Xia family and bring her back to the Yun family. If I hadn't regained my strength from my past life, I'm afraid this person would have made a move and forcibly brought me back to the Yun clan. Kerr looked at the old man in front of her. It was not difficult to see the fear in his eyes. Clearly, he had discovered that she had regained her strength from her past life. "Uncle is looking for me. Tell him to come to the Xia clan." Although Kerr did not know what had happened, she could not help but have an ominous feeling. Could it be that something had happened to her parents, Sister Feier, and her daughter? Did the Yun clan stop her because they did not want her to know about this? Kerr's expression changed drastically when she thought of this. At the same time, she no longer cared about being stopped. With a sway of her body, she tried to go around the old man. "Miss Ning Shui, please come with me." The old man moved and stopped Kerr again. "You can't stop me." Kerr glanced at the old man with disdain, after which a brush appeared in her hand. With a single stroke, the space around the old man froze, and the old man froze in place. Time stopped. Almost at the same time, the old man's pupils shrank rapidly, and his face was filled with shock. Light circulated around his body, and it was obvious that he wanted to resist the power of time that enveloped him. However, even though he resisted with all his might, the effect was minimal. He could only force himself to slow down his movements. At this time, Kerr glanced at him indifferently and then flew away. Her current strength was not considered weak even among medium ultimate gods. At the very least, there were only a handful of medium ultimate gods in the Yun clan who could defeat her. The Yun family elder in front of him was obviously not one of them. However, just as she moved a distance away, Kerr instantly stopped. Her face revealed a solemn expression. Then, there was an additional sense of urgency in the depths of her eyes. "Those who stop me shall die." With a cold shout, Kerr moved again. She did not hold back against the three people in front of her. The brush in her hand moved like a dragon. Wherever the brush touched, the void froze and time stood still. "Let's join forces and break through her power of time." The Yun family elders who were rushing over from the other three directions of the Xia clan were all shocked. One of them said calmly to the other two. Immediately, the three of them joined forces, and the three forces merged together. Almost instantly, they broke through the imprisonment of Ku-er's power of time and surrounded Ku-er. Three Yun family elders, three medium ultimate gods. They trapped Kerr in the middle of the encirclement. Miss Ning Shui. At this time, the power of time gradually dissipated as Kerr left. The Yun family elder, Yun Bin, who was finally free, managed to break through the shackles of time and caught up with her. "We have no ill intentions. We just want to invite you back to the Yun clan as a guest. This is the patriarch's order. Please don't make things difficult for us, Miss Ning Shui." The old man went forward and joined the other three. For Yun family elders, for medium ultimate gods. They surrounded Kerr and stared at Kerr fiercely. At this moment, the four of them had a shocked expression on their faces. They could not help but secretly communicate with each other through voice transmission. "This Miss Ning Shui is really monstrous. She has reincarnated for less than 1,000 years. Not only has she returned to the peak of her cultivation in her previous life, but her strength has also increased by another level. Did you notice? Her power of time isn't as simple as the weak light of 100,000 miles. I feel that it's almost on par with the power of 1,000,000 miles of light of time. That's a kind of amplification power. If I'm not wrong, it should be the infinite Tao of the four Tao of heaven and earth. However, Miss Ning Shui probably hasn't mastered it completely. Otherwise, it would be even more powerful. It's indeed the infinite Tao. I feel that she's only half a step away from mastering it completely. In the current generation of the Xia family, including the clan leader, no one is as talented as her. It's a pity that she's a girl. Otherwise, she'd be a great leader of the Xia family. No wonder both the patriarch and young master Qing Yan wanted her to enter the Yun family. If such a monster could become young master Qing Yan's wife, it would not only be young master Qing Yan's fortune, but also our Yun family's fortune. Moreover, when she grows up, she'll have an important say in the Xia family. She can bring the Yun family and the Xia family closer together. At this moment, the four medium ultimate gods elders were shocked by Ker's current strength. They did not expect her to grow to such a level in such a short time. This news must be sent back to the family immediately. Without any hesitation, the four of them sent a message back to the Yun family. The Yun family is quite bold. When Ku Er saw that the Yun clan had sent four medium-level ultimate gods to stop him from entering the Xia clan, she felt that something was amiss and wanted to return home as soon as possible. Without any hesitation, she sent out a series of messages. Some were sent to her third uncle Xiajie, some were sent to the subordinates of her third uncle Xiajie, and some were sent to the elders in the family. As for her father, she hesitated for a moment but did not send out a message in the end. Although he was her biological father, she did not feel close to him even in her previous life. In fact, she felt closer to her third uncle Xiajie than to her biological father. Furthermore, the Yun family's actions this time were extremely daring. Perhaps her father also knew a thing or two about it. Her uncle had, in all probability, spoken to her father. Oh no! Suddenly, Ker seemed to have noticed something and her eyes narrowed slightly. They've set up a formation around here to prevent me from sending a message back. What are they trying to do? At this moment, Ker could no longer remain calm. Her entire body's divine power surged as the power of temporal merged with her divine power. Through the divine brush in her hand, she struck again. During this process, she was so anxious that when she used the limitless Tao of the four Taos of heaven and earth again, she entered the same mysterious state that she had entered before. Moreover, in this state, her limitless Tao grasped this opportunity and successfully transformed. She had completely mastered the limitless Tao. Originally, Ker was a little powerless against the four members of the Yun family. However, after completely mastering the limitless Tao and summoning her avatar of the power of temporal, her strength was overpowering and slightly overpowering the four of them. What a monster! This Lady Ning Shui is too monstrous. She has completely mastered the limitless Tao. Is this the limitless Tao of the four Taos of heaven and earth? How terrifying! She has mastered the four Taos of heaven and earth. With Lady Ning Shui's talent and comprehension, it's not impossible for her to become an ultimate expert in the future. The four members of the Yun family became more and more shocked as they fought. In the end, all four of them activated their bloodline power and barely managed to overpower Ker, who had broken through the limitless Tao. However, they only managed to overpower her by a little. With their strength, it was impossible for them to defeat Ker or even restrain Ker. Now, we can only wait for the clan leader to send someone over or personally come over. With just the four of us, it's difficult for us to forcefully bring Lady Ning Shui back. I didn't expect us old men would be defeated by a little girl one day. If Miss Ning Shui and young Master Qing Yan can become husband and wife, it will be a great blessing for the Yun family. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was unaware that his wife, Ker, had left the divine offering land and returned to the Xia clan. Moreover, he was stopped by the members of the Yun family near the entrance of the Xia clan. Currently, Duan Lingtian was focused on entering the solo secret zone that he had opened with all his battle merits. He wanted to improve his strength before the chaotic zone opened. Once that area opens up, I'm sure the people from the realms of gods, including the divine offering land and the sanctioned land, will head there in search of more fortuitous encounters. Even Ku-er will probably go. Perhaps at that time, I'll be able to find Kerr and reunite with her. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel excited when he thought about this. It had been almost 1,000 years. He and his wife, Kerr, had not seen each other for almost 1,000 years. After all, he and his wife, Ku-er, had only been together for a few decades, and even then they had spent more time apart than together. Even so, it did not affect his unwavering love for his wife, Kerr. In fact, the reason he had been able to overcome so many obstacles along the way was because of his wife, Kerr. Kerr, wait for me. We'll meet again soon. Duan Lingtian's eyes were sharp and determined as he entered the solo secret zone that had been opened with all his battle merits. Almost at the same time, on the other side of the realm battlefield, a lesser ultimate god from the divine offering land and a young man had also entered a solo secret zone. A solo secret zone that has been opened with a lot of battle merits must have a lot of brothels. This time, I must strive to become a medium ultimate god. Chapter 4260. Similar to the Shengang land and the world of divine offering, there were many powerful ultimate god forces in the sanctioned land. Almost all of them had the protection of living supreme experts. Ning Yixuan came from the Ning clan, a powerful ultimate god family in the sanctioned land. Although he was not a direct descendant of the Ning clan master, his status was even more honorable than the descendants of the Ning clan master. It was said that his lineage had once produced a supreme expert. Ning Yixuan was the recognized genius of the Ning clan. He was also recognized as the first genius in the history of the Ning clan. He became an emperor god when he was 1,800 years old. He became an ultimate god when he was 3,000 years old. Now, he was not even 4,000 years old, but his cultivation level was close to becoming a medium ultimate god. He was only one step away from becoming a medium ultimate god. Moreover, not only was his cultivation talent incredible, but his comprehension was also incredible. He was not even 4,000 years old and was only a lower ultimate god, but he had already comprehended the law of life to the point where he could illuminate 1,000,000 miles, creating a precedent for the Ning clan. In the Ning clan, there had never been anyone who had comprehended the law of life to the point where they could illuminate 1,000,000 miles before the age of 4,000. Recommend the book-chasing app that I have been using recently. Source changing divine artifact app. Read in cached mode. Read aloud offline. There had never been anyone who had comprehended the law of life to the point where they could illuminate 1,000,000 miles with just the cultivation level of a lower ultimate god. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that he had also mastered the Spear Dao, one of the 4 Dao of heaven and earth, the Weapon Dao. He had completely mastered it instead of just grasping the embryonic form. In addition, there was a high-level, profound divine metal in his body. There were even rumors. It was said that Ning Yixuan was valued by the supreme expert behind the Ning clan and had even stayed with the supreme expert for more than 1,000 years. During this period, he could receive the supreme expert's guidance at all times. Ning Yixuan was very famous in the sanctioned land. He was not only the pride of the Ning clan, but he was also recognized as the child of destiny by the people in the sanctioned land. There weren't many who didn't envy Ning Yixuan, and there weren't many who didn't envy Ning Yixuan. In the Ning clan in the sanctioned land, clan master, in the quiet courtyard, an old man looked at the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes who was slowly walking in and quickly bowed. His tone was filled with reverence. "Fourth uncle." As for the luxuriously dressed middle-aged man, he bowed respectfully before the old man. "You are an elder. There is no need for you to bow to me in private. The patriarch is the patriarch of the Ning family. We can't ignore the etiquette." The old man shook his head. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man asked, "Patriarch, did you come this time for that child, Yixuan?" The middle-aged man smiled and nodded. "I just came out of seclusion when I heard that he had returned." "Patriarch, you're late." The old man smiled bitterly. He came back 60 years ago. However, not long after he returned, he left the clan and went to the planar battlefield. Judging from his words, he's planning to break through to the medium-level ultimate god realm in the dimensional battlefield. As the old man spoke, there was a hint of worry between his brows. You're going to break through to medium-level ultimate god? The middle-aged man in luxurious robes, who was the current head of the Ning clan, a giant godly venerable rank clan in the land of sanctions, could not help but light up when he heard the old man's words. So soon? I remember. He's less than 4,000 years old, right? As expected of the most monstrous existence in the history of our Ning clan, the head of the Ning clan side. The old man could not help but smile bitterly. I do hope that he can be more ordinary. He's good at everything, but he can't stay idle and always likes to go outside. The head of the Ning clan smiled. If he didn't like to go outside and explore, he wouldn't be where he is today. Fourth uncle, don't worry. Ishuan will be fine. Perhaps the next time we see him, he'll already be a medium-level ultimate god. The head of the Ning clan comforted. He knew that the monstrous youth of their Ning clan would not die so easily. Not to mention his heaven-defying luck, there was still someone behind him. He knew that the ultimate powerhouse behind their Ning clan valued the other party very much. Furthermore, the other party had followed that ultimate powerhouse for many years. Even if he really encountered an undefeatable opponent, he might still have some life-saving means that ultimate powerhouse had bestowed upon him. Everything else aside for now, an ultimate expert's divine power was definitely not lacking. Although it was easier for him to obtain an ultimate expert's divine power than ordinary people, he still felt inferior compared to Ning Ishuan, even if he was the current head of the Ning clan. Perhaps the Ning clan will have a second ultimate expert in this generation. The head of the Ning clan muttered to himself. Naturally, the old man beside him could not hear his mutterings. Even with the head of the Ning clan comforting him, the old man's eyes were still filled with worry. His clan was once glorious, but since that ultimate expert died, it seemed that their luck had been bad. Even if there were experts who rose up, they all fell in the outworld one after another. Now, their bloodline was only left with that one seedling. If something happened to him, their clan would be completely cut off. In the battlefield of the gods' adjudication, the battlefield where the divine offering land and the land of sanctions met, Ning Ishuan had been accumulating battle merits in the battlefield of the gods' adjudication for many years. He wanted to open a single secret realm and strive to enter the medium ultimate god realm before the chaotic area where more people from the realms of gods gathered. Now that the time had come, he did not care about his battle merits and directly opened the single secret realm to enter. I've accumulated so many battle merits to open this single secret realm. It shouldn't be possible for people from the divine offering land to enter at the same time and fight to the death with me, right? After entering the single secret realm, Ning Ishuan looked at the picturesque scenery around him and narrowed his eyes slightly. If there really is someone, then he can only blame himself for being unlucky. No matter how strong a lower ultimate god is, he won't be able to escape death when he meets me, Ning Ishuan. I've killed many medium ultimate gods in the battlefield of the gods' adjudication this time. A mere lower ultimate god is no match for me. Ning Ishuan was very confident. He indeed had the confidence to do so. After all, he was not an ordinary lower ultimate god. He was the pride of the Ning clan in the land of sanctions. He was also recognized as the strongest person among the younger generation in the land of sanctions, a peerless genius. Even in the land of sanctions, many people said that it was not just the land of sanctions. It was difficult to find another person who was more outstanding than Ning Ishuan in the realms of gods or even the entire heaven and earth. It was even difficult to find someone who was as outstanding as Ning Ishuan. Just as Ning Ishuan was waiting for the arrival of the first checkpoint, he realized that it did not appear for a long time. This made him have a guess in his heart. Could it be that there's really someone from the land of divine remains who is so unlucky as to enter the same single secret realm as me? To be able to enter this single secret realm with me, This means that he has also spent a long time accumulating battle merits to finally open this secret realm. I spent more than 50 years accumulating battle merits. He should have accumulated them for hundreds or even thousands of years. In Ning Yishuan's opinion, it was definitely not easy for a lower ultimate god to accumulate so many battle merits. He could accumulate them so quickly because he was strong enough to be almost invincible among the lower ultimate gods. Now I'm looking forward to meeting him. Ning Yishuan's eyes were filled with anticipation. I wonder if he's a man or a woman. There's a high probability that he's a man. While Ning Yishuan was filled with curiosity and anticipation, in another place within the secret realm where he was, a purple figure stood in the air on a boundless plain. There hasn't been a checkpoint for so long? The young man in purple was none other than Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had been in the secret realm for some time, but after waiting for some time, he did not encounter any checkpoints. Although he had killed some lives in the secret realm, he only received some additional rewards. Moreover, those lives were scattered everywhere and did not look like a secret realm checkpoint at all. This situation. Could it be that someone from the land of sanctions entered this single secret realm with me? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he thought of this. How could a lower ultimate god from the land of sanctions be so bored? Even a lower ultimate god with some strength would have to spend at least hundreds or thousands of years to accumulate so many battle merits, right? He has accumulated so many battle merits to open this single secret realm. If I'm not mistaken, he's preparing for the opening of that chaotic area. What a pity. It's a pity that he met me. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, the lower ultimate god from the land of sanctions was destined to be unlucky to have met him this time. With his current strength, he was not afraid of a lower ultimate god no matter how strong he was. Moreover, he did not think that a lower ultimate god could be that strong. At least, he had not heard of any lower ultimate god who could easily kill a medium ultimate god when he was in the Shengang land. Even if there were a few lower ultimate gods who could kill a medium ultimate god, they had killed those who had not consolidated their cultivation base. They were incomparable to his current strength. The single secret realm is a duel between me and him. Everything in this secret realm is just icing on the cake. With so many battle merits to open this single secret realm, the extra rewards will definitely be very generous once we decide the winner. Next, I'll find him directly. I hope he's not hiding too deeply. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian moved as fast as lightning. Almost at the same time, in another place in this secret realm, a young man in a blue robe was surrounded by light. His figure swayed, and he flew out with the wind. That lower ultimate god from the land of the gods should have realized that this is a single secret realm for a duel with me. I'm not afraid of anything else, but I'm afraid he's hiding. I'll try to find him before he hides. Otherwise, I'll have to wait until the final moment before the secret realm closes and force him to appear before I can find him. In a secret realm that was neither too big nor too small, two lower ultimate gods were looking for each other. Then why did you ask them to stop me? Why didn't you let me send a message back? Kerr asked coldly. In her past life, even if she was unwilling to marry her cousin, Yun Qingyan, she still respected her uncle as an elder. However, the respect she had for her uncle was now gone because of his actions. Schwerer, you'll find out about this in the future. Why don't you follow me back to the Yun clan and be a guest for a while? The clan leader of the Yun clan said with a smile that was as refreshing as a spring breeze. At the same time, there was a faint glimmer in the depths of his eyes that was captivating. Even Kerr was slightly dazed at this moment. At this moment, the originally hostile scene suddenly became deathly silent. At this moment, the clan leader of the Yun clan had cast the soul-assimilating mystic technique with his soul energy that was considered top-notch among high-level ultimate gods. He intended to temporarily distract his niece and forcefully bring her back to the Yun clan before deciding what to do next. He was afraid she would go to extremes at this moment. This was something he was worried about and did not want to see. A mere high-level ultimate god dares to distract my master? At this moment, a voice reverberated in Kerr's ears. The voice was cold and childish. At the same time, a faint ray of light shot out of Kerr's body and swept toward her soul. Bang! As the pen light shot out, the strands of external soul energy were immediately severed. A single stroke was enough to sever one's soul. At this moment, Kerr's mind was completely clear. As for the culprit, the clan leader of the Yun clan, he could not help but change his expression. Shui-Er's divine weapon can actually restrain the soul-assimilating mystic technique? At this moment, he suddenly felt that things were going to be difficult. This divine weapon was obviously obtained by his niece in the dimensional battlefield. Before this, although she had also obtained a divine weapon from her previous life, it was not this godly brush. This godly brush was not an ordinary divine weapon. It gave him the feeling that it might have been fused with the embryo of a supreme divine weapon. However, it did not strengthen itself but instead gave it the ability to destroy souls. If the embryo of a supreme divine weapon was fused with a high-level divine weapon, it could strengthen the weapon or give it some kind of ability. Even if I bring her back to the Yun clan and find a high-level ultimate god who specializes in soul-assimilating mystic techniques, can they really interfere with her memories? At this moment, he was doubtful. It seems that if I want to succeed, I'll have to take away her divine weapon first. He sighed in his heart, feeling that things were going to be a little tricky. A full soul superior divine weapon was not something that could be easily taken away. It was a divine weapon that could be fused with its owner's body and be compatible with its owner. Unless the owner of the divine weapon was willing, the only way to make the divine weapon independent was to kill the owner. What a clan leader of the Yun clan! At this moment, Kerr, who had regained her senses, realized what had happened to her with the reminder of the divine weapon's soul. When she looked at the clan leader of the Yun clan again, her eyes were cold and she no longer addressed him as uncle. You actually used the soul-assimilating mystic technique on me. It seems like you want to forcibly restrict my freedom. At this moment, I'll make my stance clear. If you want to take me away by force, it's impossible. Over my dead body, if I want to commit suicide, even the clan leader of the Yun clan can't stop me. As she spoke, a cold smile appeared on Kerr's face. Cousin! At this moment, the young man standing behind the clan leader of the Yun clan, Yun Qingyan, the great young master of the Yun clan, said, "My father is your uncle. He's your senior. How can you speak to him in such a manner?" In the Yun clan, the clan leader of the Yun clan's younger sister was not the only one who had married the clan leader of the Xia clan. Moreover, the clan leader of the Yun clan's first wife, who was also Yun Qingyan's biological sister, was also married to the clan leader of the Xia clan. She was also the first wife of the clan leader of the Xia clan. After the death of his first wife, the clan leader of the Yun clan's second wife was married to the clan leader of the Xia clan. Naturally, Kerr was not the child of the two wives of the clan leader of the Xia clan in her past life. She was an illegitimate daughter whom the clan leader of the Xia clan had brought back from outside. For this reason, she did not address the clan leader of the Yun clan as uncle. She usually addressed him as uncle. Since her biological father was the first wife of the clan leader of the Xia clan, it made sense for her to address the clan leader of the Yun clan as such. Kerr merely glanced at Yun Qingyan indifferently when she heard his reprimand. Yun Qingyan, do you know how I viewed you in my past life? She did not wait for Yun Qingyan's reply and continued to say, in my eyes, you're just a piece of trash who grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth. In my past life, you wanted to marry me because of my strength and innate talent. I killed myself in hopes of reincarnating so that I could fulfill my father's wish and destroy our engagement. However, I didn't expect you and the Yun clan would not let me go. Kerr's voice grew colder as she spoke. Yun Qingyan was not angry when he heard her words. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, Cousin, you were stubborn back then. Neither I nor the Yun clan promised you that we would destroy our engagement if you successfully reincarnated. Back then, this cousin of his had threatened his uncle that she would die to repay him with her flesh and blood. After all, She was only able to appear in this world because of him. Back then, it had caused a huge commotion. Many people, including him and the Yun clan, had tried to stop her, but they could not shake her determination. At that time, when his cousin had died, he had thought that it was impossible for her to reincarnate successfully since it was a path of certain death. He did not have the guts to do so. However, he didn't expect that his cousin would succeed. Of course, he knew that his cousin had succeeded because his cousin's cultivation base had increased to a certain level in this life. That was how he found out through the means of the Yun clan and the Xia clan. At that time, he had thought that since his cousin was so unwilling and had lost her cultivation base after reincarnating, it would be fine if she did not continue with the engagement in her past life. However, at that time, his father had come to him and told him that, as the saying went, destruction is the key to creation. If there were no accidents, his cousin would become even more monstrous after experiencing the calamity of life and death. At that time, he was tempted again. He could not help but be tempted. Later on, when he saw his cousin in this life and learned that she had found a husband and had a child with him, he was enraged and jealous. The woman in his life had been snatched away by someone else. If his cousin had not threatened him with her life, he would not have let that person off so easily. Chapter 4262. Although Yun Qingyan did not have strong feelings for his cousin, he was still in love with her. However, the marriage contract in his past life had made him view his cousin as his personal property. He would not allow anyone to take her away from him. For this reason, when he learned that his cousin had a husband and a child with him after reincarnating, he was so furious that he wanted to kill her more than once. He even thought that even if his cousin really wanted to die, he would still vent his anger on her. However, whenever he thought about his father and how he would have to rely on his cousin to take charge of the Yun clan in the future, he suppressed his anger. Later on, he brought his cousin back to the realms of gods. However, since his uncle, the clan leader of the Xia clan, had spoken, he had no choice but to send her back to the Xia clan. Moreover, he had left the hostages related to Duan Lingtian behind in the Xia clan. Of course, before he left, his uncle, the current patriarch of the Xia clan, had promised him that after 1,000 years, when the planar battlefield closed, he would marry his cousin. At that time, the Xia family would also use the hostages he had captured to threaten his cousin. Only then did he feel at ease leaving the Xia clan. However, he did not expect such a drastic change would occur in the Xia clan a few hundred years later. A powerhouse from the land of sanctions had gone to the Xia clan to look for trouble with his uncle, the clan leader of the Xia clan. Meanwhile, the third master of the Xia clan had seized this opportunity to send the hostages he had captured, who were related to Duan Ling Tian, out of the divine offering land. From then on, the trump card that was used to coerce his cousin was gone. If his cousin found out about this, she would never marry him again. Initially, he had thought he could wait until the realm battlefield closed and the passageway between the realms of gods and the lower realms of gods opened. At that time, he would be able to capture Duan Lingtian and his family members and coerce his cousin. It would only take him a little more effort. His father had agreed with his plan. However, he did not expect this to happen. Duan Lingtian, his cousin's husband in this life, who was as insignificant as an ant in his eyes, had risen to prominence in less than 1,000 years. Last time, he had almost killed him. If it wasn't for the fact that his father had left something in his hands, he would have died then and there. After that incident, he felt a lingering fear. It was also after that incident that his father overturned his previous plan, because the plan to capture and threaten Duan Lingtian and his family again was no longer realistic. Duan Lingtian's growth was simply beyond their control. Now, even if the dimensional battlefield was closed, the Xia clan could only send people to the lower planes. Those who were not suppressed were only medium-level ultimate gods. With Duan Lingtian's speed of growth, he would most likely enter the medium ultimate god realm by then. Duan Lingtian came from a lower secondary plane so he could form law avatars. As long as he had a law of space avatar to protect his family, the people they sent to the lower secondary planes were destined to be unable to do anything to them. They might not even be able to return. Please recommend the book app I've been using recently. Source changing artifact. Lots of books, complete books, and fast updates. The original plan was overturned. The new plan was launched. The new plan was to strike first to gain the upper hand. The first step was to send people to guard near the Xia clan to prevent his cousin Xia Ningxue from returning to the Xia clan. They would not let her know that Duan Lingtian's family was no longer in the Xia clan and was no longer under threat. Once his cousin knew about this, everything would be out of their control. With his cousin's character, without something to threaten her, their engagement was destined to be a joke. One had to know that his cousin had no qualms in her previous life. She was even willing to give up her life to resist the engagement. If such a strong person did not have a soft spot, no one could make her do anything she did not want to do. The second step was to find an expert who was good at soul techniques to erase his cousin's memory after threatening her. Then they would have a child. After that, even if his cousin's memory was restored, as long as the child stayed in the Xia clan, it would be enough to bind her. In the future, with that child in his hands, it would be equivalent to having another trump card to threaten his cousin. He knew his cousin's character very well. If it was really her own child, she would not sit by and do nothing. However, based on the current situation, his cousin seemed to have had a fortuitous encounter in the dimensional battlefield. She had obtained a divine weapon that could break soul techniques. Now, even his father had told him through sound transmission that things were getting tricky. There were only two options left. The first option was to not let his cousin know that Duan Lingtian's family had left the Xia clan and escaped their control. Then he would force her to marry him. The second option was to seize his cousin's divine weapon and continue with the second step of the original plan. Obviously, comparing the two options, the second option was more unrealistic. Schwer. The head of the Yun clan glanced at Kerr indifferently and said, "Some time ago, I went to find your father and personally brought your husband's parents to the Yun clan. Don't you want to go to the Yun clan to see them?" The head of the Yun clan was already thinking of tricking his niece into leaving first. When she was not as vigilant as she was now, he would then make his move and imprison her, preventing her from committing suicide. Now, he had a feeling that if he dared to use force, his niece would most likely choose to die. Therefore, he could only lie to her now. Kerr laughed mockingly. "Head of the Yun clan, I don't dare to believe your words. Today, before I see the members of the Yun clan, I will not leave with you. I still want to know why you are preventing me from returning to the Xia clan. What happened in the Xia clan?" Kerr's attitude was very firm. There was no room for negotiation. From beginning to end, there was a sharp energy accumulating in her body. If the head of the Yun clan dared to make a move against her, she would not hesitate to end her own life. She also believed that the head of the Yun clan would not dare to take the risk and force her to her death. Therefore, she had him firmly in her grasp. Only in this way would she be able to contact the Xia clan and find out what had happened there. The head of the Yun clan could not help but frown slightly when he saw Kerr's determination and vigilance. Even Yun Qingyan was starting to panic. He sent a voice transmission to the head of the Yun clan. "Father, what should we do now? Based on her attitude, if we don't let her see the Xia clan and return to the Xia clan, she will really choose to die again. Father, based on her stubbornness in her past life, she is really capable of doing that." If possible, Yun Qingyan did not want his cousin to die. Once she was dead, she would no longer be of any use to him. "Humph, of course I know that." The head of the Yun clan snorted coldly. His voice was filled with anger as he said, "I'm the head of the Yun clan. I can't believe there would be a day when I would threaten a little girl. If word of this gets out, I won't be able to face anyone anymore. In the end, it's because you are useless. If you had worked harder, with her talent and comprehension, I wouldn't have needed to rely on you." He knew his son was not only inferior to him, but he was also inferior to the patriarchs of the Yun clan. Even if he became the head of the Yun clan, he would not have much of a deterrent force. He and the patriarchs of the Yun clan would not be able to protect his son forever. Therefore, he had chosen his niece, Xia Ningxue, who was not related to the Yun clan by blood, for his son. He wanted her to be a great help to his son. However, he did not expect his plan would cause so many problems. Yun Qingyan was silent when he heard his father's reprimand. He did not dare to speak, but in his heart he was not convinced. Am I that bad? What? You're not convinced? As Yun Qingyan's father, how could the head of the Yun clan not see through Yun Qingyan's thoughts? Let's not talk about Xia Ningshui. Let's talk about her husband in this life. Can you compare to Duan Lingtian? You can't even compare to Duan Lingtian's little finger. Although I don't know how he rose to prominence, he's definitely a monster among monsters to be able to rise to where he is today from a mundane realm in less than 1,000 years. At the very least, I know some legendary supreme powerhouses who rose from mundane realms might not be as glorious as him. If nothing goes wrong, Duan Lingtian is destined to become a supreme powerhouse given enough time. The head of the Yun clan paused for a moment before he continued. Originally, if Xia Ningshui was determined not to marry you in this life, it's not a big deal for me to give up. However, the problem is you have offended Duan Lingtian. He has great potential to become a supreme powerhouse. In fact, in my opinion, he has a higher chance of becoming a supreme powerhouse than me and Xiaoyu. In the future, if he wants to take revenge on you and the Yun clan, it won't be difficult. Now, I can only take the Yun clan with me and follow you to the end. Today, I've allowed you to marry Xia Ningshui not only so that you'll have a formidable force in the Yun clan in the future, but also so that you can lure Duan Lingtian out. The most important thing now is to kill Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian will become a huge problem for you and the Yun clan. The head of the Yun clan's tone turned gloomier as he spoke. Yun Qingyan's face turned pale when he heard his father's words. However, he knew his father's worries were justified. Based on the speed at which Duan Lingtian grew, he would definitely become a huge problem for him and the Yun clan in the future if he was allowed to do as he pleased. Father. Yun Qingyan sent a voice transmission to his father. Why don't we ask the old ancestor to kill Duan Lingtian? The old ancestor is a supreme powerhouse. Isn't it easy for him to kill someone? Yun Qingyan said. In his opinion, the old ancestor of the Yun clan was a supreme powerhouse and was extremely powerful. There were not many people in this world that he could not kill. If the old ancestor was willing to make a move, it would not be difficult for him to find Duan Lingtian and kill him. Yun Qingyan stared at his father with burning eyes. His face and eyes were filled with anticipation. The head of the Yun family said. Xiaoyu was taken aback by the head of the Yun family's words. That boy from the mundane realm has become a lower ultimate god. He found it hard to believe, although his third brother, Xia Jie, had told him in the past that his son-in-law was not an ordinary person. He had only chuckled when he heard it and did not take it seriously. How could a native from the mundane realm achieve anything even if he was not an ordinary person? It was already good enough for him to make a name for himself in the Devata realm. However, he was shocked when he heard the head of the Yun family's words. He found it hard to imagine how a native from the mundane realm could achieve such a feat in just 1,000 years. At the very least, he had never heard of anyone breaking through to the ultimate god stage before the age of 1,000. Even the natives of the realms of gods had never done such a thing. That boy's innate talent is monstrous indeed. He's a good match for Shui. At this moment, even Xiaoyu didn't know why, but this thought popped up in his mind. The clan leader of the Yun family's expression changed when he saw Xiaoyu's thoughts. Don't even think about matchmaking them. Shui can choose not to marry Yener, but Duan Lingtian must die. Moreover, you must cooperate with me to get rid of Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, if something happens to that senior from the Xia family while he's on duty, it'll be a big deal. You know what I mean? Once again, the patriarch of the Yun family once again used this matter to threaten Xiaoyu. A cold glint flashed across Xiaoyu's eyes. At the same time, there was a hint of unwillingness in the depths of his eyes. However, in the end, he gave in. On one hand, there was the Xia family's biggest backer. He was the only surviving supreme powerhouse in the Xia family. His existence was crucial to the Xia family's prosperity. On the other hand, there was a peerless genius who would be extremely powerful in the future. However, after weighing the two options, he could only choose the former. "What do you want me to do?" Xia Yu asked in a low voice. Before the patriarch of the Yun family could speak, Yun Qingyan, who was standing by the side, was stunned when he heard that the patriarch of the Yun family would not force his cousin, Xianing Shui, to marry him. "Father." Yun Qingyan raised his voice and asked, "Why? Why?" He could not figure out why his father would suddenly change his mind and say that the Xia family would not force his cousin, Xianing Shui, to marry him. Everything happened so suddenly. He did not even have time to react. Therefore, at this moment he lost his composure. "Shut up." The clan leader of the Yun family glared at Yun Qingyan and reprimanded him. "You have no right to question my decision." The clan leader of the Yun family explained to Yun Qingyan through voice transmission, "Do you want to marry Xianing Shui and face an enemy like Duan Lingtian? Or do you want to lose Xianing Shui and let that Duan Lingtian die?" Insert a perfect copybook chasing artifact old version changeable source app. Changeable source artifact, 2 choices. Choose one of the two. If you choose the former, I will immediately change my words. On the battlefield of divine judgment. In a one-man secret realm. 2 silhouettes that were sometimes swift and sometimes hidden finally met after crossing mountains and valleys. They found each other as they wished. Duan Lingtian looked at the young man in front of him, his eyes shining brightly. "I finally found this guy. This guy actually didn't hide?" Was he very confident in himself? At the same time, the young man standing opposite Duan Lingtian, Ning Yixuan from the sanctioned Ning family, was also staring at the purple-clothed young man before him. His thoughts were no different from Duan Lingtian's. This guy didn't hide? Was it that easy to find? Furthermore, when he saw him earlier, he actually took the initiative to greet him. There was a certain risk involved. After all, they would be sent to an unfamiliar mundane realm. It was almost impossible to accurately send them back to the Saint Province realm. "Shui." At this moment, the clan leader of the Yun family said with a smile, "Follow your father back to the Xia family. After you've confirmed that they're fine, your father and I will send you to a place to be sealed. The reason I sent people to stop you is because I'm worried that you won't want to talk to Yen and the Yun family after you know they're gone. We've gone overboard this time. Your father is angry as well. Let's call off the marriage agreement. As for the Yun family, you only need to be sealed for 1,000 years. In the heavenly adjudicator battlefield, it was a single-person secret realm that required a lot of battle merits to open. 2 young men stood facing each other. "Young man, you're considered unlucky to have met me." Ning Yixuan stared at the purple-clad young man in front of him with a faint smile on his face. It seemed that he did not intend to attack directly. Or rather, he was confident enough that he was not worried that his opponent would attack him first. "Can you tell me why you're accumulating so many battle merits to open this single-person secret realm? Is it to seek opportunities to prepare for the opening of the chaotic area?" Ning Yixuan asked with a smile. "So many battle merits?" Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Ning Yixuan's words. He almost wanted to ask why Ning Yixuan had said what he wanted to say. "Is this little bit of battle merits considered a lot?" Duan Lingtian replied with a question. His tone was natural and calm. "Is it not a lot?" Ning Yixuan smiled. "It would take an ordinary lower-level ultimate god like you at least a few hundred to 1,000 years to accumulate so many battle merits, right? Even if your strength is good and you're considered an upper-class lower ultimate god, it would be difficult for you to accumulate so many battle merits in less than 100 years. What? Are you going to tell me that you've only spent less than 100 years to accumulate these battle merits? If that's the case, I'll have to look up to you. You've accumulated so many battle merits in less than 100 years. Ning Yishuan's smile became even brighter as he spoke. Although he was smiling, there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Obviously, he did not think that Duan Lingtian had accumulated so many battle merits in 100 years. It was impossible to accumulate so many battle merits in 100 years if one did not have the strength to kill an ordinary middle ultimate god. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Ning Yishuan's words. He then looked at him deeply. What you mean is, you didn't spend much time to accumulate those battle merits. He also knew that even a top-lower ultimate god would find it difficult to accumulate so many battle merits in 100 years. However, judging from Ning Yishuan's behavior, he obviously did not believe that he could accumulate so many battle merits in 100 years. Coupled with his confidence, there was a high probability that he was one of the top-lower ultimate gods. It might have taken him more than 100 years to accumulate those battle merits. No wonder you're so confident. When you saw me, you immediately ran up to me. Do you think I'm a lamb waiting to be slaughtered? Duan Lingtian secretly laughed. Not bad. Ning Yishuan smiled faintly in response to Duan Lingtian's question. So, although it took me some time, it's definitely shorter than yours. Let me introduce myself. I'm the most dazzling person in the land of Sanction's Ning clan. Although Ning Yishuan was introducing himself, he did not mention his name because he knew that he was very famous even in the land of divine remains. As long as the ultimate gods in the land of divine remains were not those who had been in closed-door cultivation for more than 1,000 years or those who did not interact with others, there was a high probability that they would not know about him. You didn't even mention your name. Is that a self-introduction? Duan Lingtian was a little speechless when he heard Ning Yishuan's self-introduction. Or do you think I should know about you, the most dazzling person in the land of Sanction's Ning clan? If that's the case, I'm sorry, I've never heard of you. Although the dimensional battlefield had opened and the spatial passageways between the realms of gods had been sealed, it was still very easy for existences above the ultimate god level to travel between the realms of gods. They only needed to transit through the dimensional battlefield. Even if it was different dimensional battlefield, as long as they found the weak point of the spatial barrier, they could travel freely. Not to mention existences above the ultimate god realm, even many powerful god emperors could easily do this. Therefore, Ning Yishuan had also heard some rumors about the Mystic Star Land. A peerless genius had appeared in the Mystic Star Land. He was not even 1,000 years old and was already a higher god emperor. This achievement had even surpassed Ning Yishuan's. One had to know that even Ning Yishuan had only just stepped into the god emperor realm when he was 1,000 years old. Even he had only broken through to the lower god emperor realm when he was 1,800 years old. Many people might not think much of this rumor or even believe it when they heard it. However, Ning Yishuan remembered it in his heart. He even had someone go to the Mystic Star Land to confirm it and finally confirmed that it was an indisputable fact. Only then did he realize that someone who was not even 1,000 years old had surpassed him back then. Of course, he did not care. Even if someone who had stepped into the higher god emperor realm before the age of 1,000 years old might not necessarily be able to step into the ultimate god realm. Now, the reason why he was shocked was because, as far as he knew, the name of the higher god emperor monster, who was not even 1,000 years old in the Mystic Star Land, was Duan Lingtian. Impossible! He's from the world of divine offering, not from the Mystic Star Land. At this moment, Ning Yishuan even thought that the person in front of him was the monster from the Mystic Star Land. However, on second thought, the other party came from the world of divine offering, so it was impossible for him to be that person. It was not that he did not guess at that moment that the other party might have run from the Mystic Star Land to the world of divine offering and then entered the God's adjudication battlefield as a person from the world of divine offering. However, as soon as this thought appeared, it was dispelled by him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If this person was really that person, then wouldn't he have stepped into the ultimate god realm before the age of 1,000? Wouldn't his record of being the fastest person to step into the ultimate god realm in all the planes of gods be broken by someone else? Could not be that person. Therefore, at this moment, although he did not think that the other party was that person, at the same time, he told himself that the other party was not that person. Don't tell me that you know me. Although Ning Yixuan's complicated expression changed in an instant, it was still caught by Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh mockingly. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, Ning Yixuan, who did not intend to ask if the other party came from the mystic star land, asked this question out of curiosity. You came from the mystic star land? Faced with Ning Yixuan's question, Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned. Can't be, right? This person really knows me? Am I so famous now? Even the land of punishment knows about me? Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. It was impossible for him to imagine that the reason the other party had heard of him was because the other party was a genius and had paid attention to some of the monsters that appeared in the Plains of Gods. This was especially so for someone like him, who had become a high-level god emperor faster than the other party. What's with your expression? Seeing Duan Lingtian's stunned expression, Ning Yixuan's originally calm expression suddenly froze. Then he raised his voice. Don't tell me. You really came from the mystic star land. Although he still did not quite dare to believe it, the other party's expression was enough to express many things. Duan Lingtian also came back to his senses at this time. His expression returned to normal as he said indifferently. If the Duan Lingtian you heard of from the mystic starland came from the mystic starland's Myriad Law Academy, then it should be me. Mystic Starland, Myriad Law Academy. At this moment, Ning Yixuan was completely sure. It's him. It's him. It's him. It's really him. Ning Yixuan's heart trembled. Then his voice trembled slightly. Didn't you just become a high-level god emperor not long ago? You actually became a lower-level god emperor? At this time, Ning Yixuan took a closer look at the person in front of him. It was not difficult to see that although the other party was a lower-level god emperor, his divine power was obviously very unstable. This was clearly a lower-level god emperor who had yet to consolidate his cultivation. Everything made sense now. The other party was really that peerless monster Duan Lingtian from the mystic starland. I had some fortuitous encounters after entering the planar battlefield. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. It's just that I didn't expect that there would still be people in the distant land of sanctions who have heard of me, Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian said this, Ning Yixuan's expression became complicated. Then, he asked somewhat unwillingly, Duan Lingtian, tell me the truth. You really haven't heard of me, Ning Yixuan? Not only was Ning Yixuan not reconciled, he was also somewhat unwilling to give up. Duan Lingtian shook his head. No matter how many times you ask me, it's the same. I really haven't heard of you. Are you very famous? Are you really famous? Or do you think you're famous? Duan Lingtian was somewhat puzzled. In fact, Ning Yixuan's fame was naturally very great. It was just that Duan Lingtian's environment made it impossible for him to hear of Ning Yixuan's existence. If Duan Lingtian mingled with the ultimate god-level forces in the mystic starland or the world of divine remains, it would definitely be easy for him to know of Ning Yixuan's existence. However, he was in the Myriad Law Academy. Moreover, he was in the Myriad Law Academy's internal division. Everyone in the internal division was a monster. Although Ning Yixuan was also a monster, he was still not worthy of being praised by Yang Yuchen, the third senior brother of the internal division, in front of his junior brothers and sisters. No matter how high one's talent was, it would be in vain if one couldn't grow. Moreover, many people were very talented in the early stages and made rapid progress. However, in the later stages, they might be stuck in a certain cultivation realm and not make any progress. At this moment, when he heard Duan Lingtian's words, Ning Yixuan wanted to vomit blood. What did he mean by he was really famous, or did he think he was famous? Duan Lingtian. Ning Yixuan furrowed his brows and shouted angrily, I've heard that you're very strong and can fight enemies above your level. Although you've just entered the lower-level ultimate god realm, I won't treat you as an ordinary lower-level ultimate god. In addition, you must have entered the dimensional battlefield not long ago, less than 100 years. If I'm not mistaken, your strength shouldn't be weaker than some of the weaker medium ultimate gods. However, this time, I, Ning Yishuan, am destined to kill you. Even if I don't gain anything else this time, it's worth it to spend so many battle merits to kill a monster like you. As Ning Yishuan finished speaking, a bloodthirsty light flashed in his eyes. At the same time, divine power rose from his body along with a terrifying aura of life. Then, a vision appeared and shrouded the surroundings, causing Duan Lingtian's expression to become solemn. The power of the law of life illuminated millions of miles. A sharp sword essence rose as if it could tear and destroy everything. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's strength skyrocketed and turned into bursts of spatial storms. It seemed to be able to distort the surrounding space, causing the surrounding space to darken. One could vaguely see that many spaces were folded together and swaying like pieces of paper. The Tao of control was also displayed at the right time. Although Duan Lingtian's divine power and power of law were inferior to his opponents, the existence of the Tao of Sword Tao and the Tao of Control were enough to allow Duan Lingtian's strength to catch up with or even surpass his opponent. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian used his body to control the sword. Wherever they passed, the space was torn apart. At the same time, there was also the spatial energy to open a path, seal, and imprison the space in front of them. The purpose was naturally to obstruct Ning Yishuan's attack. It's useless. Ning Yishuan charged with his spear, his tone indifferent. So what if you've exhausted some of my attack? My life law is endless. Small losses can be recovered in an instant. The truth was just as Ning Yishuan said. Although Duan Lingtian had exhausted a portion of Ning Yishuan's attack, this portion of power was quickly regenerated. As if he had instantly recovered to his peak state, the law of life, the power of life, grew and multiplied endlessly. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also deeply realized the power and terror of the life law. The life law that he had mastered was on a completely different level from the life law that he had mastered, yet it was powerful to such an extent. It should be known that he had also mastered the life law and had the sacred tree of life in his body. He also had a deep understanding of the power of life. But this time, facing the life law that Ning Yishuan had displayed, Duan Lingtian realized that the life law that he had previously understood was only a drop in the ocean. The life law not only had astonishing recovery ability and long life, but its attack power was also extremely frightening. It was as if the attack power was not afraid of being exhausted. Even if it was just a single power, it was enough to give one a headache. Moreover, during this process, Duan Lingtian discovered that the rapid recovery of Ning Yishuan's attack consumed very little of Ning Yishuan's energy. It could even be said that it was negligible, and he recovered in an instant. The life law is amazing. Sighing in his heart, Duan Lingtian no longer used small paths to exhaust his opponent's attack. He directly chose to meet force with force, his sword whistling as it swept out, meeting force with force. The space law was no longer hidden. A 100,000-mile heaven and earth anomaly appeared. The sword principle appeared, and a terrifying sword essence soared into the sky, as if it could pierce through the heavens. The way of control followed like a shadow, and together with the space law, it further increased the power of the space law. It was no weaker than the space law that illuminated millions of miles. So powerful! At this moment, Ning Yishuan's face was unprecedentedly solemn as he faced Duan Lingtian's sword that was prepared to meet force with force with force. If he did not face it personally, he would find it hard to believe that a guy who had just entered the lower ultimate god realm and had not consolidated his cultivation base could display such terrifying battle power. The battle power displayed by his opponent was no weaker than his. He's stronger than me. Deep in Ning Yishuan's heart, such a thought popped up for no reason. He did not feel that the person in front of him was stronger than him, but he felt that the person in front of him could achieve such achievements at such a young age and was stronger than him. As for strength, he did not feel that he was weaker than his opponent. Kill him. I, Ning Yishuan, am still the most dazzling and outstanding genius in this world. There can't be two tigers on one mountain. This person should not exist. Kill. Ning Yishuan's originally calm eyes were entwined with blood qi at this moment, and instantly turned into blood-red eyes with an awe-inspiring killing intent. Around him, streaks of blood qi shot up into the sky. It was his bloodline power. After Ning Yishuan's bloodline power shot up into the sky, it did not envelop and merge into his body. Instead, it condensed into a giant beast above his head. The bloodline power condensed into a giant beast that looked like a cat. It also looked a little like a tiger, but more like a cat. As soon as this big cat appeared, its eyes glowed with a faint blue light. Then, two blue light beams shot out from its eyes. Whoosh! Whoosh! Once the two blue light beams shot out from the cat's eyes, they spread out in the air and turned into two layers of waves that enveloped the area. The blue light that covered the sky and earth seemed very thin and faint, but after it enveloped the area, it seemed to be all-pervasive. It directly swept through Duan Lingtian's attack. Moreover, it was not affected at all. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian realized that although his soul was not directly attacked, it was still somewhat affected. Even his entire body seemed to have stiffened at this moment. This is a bloodline power? Duan Lingtian's pupils contracted sharply. There were many kinds of bloodline power. Some were directly integrated into the body to fight against the enemy, and some were displayed through divine ability means. Some of them were very terrifying and had astonishing characteristics. And at that very moment, his body was affected by it. In the blink of an eye, it was as if he was frozen in place. This was not space imprisonment, nor was it time stop. It was a manifestation of a characteristic of a bloodline power. With his body frozen, Duan Lingtian's attack naturally stopped in the void. It was greatly affected and even showed signs of stagnation. It was no longer as indomitable as before. In this kind of battle, suddenly stopping was undoubtedly a destructive blow. And Ning Yishuan also took advantage of this opportunity to explode all his strength. The 9-foot-long spear in his hand shook the air, and the condensed life force shot toward Duan Lingtian. In the next moment, it suppressed the sword radiance whizzing out from Duan Lingtian's 7 orifices exquisite sword. Duan Lingtian, today I, Ning Yishuan, will kill you here and now. Ning Yishuan's eyes revealed a hint of madness. At the same time, a drop of terrifying power also appeared in an instant and fell on his body, causing his attack to greatly increase. An ultimate expert's divine power. At this moment, Ning Yishuan even used an ultimate expert's divine power, causing the divine power in his body to increase by a level in an instant. It was comparable to a medium ultimate god's divine power. Obviously, in order to kill Duan Lingtian, he did not intend to hold back. Even teleportation can't be used. This bloodline power is really impressive. At this critical moment, Duan Lingtian didn't panic, and a figure that emitted an extremely formidable aura whistled out from within his body. It was his space law doppelganger, which had also used an ultimate expert's divine power. It held another soul-grade upper-grade divine sword in its hand and attacked at lightning speed. He attacked with all his strength. He did not hold back. In the next moment, Ning Yishuan, who was originally suppressing Duan Lingtian's original body, had a slight change in expression, but he quickly regained his composure. Do you think I don't know that you have a Dharma doppelganger? As his voice fell, his bloodline power rolled up a branch with rich life force that appeared out of thin air and met Duan Lingtian's Dharma doppelganger head-on. This branch exploded in mid-air, and then the shadow of a towering tree appeared and blocked Duan Lingtian's Dharma doppelganger. Chapter 4268. Ning Yunheng. The Ning clan was one of the most powerful godly venerable rank clans in the Land of Sanctions. The God's Judgment battlefield was a planar battlefield formed by the intersection of the divine offering land and the sanctioned land. It was the handiwork of many supreme experts from the two planes. Usually, there would be 2 supreme experts stationed at the God's Judgment battlefield to monitor the surroundings. The purpose was to prevent other supreme experts from interfering in the battlefield of planes and destroying the fairness of the battlefield of planes. The battlefield of planes was a place they created to train their juniors so that more supreme experts could be born. With more supreme experts, the probability of a supreme expert being born would naturally be higher. Now, the 2 supreme experts in charge of the battlefield of divine judgment had appeared to stop Ning Yunheng, and supreme expert, from interfering in the battlefield of divine judgment. They had clearly seen Ning Yunheng's previous actions through some of the arrangements in the battlefield of divine judgment. Ning Yunheng had interfered in the fight between 2 geniuses in a single-person secret realm. When one of them was about to die, he had hastily intervened and saved him. He had even brought him out of the single-person secret realm and avoided death. Fellow Taoists. As for Ning Yunheng, who was preparing to leave with his Ning family's genius junior, Ning Yixuan, when he saw the 2 of them appear in such an aggressive manner, not only did he not get angry, he instead sighed. This is the most outstanding descendant of my Ning family in history. I don't wish for him to die in the planar battlefield at this time. I'm sure both of you have heard of this descendant of mine. As long as there are no accidents, the probability of him becoming a supreme expert in the future is extremely high. The planar battlefield exists to nurture even more monstrous geniuses. If a genius like my descendant were to perish there, wouldn't it be too much of a pity? Although Ning Yunheng was a supreme expert, he was very humble at this moment. First, it was because he was only a projection of his divine power as a supreme expert, while the other 2 had come in person. Second, it was because he was in the wrong and had violated the rules of the battlefield of planes. Ning Yixuan. At this time, the old man of the 2 supreme experts who had just arrived also calmed down a little in the face of Ning Yunheng's humble attitude. At the same time, he looked at Ning Yixuan beside Ning Yunheng and said, I've heard of him. He is indeed a good genius. Even when he fought in the single-person secret realm earlier, his skills were astonishing and even stronger than ordinary medium-level ultimate gods. Right after the old man's words left his mouth, the young man who was the last to arrive declined to comment. Compared to his opponent, I'm still much weaker. Wasn't the tree of life and the escape methods Ning Yunheng left for him? The young man paused for a moment before looking at Ning Yunheng. Ning Yunheng, how do you think your descendant compares to his opponent? Hearing this, Ning Yunheng was silent for a moment, then gently shook his head. No, you also know that I'm not as good as you. If we're talking about becoming an omnipotent, that person's potential is much greater than your descendants. Today, you rashly interfered in a fair fight between them, violating the rules of the planar battlefield. If you were him, what would you think? Now, as long as he's not stupid, I'm afraid he'd have already guessed that you're an omnipotent. What's the difference between your actions and suppressing him? Now that you've taken your descendant away, although that secret realm will give him a reward in the end, do you think that's fair to him? As soon as the young man finished speaking, the old man looked at Ning Yunheng. Are the rewards of this single-person secret realm so generous? Can't be, right? At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt as if he was dreaming. Didn't they say that the embryos of the omnipotent artifacts were very hard to come by? How did he get 6 of them in such a short time? Including the one that merged with the 7 orifices exquisite sword, there were a total of 7. In other words, if 2 more embryos of the omnipotent artifacts merged with the 7 orifices exquisite sword, as long as the 7 orifices exquisite sword was given a certain amount of time to digest them, it would directly transform into an omnipotent artifact. If it had been in the past, Duan Lingtian would have felt that he was getting carried away if he thought of obtaining a second supreme divine artifact. But this time, he had obtained 6 embryos of the supreme divine artifact at once, and he saw the hope of completing a supreme divine artifact. The first supreme divine artifact was very close. Would the second be far away? With Duan Lingtian's cooperation and Huang Er's efforts, the 6 embryos of the supreme divine artifact had all been integrated into the 7 orifices exquisite sword. As long as the 7 orifices exquisite sword completely absorbed and digested all of them, its power would rise to another level. Huang Er, how long do you think? These embryos of the supreme divine artifact, will you be able to completely absorb and digest them? Duan Lingtian asked. If I am in seclusion and can't come out to assist Master in battle, it will be faster, but like now it will be slower. It will take at least 10 years to barely absorb and digest all of them. Huang Er said. Huang Er's words enlightened Duan Lingtian. It was no wonder that Huang Er had yet to completely integrate the first embryo of the supreme divine artifact. It turned out that it would take such a long time. Of course, only Duan Lingtian felt that it would take a long time. Even if one embryo of the supreme divine artifact took 10 years to integrate, 9 embryos would only take 90 years. For an ordinary cultivator, 90 years would pass in the blink of an eye. But for Duan Lingtian, 90 years was more than 1/10 of the time he had experienced in his life. This bottle is the reward for the solo secret realm this time. After Huang Er returned to the 7 orifices exquisite sword and put it away, Duan Lingtian's attention returned to the bottle that he had obtained along with the 6 embryos of the supreme divine artifact. This bottle was green and round. It was the size of his fist and had a cork on it. Is this a divine elixir? Duan Lingtian's first reaction was that this was a bottle of elixir, although this bottle of elixir was very different from the elixir bottles that he usually saw. Let's see what it is. Curious, Duan Lingtian opened the elixir bottle. Of course, he opened it slowly. When he opened the cork a little, a soft and sweet smell wafted out of the bottle and into Duan Lingtian's nostrils. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian felt that the divine power in his body was flowing smoothly and he felt refreshed. With Duan Lingtian's eyesight, he could clearly see that the bottle did not contain any divine elixir, but a pool of liquid that filled the entire bottle. Of course, this liquid was not the supreme divine power. It should be drinkable, right? Duan Lingtian took a drop of the liquid from the bottle and after confirming that there was no problem, he swallowed it into his body. In the next moment, the liquid released a magical medicinal effect in his body, causing the divine power in Duan Lingtian's body to boil even more. He felt as if his divine power was burning. When the medicinal effect was completely absorbed, although the change in his divine power was minimal, Duan Lingtian could still feel the changes within. It can increase divine power? Can even increase an ultimate god's divine power. As far as I know, even those so-called supremacy divine elixirs that claim to be able to increase divine power have very little effect. Even if they are refined into supreme supremacy divine elixirs, the medicinal effect will not increase much. Moreover, any kind of supreme supremacy divine elixir usually requires rare medicinal herbs as the main ingredient. Even a powerful ultimate god faction may not be able to gather enough medicinal herbs to refine a cauldron of such a divine elixir in 10,000 years. Most importantly, even if the refinement was successful, the improvement would not be significant. When one reached the ultimate god realm, the improvement of divine power was more dependent on oneself. External help would not be of much help. However, Duan Lingtian realized that just one drop of the liquid in the elixir bottle had made a slight improvement in his divine power. If he swallowed all of it, there should be a definite improvement. Although it was impossible to completely consolidate his cultivation base as a lower ultimate god, it should be close. If I can use this, so can other lower ultimate gods. Some lower ultimate gods who are close to becoming a medium ultimate god can also be closer to becoming a medium ultimate god if they consume this liquid. Just as this thought came to his mind, Duan Lingtian saw a spatial crack appear not far in front of him. It then turned into a spatial whirlpool and a suction force attacked him. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian immediately plugged the cork of the bottle in his hand and put it into his storage ring before being sucked into the spatial whirlpool. After all, he was not leaving the natural secret realm this time. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian did not have to go through any tests in the space. He was directly sent out of the space. After being sent out, Duan Lingtian found himself in the sky above a vast barren mountain. After coming out, Duan Lingtian did not stay idle. He immediately poured the remaining liquid in the bottle into his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. Duan Lingtian dared to do so because the unknown liquid's medicinal effect was not strong and was even very gentle. This time, I've gained quite a lot. At least I got what I wanted. Moreover, this bottle of liquid is a treasure for an ultimate god. If a divine pill is to achieve the same effect as this bottle of liquid, I'm afraid it would take at least hundreds of thousands or even millions of years of effort by a powerful ultimate god force to collect the herbs needed to refine a supreme-level divine pill that can enhance divine power. Moreover, my gains this time are not much compared to my previous ultimate god cultivation base. After all, it only helped me to quickly consolidate half of my cultivation base as a lower ultimate god. Duan Lingtian had long known that it was difficult to cultivate as an ultimate god. However, he entered the secret realm this time with the ambition to completely consolidate his cultivation base. Now, his ambition had not been realized, or it could be said that he had only achieved half of it. Next, I just have to wait for the chaotic area to open. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. That area has been open for 10 years. In addition, there are many people from the realms of gods in that area, so the speed of obtaining battle merits will be much faster. Moreover, there are more opportunities in that place. It's said that there are ultimate gods taking special care of that place. Furthermore, Linghu Renfeng might be Ker's mother in her previous life, so he could not personally see Linghu Renfeng in danger, especially when she was in danger now, and it was because of Ker. Ker was his wife. She could be considered his mother-in-law. He had the responsibility to find her, send her out, and tell her that all she needed to do was to stay and look for Ker. Let's see how lucky I am. Of course, Duan Lingtian also knew that in such a huge dimensional battlefield, wanting to find a person was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Could only depend on luck. This person was from the divine offering land. Originally, Duan Lingtian planned to ignore him. However, when he got closer and saw the other party's appearance clearly, his eyes flickered. Then, he teleported a second time and directly appeared in front of the person, blocking his way. Whoosh! The person who was blocked had a drastic change of expression. His pupils shrank rapidly and he looked flustered. However, when he realized that the person who blocked his way was also emitting the same light as him, he was secretly relieved. They were all from the divine offering land, so they should not make things difficult for him. Moreover, the person was obviously an ultimate god expert, so he should not make things difficult for him. Master? As soon as he spoke, he felt that the person looked familiar as if he had seen him somewhere before, but he could not recall where. Do you have something to ask me? Master, if you have any questions, please ask. I'll tell you everything I know. The person who was blocked by Duan Lingtian was none other than the curly-bearded man who boasted in front of a group of people that he almost kidnapped Linghu Renfeng and Linghu Chuyin in an inner-area military camp that Duan Lingtian visited a year ago. However, a year had passed and he had only seen Duan Lingtian briefly, so the curly-bearded man did not have a deep impression of Duan Lingtian. Of course, now that he felt that Duan Lingtian looked familiar, he did have some impression of Duan Lingtian, but he could not recall who Duan Lingtian was. A year ago, we met in a military camp. Duan Lingtian looked at the curly-bearded man in front of him calmly and said indifferently, "That time you said that you almost got a mother and daughter pair." As soon as Duan Lingtian said that, the curly-bearded man was stunned at first. Then, the blurry memory from a year ago suddenly became clear. At the same time, he finally remembered why he found the person in front of him familiar. The person in front of him was the ultimate god expert who asked him where he had met the mother and daughter pair a year ago. Master. After remembering who the person was, the curly-bearded man immediately panicked. I Cho Lousy like to brag. What I told them was all lies. I don't have such intentions. I really don't have such intentions. Although he was not sure what the relationship between the person in front of him and the mother and daughter pair was, he still felt that the person did not have good intentions and subconsciously began to save himself. Do you know who they are? Duan Ling Tian ignored the curly-bearded man and asked him with a smile. The curly-bearded man heard and shook his head. I don't know, but Master, I really don't have any thoughts about them. I was just bragging. Moreover, I didn't lie to you. I really did see them at the edge of the inner area. Master, I didn't lie to you. I really didn't lie to you. At that moment, the curly-bearded man was completely flustered. They are my mother-in-law and sister-in-law. Duan Lingtian's expression was still calm and his tone was still indifferent. However, when those words fell into the curly-bearded man's ears, it was no different from a bolt from the blue. That mother and daughter pair were the mother-in-law and sister-in-law of this ultimate god expert in front of him. At that moment, the curly-bearded man's mentality collapsed. At the same time, his expression changed drastically. At the same time, he released his divine energy and the power of law as he planned to escape at once. However, as soon as he moved, he realized that he was imprisoned in a confined space. The terrifying confined space originated from the law of space. Even when he attacked with the full force of his divine weapon, it only caused the confined space to tremble slightly. However, there were no signs of it being broken at all. Master, please spare my life. Master, I have no intention of offending your mother-in-law and sister-in-law. End of chapter. Chapter 4272. Even if the bearded man knew he was not lying or boasting, he could not help but admit that he was boasting. What a joke! Now that the ultimate god expert in front of him had said they were his mother-in-law and sister-in-law, he would be digging his own grave if he still insisted that he was not boasting. However, even though he was boasting, it was obvious that the other party was not going to let him go so easily. Master, I'm really just boasting. When the bearded man saw that he was still unable to break free from the spatial profundities binding him even after using his bloodline power, despair filled his heart, but he still continued to explain. In his opinion, his last straw of hope was whether or not the other party was willing to believe him. How strong were they when you met them? Duan Lingtian stared calmly at the bearded man and asked indifferently. When the curly-bearded man heard this, he quickly said, When I first met them, there were only 2 of them. However, when they discovered me, your mother-in-law took your sister-in-law into her little world. Therefore, I'm not sure how strong your sister-in-law is, Master. As for your mother-in-law, she should have just consolidated her cultivation base in the Upper Divine Emperor realm not long ago. The bearded man seemed to have recalled something and hurriedly continued. However, when she attacked, I told her I meant no harm. After that, I left on my own. After all, she's from the divine offering land just like me. We might have a chance to work together in the future, so there's no need for us to kill each other. What the bearded man said was, of course, half true and half false. The front part was true while the back part was false. In fact, when he first met the 2 of them, even if they were from the divine offering land, he was still attracted to them. After all, the mother and daughter were definitely the most beautiful women he had ever met in his life in terms of appearance and temperament. As a man, how could he not be attracted to them? At that time, when he wanted to capture the 2 of them, the mother hid her daughter into her little world and started to escape. She was lucky enough to escape from him. As for him, he was unable to catch up to her because his cultivation base had not reached the half-step ultimate god realm. That was the reason why he could not let it go. He was so close to entering the half-step ultimate god realm. He had already entered the half-step ultimate god realm and thought he would be safe even if he was alone in the inner region. However, he didn't expect to meet the person in front of him. "My lord, Everything I said is true. I'm definitely not lying to you. The bearded man looked at the purple-clothed youth in front of him. Although his face was serious, the depths of his eyes were filled with apprehension. He couldn't help but feel nervous. Now, his life and death were in the hands of the other party. And the current Duan Lingtian, after hearing the words of the curly-bearded man, muttered to himself in a low voice, "He has already consolidated his cultivation of Upper Divine Lord Realm? That's good. In the inner region, as long as you keep a low profile, you should be able to protect yourself." Although he had yet to meet his mother-in-law, he felt that she was definitely not a reckless person. Otherwise, she would not have been able to survive until today. After all, his mother-in-law was from the Linghu clan, which was considered mediocre among the forces in the realms of gods. To be able to survive until today, she was definitely not an ordinary person. Moreover, after meeting the person in front of him previously, she must be more vigilant now. When Duan Ling Tian thought of this, the worry in his heart lessened slightly. However, his gaze towards the curly-bearded man grew colder and colder. The bearded man's expression changed again when he sensed Duan Lingtian's gaze. "Now, you're saying it has nothing to do with me? I'm also from the world of divine remains. If you're really that powerful, why don't you kill me too?" The young man sneered as he spoke. "Young man." Before Duan Lingtian could speak, the old man behind the young man spoke first. He stared coldly at Duan Lingtian. "You've crossed the line. We're all from the world of divine remains. If our cultivation bases are the same, it's understandable that you killed him for the reward. However, he's only a higher ultimate god. You won't gain anything by killing him. Don't tell me you're doing this for his divine weapon?" The old man's eyes turned cold as he spoke. "Why? Do you know him?" Duan Lingtian asked as he stared at the old man. Before the old man and the young man could speak, Duan Lingtian continued, "If you know him and want to avenge him, you can just do it. Why are you wasting time here? If you don't know him, this has nothing to do with you. If you want to fight for justice and enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, you can also attack me." Duan Lingtian's eyes left the old man and glanced at the young man. His tone was as indifferent as before. It was as though he did not show any emotion from the beginning until the end. Duan Lingtian no longer paid any attention to the two young men after he finished speaking. With a sway of his body, he prepared to teleport away. However, as soon as he tried to teleport away, he discovered that the space around him was unstable. He could not teleport at all. Duan Lingtian's eyes instantly landed on the young man. His originally calm gaze turned cold in an instant. "You really want to stop me?" The young man glanced at Duan Lingtian coldly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. "So what if I stop you? When you killed the people from the divine offering land, you should have thought about the possibility of being killed by them one day. Today, I, Yun Qingpeng, will represent the Yun clan to kill you for killing your own people." The young man said coldly as a spatial storm appeared around him. It was obvious he was skilled in the law of space as well. Due to this, he was able to interfere with Duan Lingtian's teleportation earlier. "Yun clan? Yun Qingpeng?" Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard the young man's words. Then, an expression of shock appeared on his face. "Yun Qingyan? What's your relationship with him?" "He's my cousin." The young man sneered. "What? You're not going to tell me that you know my cousin, are you? It's useless even if you know him. You'll definitely die today." As soon as the young man finished speaking, a 4-foot-long saber appeared in his hand. A soul could be vaguely seen on the saber. The saber gleamed coldly as though it was indestructible. Duan Lingtian looked at the young man deeply. "If I told you that the person I killed earlier had a grudge against me and that's why I killed him, would you think it's pardonable and not hold it against me now? It doesn't matter if he has a grudge against you or not. You'll still die," the young man said coldly. "I understand now." Duan Lingtian smiled as he came to a sudden understanding. "I was wondering, could it be that the members of the Yun clan are so different? Some of them hold their heads high and are arrogant for their entire lives. Yet there are also some that bemoan the state of the universe and pity the fate of mankind, and like to do justice for the heavens? Now, it seems like it's just an excuse. They're all jackals of the same tribe. In fact, Duan Lingtian had only asked the young man this because he wanted to see if the young man was really compassionate and seeking justice on behalf of the heavens. Now, it seemed like the young man was just looking for an excuse to kill Duan Lingtian. Chapter 4273. Yun Qingpeng made his move. The space windstorm condensed into a gigantic saber light that slashed through the air with terrifying power. He stared into Duan Lingtian's eyes as though he was looking at a dead man. Although the old man behind Yun Qingpeng did not attack together with him, he stood by the side to support Yun Qingpeng. His divine power was stirred up. The old man was a medium ultimate god elder in the Yun clan. He was also Yun Qingpeng's father, the second master of the Yun clan. Although he was already a medium ultimate god when he entered with Yun Qingpeng 800 years ago, he had yet to consolidate his cultivation base completely. It was not until some time ago that he had an opportunity to successfully consolidate his cultivation base and improve his strength to the next level. In his opinion, even if his young master was no match for the purple-clad young man who was also a lower ultimate god, he could easily suppress the purple-clad young man. By then, he could either kill him or let his young master kill him. After all, they had the other party completely under their control. At this moment, Duan Lingtian smiled disdainfully at Yun Qingpeng who had attacked him. Even your cousin, Yun Qingyan, has to behave himself in front of me, let alone you. Duan Lingtian made his move as soon as he finished speaking. Of course, he remained motionless on the spot while his space law doppelganger attacked with his sword. He had been waiting for a long time to unleash his power. The saber light dimmed where the sword light pointed. Whoosh! The sharp sword pierced through the air and caused the void to tremble. Countless tiny spatial cracks appeared. At the same time, the heaven and earth vision of 100,000 miles appeared. Whoosh! The sword light was like the waves of the sea. Wherever it passed, the saber light was extinguished like a flame being extinguished by water. At the same time, it continued to envelop Yun Qingpeng. Yun Qingpeng's attack was shocking, as though his saber could split heaven and earth. However, at that moment, his power was not worth mentioning in front of Duan Lingtian's space law doppelganger's power. Overpowered. Completely overpowered. No. When Yun Qingpeng came to his senses, his expression changed drastically. He wanted to teleport away but realized that the space was affected by the space energy and could not teleport at all. Duan Lingtian. He was good at the space law. Even Yun Qingpeng could affect Duan Lingtian's teleportation? There was no doubt that Duan Lingtian could stop him from teleporting away. Elder Yun Zhang? Save me! Yun Qingpeng shouted anxiously. At that moment he could feel that death's approach. Even though he had activated his bloodline power and infused it into his attacks, he was still unable to withstand the attack head-on. At that moment, he felt that he was not facing a lower ultimate god at all. He was a top existence among the top experts among the lower gods. Even when compared to his cousin, he was not a Lingtian. Coupled with the fact that the other party had mentioned his cousin again, he was almost certain that his cousin was not as good as the other party. Otherwise, he would not. Yun. He's elders. He wanted to save the other party. However, just as he was about to move, he was stopped by another figure who had moved ahead of him. It was Duan Lingtian himself. Due to the urgency of the situation, Yun Zhang did not dare to hesitate at all. He immediately unleashed his full strength. Flames raged in the sky as the Divine Venerate silhouette appeared. The Divine Venerate silhouette that was more than 100 meters tall charged toward Duan Lingtian. At the same time, it moved to save Yun Qingpeng. In order to save Yun Qingpeng, he used his divine weapon, a pair of meteor hammers. If you and Sister Huang don't mind, I can also help the 7 Orifices exquisite sword refine the embryos of the supreme divine weapons. Helping me refine the embryos will consume a lot of your energy. Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Huang spoke first. Whether I'm at my peak or not, my help to master is limited. Sister Huang on the other hand, upgrading the 7 Orifices exquisite sword will be of greater help to master. Naturally, Duan Lingtian could guess what the sword soul of the other divine weapon was thinking when he heard what it said. It wanted nothing more than to curry favor with him. After all, although he had many supreme divine weapons in his possession, most of them had lost their weapon souls when their owners died and became ordinary supreme divine weapons. He couldn't be bothered to spend the effort to suppress and subdue the supreme divine weapons that still had their weapon souls. Therefore, under such circumstances, as long as there were no accidents, the 7 Orifices exquisite sword would become a supreme divine weapon in the future. Duan Lingtian's next step would naturally be to upgrade its original divine weapon. Since you're willing, you can help Huang refine the embryos of the supreme divine weapons with the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Although he knew what the sword soul was thinking, he didn't point it out. Besides, this was a good thing for him, not a bad thing. If the 2 sword souls worked together to refine the embryos of the supreme divine weapons for the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, it would definitely be more efficient than Huang alone. Yes, master. The sword spirit responded, and his tone became more respectful. The battlefield of the God's Inquisition. The inner area. A little further into the inner area, at the foot of a towering mountain, there was an inconspicuous cave hidden behind many vines. If someone came nearby and used their divine sense to investigate, they would definitely discover that there were several layers of formations set up above the vines. At this moment, behind the formations, there were 2 figures hiding in the depths of the cave. You shouldn't have come with me. An elegant and beautiful woman sat cross-legged on a bed in the depths of the cave. She looked at the young and beautiful woman beside her and sighed. The battlefield of the God's Inquisition is too dangerous after all. Especially the inner region. Last time, if I hadn't left quickly, we might have been captured by the Upper God Emperor from the Divine Offering Land. At this point, the beautiful woman's eyes were still filled with fear. Last time, she and her daughter had almost been captured by a bearded man who had come from the Divine Offering Land like them. Judging from the other party's intentions, it was obvious that he had come with ill intentions. If they fell into his hands, they would definitely not end well. Mother. The young woman shook her head. Compared to the supreme expert of the Xia family, it seemed insignificant. Therefore, he was once again threatened by the patriarch of the Yun family. So much so that he and the patriarch of the Yun family had sealed up his daughter in order to help the Yun family lure out his son-in-law after the dimensional battlefield closed. End of chapter. This divine power aura. 2 medium ultimate gods. Yang Yuchen was surprised and couldn't help but move closer out of curiosity. After entering the mountain range, Yang Yuchen finally saw the 2 figures in the storm. The battle between the 2 medium-level ultimate gods was in full swing. After a while, their power of law erupted and 2 heaven and earth anomalies appeared at the right time, illuminating millions of miles. Yang Yuchen's expression changed as soon as the power of law appeared. He naturally knew what it meant. It meant that they were at the peak of the medium ultimate god. Unless both of them had not mastered the 4 Tao of heaven and earth, it would be difficult for him to defeat them with his power of law that could illuminate millions of miles. Boom! Rumble! The 2 medium ultimate gods were fighting. 2 ultimate gods who were more than 100 meters tall were fighting each other. The power of law shrouded millions of miles and the momentum was vast. Every blow caused the surrounding mountain range to tremble. Countless rocks flew up, and many mountain peaks were shattered. With every step they took, many mountain peaks were directly crushed into flat ground. Yang Yuchen realized that the two were not to be trifled with and was about to retreat to watch the battle so that they wouldn't notice him. However, he suddenly noticed that one of the figures looked familiar. This is... Yang Yuchen took a closer look at one of the figures and suddenly frowned. It's her. The two figures fighting in front of him were a man and a woman. At this moment, Yang Yuchen's eyes fell on one of them, which was the woman. Her power of law has illuminated millions of miles? She won't lose, right? I'd better not watch in case I'm discovered. Let's turn around and leave. Yang Yuchen felt that his luck was a little bad. Why did he meet her here? Wasn't she in closed-door cultivation? Could it be that she came out because of the breakthrough in her power of law? You haven't entered the upper ultimate god realm yet. Didn't you say that you wouldn't come out until you entered the upper ultimate god realm? Yang Yuchen felt a headache coming on. However, just as Yang Yuchen was about to turn around and leave, the woman who was fighting fiercely suddenly spoke and looked in Yang Yuchen's direction. Yang Yuchen, I saw you. Seeing your woman being bullied, you turned around and left. Are you still a man? The woman's voice was loud and magnetic. She had the spirit of a heroine. The middle-aged man who was fighting with the woman suddenly changed his expression. Someone was coming? Moreover, he knew his opponent. Have I been discovered? Yang Yuchen's body stiffened and then he sighed in his heart. He turned around and stepped into the air and flew toward the battle. Since he had been discovered, there was no way to hide. Otherwise, if the woman complained to his first senior sister in the future, he would be in deep trouble. Don't talk nonsense. Yang Yuchen stepped into the air and said in a low voice, It doesn't matter if I'm a man, but you're a woman. You should care more about your reputation. What if you can't get married in the future? The woman giggled as she fought with her opponent. I'll definitely marry you. Yuchen, we're destined to be a couple. Otherwise, why would I immediately meet you when I just entered the planar battlefield a few days ago? I heard that you entered the planar battlefield. That's why I came. The woman smiled. Yang Yuchen's face darkened when he heard the woman's words. He cursed in a low voice. It must be that fellow who betrayed me, brother. Tui. To think that I invited him to enter the natural secret realm with me. So you entered the natural secret realm. The woman came to a realization. Yuchen, you didn't ask me to come because you didn't want to disturb my cultivation, right? Yuchen, you're still the one who cares about me. Unlike my father who saw that the chaotic area of the planar battlefield was about to open and directly interrupted my closed-door cultivation so that I could enter to seek opportunities to break through. As the woman spoke, her words were clearly expressing that she felt that her father was inferior to Yang Yuchen. When Yang Yuchen heard this, he felt a wave of exhaustion in his heart. Didn't you say that you came to find me because you heard that I entered the planar battlefield? A woman's mouth was a liar. Bang! A loud bang resounded. The woman exerted all her strength and blocked the opponent's somewhat agitated attack. It's difficult for me to defeat you alone. However, my fiancé is here. You'll definitely lose. The middle-aged man's expression was extremely unsightly at this moment. Since this young man that just arrived was her fiancé, his strength shouldn't be weak, right? Retreat. Without any hesitation, the middle-aged man's heart sank, and he prepared to retreat at the first possible moment. However, he just turned around when he was stopped by Yang Yuchen. Yang Yuchen's speed seemed to have increased greatly in the blink of an eye, and he blocked the middle-aged man's path. At the same time, a phenomenon of the power of laws appeared and illuminated 1,000,000 miles. Yuchen, your power of laws has broken through as well? The woman was slightly surprised and pleasantly surprised. In this way, it'll be even easier for us to take down this fellow. Illuminate 1,000,000 miles. The middle-aged man looked at Yang Yuchen, who was blocking his path, with disdain. This bit of power of laws was far inferior to his. However, just as he was about to break through Yang Yuchen's encirclement, he realized that once Yang Yuchen's power of laws was released, its strength was not inferior to his power of laws at all. This is the Tao of control. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. Now, he finally knew why his opponent, the woman, was so confident in this young man. This young man had mastered an extremely powerful Tao of control. Run. Without any hesitation, the middle-aged man immediately took out a drop of the Supreme Powerhouse's divine power. His strength erupted as he prepared to escape. However, almost at the same time, Yang Yuchen took out a drop of the Supreme Powerhouse's divine power. Even the woman did the same. When the middle-aged man saw this, his expression changed again. At the same time, he did not try to escape. Instead, he took out a jade slip and crushed it. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water. As for Yang Yuchen and the woman, they looked enlightened. At the same time, they did not use the Supreme Powerhouse's divine power that was floating in their hands. Smack! As the jade slip was crushed, an extremely powerful force that caused one's heart to palpitate appeared. Then a huge face appeared. It glanced at the middle-aged man coldly before looking at Yang Yuchen and the woman. Chapter 4276. One had to know that it was not easy even for a supreme powerhouse to condense such a jade slip with the projection of the original body. Every jade slip required a long time to be nurtured. Moreover, only one jade slip could be nurtured every once in a while. Unless it was someone highly valued by the ultimate powerhouse, it was impossible to possess a jade slip that was projected by the ultimate powerhouse. Of course, Soaring also had such a jade slip. However, she had it because the supreme powerhouse ancestor of the Shui family valued her and treated her as his own granddaughter. As for why he valued her, it was because she was one of the two most outstanding people in the current generation of the Shui family. As a woman, she was not weaker than the heir of the Shui family. Moreover, she had a deeper relationship with the supreme powerhouse ancestor of the Shui family because the supreme powerhouse ancestor was the ancestor of her lineage, and they were closer by blood. Yang Yuchen of the Inner Palace of the Myriad Law School in the Shengang land greets Senior. At this time, Yang Yuchen followed Soaring and bowed slightly to the giant face that appeared in the void in front of him. At the same time, there was a hint of envy in the depths of his eyes. Look at her. Seeing that she was about to be killed, she crushed a jade slip and her life was saved. When will our inner palace be able to produce such a powerful expert? Senior sister, is there hope? I hope senior sister won't be too reckless in the outside world. If she dies before becoming a supreme powerhouse, then I will lose a backer who may become a supreme powerhouse. If senior sister becomes a supreme powerhouse, I will ask her for 8 or 10 jade slips with the projection of her original body. I won't have to worry about being killed a few more times. Yang Yuchen was secretly looking forward to it. That's not right. Suddenly, Yang Yuchen thought of something. Now, I found another little junior brother for the inner palace, and 4th junior sister. Both of them are weaker than me. Even if eldest senior sister really becomes a supreme powerhouse and can take out the jade slip with the projection of her true self, I'm afraid she'll give it to them first, right? Thinking of this, Yang Yuchen felt a headache and helplessness. Inner Palace of the Myriad Law School? Finally, the giant face that appeared in the void opened its eyes to size up Yang Yuchen for the first time. In the depths of its eyes, which Yang Yuchen did not notice, there was a hint of fear. A moment later, he nodded at Yang Yuchen and said, I've long heard that the inner court branch is filled with talents from the lower planes. It's not bad that you've achieved this at such a young age. At this moment, what was the attitude of this utmost powerful being towards Yang Yuchen? It was obvious that he was much more easygoing. As for Yang Yuchen, he thought that the other party was doing it for Soaring's sake. A moment, the giant face's gaze, would it fall on Soaring again? The girl from the Shui family? Shangguan Mingdao? Is this my direct descendant in the Shangguan family? Do me a favor and let him leave? What do you think? Shangguan Ming said, hearing the giant face's words. Shui Ying's eyes flashed. So it's a senior from the Shangguan family of Red Maple Land. Senior, even the projection of your true body has appeared? Of course, I have to give you face. But, this time, I'm afraid I won't be able to stop your descendant by myself. It's fine on my side. At this point, Shuang paused for a moment and looked at Yang Yuchen. She smiled and said, I'm afraid Senior will have to show some sincerity on my fiancé's side. Red Maple Land? The Shangguan family's utmost powerful being, Shangguan Mingdao. She knew this person. He was an utmost powerful being whose strength was slightly inferior to her Shui family's utmost powerful being, so she was not too afraid. You have ultimate divine artifacts? If you have ultimate divine artifacts, why didn't you use them just now? If you had used them, even if you were alone, you would have been able to easily defeat Shangguan Fusu. By now, Yang Yuchen had already guessed the identity of the middle-aged man who was able to make an ultimate expert of the Shangguan clan appear. Only the number one person of the Shangguan clan's younger generation, Shangguan Fusu, would have such a card. No. Shuang shook her head. If I had ultimate divine artifacts, I would have used them to kill Shangguan Fusu just now. Clearly, Shuang had also guessed the identity of the other party. Shangguan Fusu, even in the upper circle of the various divine planes, was a well-known figure. No matter what, he was still a genius of the Shangguan clan. Then Yang Yuchen frowned. I only have 3 supreme divine weapon embryos so far. Even with these 2, it's impossible for me to gather 9 supreme divine weapon embryos before I become a higher ultimate god. Shuang shook her head and said, Not long ago, the elder ancestor promised me that as long as I become a higher ultimate god, he would give me a ultimate divine artifact. So, these things are useless to me. I'll give you the 3 embryos of ultimate divine artifacts that I have. They are useless to me. As soon as Shuang finished speaking, not only did she return the 2 embryos of ultimate divine artifacts to Yang Yuchen, she also took out the other 3 embryos of ultimate divine artifacts and handed them to Yang Yuchen. Yang Yuchen was dazzled by this, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Deep in his heart, a faint sense of inferiority arose spontaneously. They were all humans. They were all medium ultimate gods. Why was the difference so huge? Chapter 4277. The Chaos Region. Duan Lingtian entered the Chaos Region from the inner region where the people from the 6 planes of gods were from. His state of mind had changed from the initial calm to a slightly disturbed state. After all, the Chaos Region of the dimensional battlefield was even more chaotic than the usual dimensional battlefield. Many people even called it the meat grinder, the Emperor God's meat grinder. It was also the ultimate God's meat grinder. With his strength, it was difficult to find a worthy opponent among the lower ultimate gods. However, in the Chaos Region, there were not only lower ultimate gods but also intermediate ultimate gods and even high-level ultimate gods. In this 1 year, the one that improved the most is still the space law. Although Duan Lingtian wanted to improve his cultivation base in the past year of closed-door cultivation, the time was too short. Even if he used up the accumulated rewards in his body, it did not improve much. After entering the ultimate god realm, every step forward in cultivation was harder than ascending to the heavens. On the other hand, the space law had successfully transformed and reached the stage of illuminating 1,000,000 miles. Now, my understanding of the space law that I'm most proficient in has already surpassed Third Senior Brother's understanding. I wonder if Third Senior Brother has also mastered the law of illuminating 1,000,000 miles. The improvement in the space law had also improved Duan Lingtian's strength. Although there was still a long way to go before he could completely consolidate his cultivation base as a lower ultimate god, there were very few medium ultimate gods who could be his match. Of course, those top intermediate ultimate gods like his third senior brother Yang Yuchen were not inferior to him. Suddenly, a cry of unwillingness rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. In the next moment, he saw a faintly discernible shadow soaring into the sky in the distance. After letting out a cry of unwillingness, it crashed to the ground with a loud crash. The heaven and earth vision of 100,000 miles loomed in front of him. Just by looking at the fallen figure, Duan Lingtian could easily tell that a lower ultimate god had fallen. He had seen many similar scenes before and was very familiar with them. What a mess! I've been in the dimensional battlefield for quite some time. Although I often create such scenes, it's rare to see such scenes created by others. Now, this is my first day in the Chaos region. I never expected to see such a scene. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Of course, he also knew that this was because this area was densely populated. Just this area? The people from the 6 universes were gathered in this place. This meant that he could encounter enemies from 5 different places at any time. No matter who it was the same. If Kerr is still in the planar battlefield now, even if he hasn't come in yet, he should be here soon. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. And my mother-in-law and sister-in-law? Thinking of Linghu Renfeng and Linghu Chuyin? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but have a headache. Was it supposed to be a trip to find his wife? Now, it had become a trip to find his wife, mother-in-law, and sister-in-law. Of course, he knew as well. It was not Linghu Renfeng's fault. Linghu Renfeng, as Kerr's mother in her previous life? The reason why she took the risk to come here was because she was worried about Kerr's safety. Moreover, she didn't know that this son-in-law of his could grow so strong in such a short time. That year, before Linghu Renfeng came to the battlefield of the God's Judgment, she had looked for him in the Shengang territory and left him some things. Although he didn't want to meet her face to face, he could feel the good intentions of this mother-in-law. Although Duan Lingtian had been to this area before, he had never been to this area before. However, at that time it wasn't the Chaos region yet. This area hadn't overlapped with one of the 2 other planar battlefields' inner regions. Now, when they overlapped, not only did the environment and landscape change, even the atmosphere became much more solemn. For example, Duan Lingtian didn't dare to fly in the air. He only dashed forward on the vast land, crossing mountains and ridges. At the same time, he looked around vigilantly. Even though his strength could be considered to be not bad in the Chaos region, there were still many people who could defeat or even kill him, not to mention the high-level supreme gods. Among the mid-level supreme gods, there were many who were stronger than him. In the past, when this was the battlefield of the God's Judgment, there were high-level supreme gods and mid-level supreme gods, but there weren't as many as there are now. The number of high-level supreme gods and mid-level supreme gods is more than 3 times more than before. It might even be 5 times more, or even 10 times more. Duan Lingtian was very clear about this point. Many mid-level supreme gods and high-level supreme gods came here because of the opening of the Chaos region. Their goal was to seek fortuitous encounters in the Chaos region and obtain what they wanted. The Chaos region was said to be a place that was specially taken care of by the strongest because this area overlapped with the resources of the 3 planar battlefields' secret zones and other resources. Under such circumstances, the probability of encountering a secret realm and other opportunities would naturally be much higher than before. It was more than 2 to 3 times more. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian was carefully moving forward. He didn't know that he was being watched. Duan Lingtian was shuttling through the mountains and ridges. His figure was sometimes hidden in the forest and sometimes revealed. All of this was seen by 2 people. The 2 people who were watching Duan Lingtian were middle-aged men. One was tall and the other was short, one was thin and the other was fat. The tall one was thin and the short one was fat. It shouldn't be difficult for the 2 of us to take him down, right? The short and fat middle-aged man stuck out his tongue and licked his slightly dry lips as he asked the person beside him with a sharp look in his eyes. The tall and thin middle-aged man was calm and indifferent when he heard that. Don't be hasty. Let's observe a little more. Don't act rashly before we know more about his strength. The Chaos region has just opened. Although there are many opportunities, there are also many hidden dangers. Although he's only a lower ultimate god, we're also lower ultimate gods and we're not considered the best among the lower ultimate gods. The short and fat middle-aged man did not take the tall and thin middle-aged man's words seriously. At the same time, in front of him, a beautiful figure in a rainbow-colored dress seemed to merge with his power and turned into a rainbow-colored light sword that fell into his hand. Illumination 1,000,000 miles. The leader who comprehended the power of law to 100,000 miles weak light was a young man. His expression changed drastically as he shouted, "Kill him with all your might." He hasn't consolidated his cultivation base yet. It won't be difficult for the three of us to kill him together. As soon as he finished speaking, he exploded. As for his two companions, although their eyes were filled with shock at this time, they also used all their strength to attack at the first moment. Illumination 1,000,000 miles? In the distance, the tall and thin middle-aged man who was hiding in the dark was shocked, while the short and fat middle-aged man beside him was already stunned. He just entered the ultimate God realm and he already mastered the power of law to illuminate 1,000,000 miles? And it's the law of space. Two figures were still looking at him from afar. The short and fat middle-aged man was trembling all over at this moment. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Oh my God! Isn't this too scary? Him? Comprehended the sword principle? That sword principle? It doesn't seem to be as simple as just comprehending it. This is the first time I've seen such a terrifying lesser ultimate God. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, it would be hard to imagine that this is someone who has just entered the lower ultimate God realm. Have you ever seen such a terrifying lesser ultimate God? I feel that although he has just entered the lower ultimate God realm, I'm afraid there are not many lower ultimate gods who can match him. He's too strong. The short and fat middle-aged man said as he looked at the tall and thin middle-aged man beside him. The tall and thin middle-aged man took a deep breath when he heard the short and fat middle-aged man's words. His back was soaked with cold sweat. With his strength, I'm afraid he can even protect himself against those who have just entered the intermediate ultimate God realm and have not consolidated their cultivation base yet. He's very strong. Fortunately, someone helped us test the waters first. Otherwise, we'd all be finished. The tall and thin middle-aged man still had some lingering fear when he recalled the scene of the three men being killed in just a blink of an eye. Yes, fortunately, someone made a move first. The short and fat middle-aged man nodded in agreement. Only those who stood at the top of this world knew that the world they were in had another name, the Defiant Divine Realm. In the Defiant Divine Realm, the 18 realms of gods stood at the top of the food chain. Below them were 81 Devata realms and countless mundane realms. The 18 realms of gods were the little worlds in the bodies of the 18 supreme powerhouses. They were also the 18 guardian gods of the Defiant Divine Realm. They seemed to be high and mighty, but in fact they bore extremely important responsibilities. If the 18 realms of gods were shattered one day, this world called the Defiant Divine Realm would not be far from destruction. The positions of the 18 realms of gods in the Defiant Divine Realm were connected together and formed a circle. And in the center of this circle, there was an independent plane. This plane was known as the Conference Plane. The purpose of this realm's existence was for the supreme powerhouses to gather and open a meeting. Today, the long-awaited meeting of the supreme powerhouses was about to begin. In fact, this meeting of the supreme powerhouses had been launched 2 years ago. However, it was not easy to get a group of supreme powerhouses to gather together. Apart from those who could not leave, 2 years was enough for a group of supreme powerhouses to gather together. Of course, when supreme powerhouses gathered together, they usually gathered in the form of projections. The conference realm was an empty realm. The spirit energy here was thin, and the space was thin. There were spatial cracks everywhere, giving a feeling of fragmentation. Let the meeting begin. As an indifferent voice spread throughout the realm, shadows were projected from all directions. Each shadow carried an extremely terrifying aura. Wherever they passed, long and narrow spatial cracks appeared in the void. With so many supreme powerhouses gathered together, even if it was just a projection, it was not easy for a single realm to bear. Soon, in the fragmented realm, shadows appeared one after another. At the same time, the huge face that had announced the beginning of the meeting also turned into a human shadow at this moment. Today's meeting mainly revolves around 3 topics. This person was a handsome young man. He wore a long white robe and had a scholarly air about him. He looked like a scholar. However, when he spoke, his pair of sword-like eyebrows seemed to be imposing without being angry. The first topic is that in the battlefield of the divine judgment, someone intervened and saved his descendant from a personal secret realm for a one-on-one duel. When he said this, the young man's originally calm tone turned cold in an instant. In an instant, most of the shadows shifted their gazes to a middle-aged shadow. "Ning Yunheng, you say it yourself," the young man said indifferently. The middle-aged man who was called outside. "This matter is my fault. I hastily intervened in the battlefield of the dimensions and even attacked. I am willing to be punished." The middle-aged man was the only supreme powerhouse of the Ning family in the land of punishment, Ning Yunheng. In the past, the most outstanding descendant of the Ning family, Ning Yishuan, was almost killed. Ning Yishuan crushed the jade slip given by Ning Yunheng at the critical moment and summoned the projection of Ning Yunheng's original body. Ning Yunheng's original body projection attacked and broke through the secret realm to save Ning Yishuan. "You will be punished to guard Maluan Ferry for 3,000 years. Do you have any objections? Does anyone else have any objections?" The young man glanced at Ning Yunheng indifferently, then looked around and asked. Hearing this, Ning Yunheng hurriedly shook his head. "No objections. My original body will rush to Maluan Ferry now. It will not leave Maluan Ferry for 3,000 years. As for the others, none of them made a sound. They could understand Ning Yunheng's actions. After all, if they were in Ning Yunheng's position, they would not stand by and do nothing. It was to the extent that the descendants they valued the most also had a projection jade slip of their true body that was used to save their lives at critical moments. "Let's drop this matter." The young man spoke again and ended the first topic. It was obvious he did not want to waste any more time on this topic. The second topic is the realm battlefield. The young man's eyes glinted. There are only 100 years left before the realm battlefield ends. According to past practice, in the past 10 years, 6 realms of gods will open a realm of chaos in the 18 realms of gods. This time, I plan to extend the opening of the realm of chaos to 70 years. At the same time, in the last 30 years, an upgraded version of the realm of chaos will be opened. People from the 18 realms of gods will be able to appear in the same area. The 9 realms of gods will overlap in one of the areas in the realm battlefield. As soon as the young man finished speaking, the group of supreme experts present, including Ning Yunheng who had just been punished, narrowed their eyes slightly. Following that, the sound of heavy breathing reverberated in the air. This was not the first time they had witnessed such a scene. In the past, such a scene had happened before. There were some rare treasures in the outer realm. They were useless to them, but they were very useful to ultimate gods. Chapter 4279. Battlefield of the Divine Inquisition, Chaos Region. This region did not only belong to the battlefield of the Divine Inquisition but also the other 2-dimensional battlefields. To be precise, it was part of the inner regions of the 3-dimensional battlefields that overlapped and formed the Chaos region known as the God Emperor and Ultimate God Grinder. Duan Lingtian had been keeping a low profile all the way. However, what puzzled him was that there were still people who dared to provoke him. Those who dared to provoke him were all lower ultimate gods. Without exception, all of them were killed by Duan Lingtian. This lower ultimate god has just entered the ultimate god realm and he's already so strong. I'm afraid he's not weaker than me. On one side of a mountain, a figure could not help but gasp as he watched the purple-clad young man who had just killed a lower ultimate god effortlessly. I'm a medium ultimate god, but I have a feeling that I'm not confident in defeating him. I even have a strange sense of danger. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that I, a medium ultimate god, would be frightened by a guy who just entered the ultimate god realm. He shook his head and left in a flash. Whether this feeling is real or not, there's no need to provoke him. There's no reward for killing him. Plus, his storage ring is self-destructed. I'll only get his divine weapon at most. A superior divine weapon that might even lose its artifact soul is not worth the risk. The medium ultimate god vaguely realized that Duan Lingtian was not to be trifled with and chose to leave. However, he did not know that he had just saved his life. Duan Lingtian, who had just killed a lower ultimate god, seemed to have noticed something. He frowned slightly and looked up at the sky. At the same time, the entire Chaos region, the entire battlefield of the Divine Inquisition, and even all the dimensional battlefields who were above the ultimate god realm looked up at the same time. After a few breaths, even the god emperors of the major dimensional battlefields looked up. They looked at the sky. At the same time, the sky of the major dimensional battlefields was no longer calm. It began to shake, as if something was shaking the space above. What's going on? What is this phenomenon? This is the first time I've seen it. 900 years? I've never seen anything like this before. What is this? At this moment, a group of god emperors and reverends raised their heads. Looking at the constantly turbulent sky, their faces were filled with confusion. Only a few long-lived and knowledgeable ultimate gods? Everyone frowned. This is... The supreme expert in charge of the planar battlefield is going to speak. Changing the rules at the last minute? These people? They had either experienced a similar scene before or heard about it from others. However, Duan Lingtian was a newbie who had just entered a realm of gods. He had no idea what was going on. What's the situation? I've never heard of the planar battlefield's sky being like this. Duan Lingtian raised his head. Looking at the sky and smacking his lips? He had a puzzled look on his face, completely unable to understand what was going on. This was the first time he had seen it, and he had never heard of it before. He had been in the planar battlefield for at least a few decades. However, this was the first time he had seen such a situation. What's that? Finally, even the existences below the immortal emperor realm in the battlefield noticed the tremors in the sky. It was a shocking sight. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. Many of them had their own guesses, and many of them were just as confused as Duan Lingtian. At the edge of the sky, the turbulent sky finally began to calm down. At the same time, an indifferent man's voice reverberated throughout the planar battlefield. It clearly entered the ears of everyone, including Duan Lingtian. Chapter 4280. When the voice from the sky came to an abrupt end, the turbulent sky had also completely returned to its original calm state. Of course, there was a process in between. However, it was this process that caused many people to not be able to recover in time. They were still in shock. An immortal had personally spoken and informed them of the sudden change in the dimensional battlefield's rules? I actually heard an immortal's voice. Many people's faces were flushed with excitement. There were also some who began to float. I didn't expect to actually hear an immortal's voice when I came in this time. When I go back out, I'll tell my big brother who didn't come in with me about this. He'll definitely be so jealous of me that he'll go crazy. An immortal. I really didn't expect that I would be able to hear his voice in my lifetime. An immortal's voice. Even if it's a man's voice, it feels like the sound of nature. Usually, it was impossible for an immortal's voice to appear in the dimensional battlefield. At least, most people would not be able to hear it. Moreover, to most people in the dimensional battlefield, an immortal was a legend. Although they knew of the existence of an immortal, they also knew that they were very, very far away from an immortal. In the past, even hearing an immortal's voice was harder than ascending to the heavens, let alone seeing one. Today, however, everyone in the dimensional battlefield had all heard an immortal's voice. In the dimensional battlefield, most people at this moment, after regaining their senses, had an indescribable excitement on their faces, of course. other than most people who were excited, there were also a few people who were very calm. These people were either people who had experienced similar situations before or people who came from powerful ultimate god forces. Previously, not only had they heard an immortal speak, some had even seen an immortal. After all, powerful ultimate god forces all had immortals behind them. Even if an immortal was elusive, as long as the force behind him appeared once every 10,000 years, as long as he showed his face, there would definitely be some people who would be able to see his true appearance. Now, some people's elders in the dimensional battlefield had never even heard an immortal speak in their entire lives. It was because of this that they were excited. In another chaotic region, whoosh, 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 streaks of sharp sword light that seemed to be able to tear the heavens and earth apart, falling from the void. Were they like angry dragons? Wherever the sword passed, the mountain rocks cracked and souls scattered. No, a trembling scream rang out. It was a young man who stared at the green figure in the distance with shock and disbelief. A young man in casual clothes, standing with his hands behind his back, surrounded by sword light. He was like a god of swords. How is this possible? How could a mere god emperor like you kill a lower ultimate god? The young man felt like he was going crazy. Him and his elders? As Tao protectors, they would venture into the chaos region together. It wasn't easy for him to meet someone with the same level of cultivation as him. Should he let his elder take care of the formation while he personally made a move? He wondered if he could borrow the other party's hand. Stepping into the upper god emperor realm. That was right. How far away was he from the upper god emperor realm? It was only half a step away. Merely, he did not expect that Wang Chong would declare that he was no match for him right from the start. Then, he turned his attention to the protector beside him and ordered him to attack him. His guardian was a lower ultimate god who had completely consolidated his cultivation base. Even among the lower ultimate gods, he was not considered weak. Currently, he had already stepped into the intermediate god emperor realm and consolidated his cultivation base. He had even mastered the law of time to the extent that he could illuminate 1,000,000 miles. The law of destruction that he was good at in the past had also been left far behind. As for the law of time, the reason why he could improve so much was entirely because there was an ultimate expert's divinity in the ultimate expert's home. It was not the ultimate expert's divinity. It was another ultimate expert's divinity. Moreover, the ultimate expert who had left behind the divinity was also good at the law of time. Even Feng Qingyang only realized at that moment that the ultimate expert who had left behind the inheritance for him had obtained an ultimate expert's divinity in the past. That was why he had a smooth journey until he became an ultimate expert. The ultimate expert's divinity that he had obtained could be considered the ultimate expert's divinity of his grandmaster. Moreover, it was an ultimate expert's divinity that had been comprehended for a long time. It was equivalent to being polished. After Feng Qingyang obtained it, he was able to comprehend it with twice the result with half the effort. Of course, the reason why he improved so quickly was related to the sword principle that Feng Qingyang had mastered. His sword principle had recently made another breakthrough. Now, he had even begun to try to integrate it with the law of time. It was not a simple combination, but a complete integration. According to some of the ancient records that the ultimate expert had left behind for him at home, Feng Qingyang had also seen the description of this. Generally speaking, this was a technique that only the extremely powerful ultimate experts could master. Even the ultimate expert who had left behind the inheritance for him had not reached that step. Feng Qingyang, a mere middle god emperor, had already begun to walk the path that many ultimate experts could not walk. The root of all this was the sword principle that he had mastered. The sword principle that he had mastered was above the ultimate expert level for the time being. Below the ultimate expert level, there was probably no other person who had mastered the four principles of heaven and earth. Only when one's attainments in the sword principle had reached a certain level could one begin to take that step. And that step did not have a high requirement for the power of law. However, one method led to 10,000 methods. Feng Qingyang's sword principle had reached a certain level of attainment and tried to integrate it with the law of time. In this process, he realized that he had gained many new insights into the law of time. This was one of the reasons why his progress in the law of time was so fast. Previously, when he killed the lesser ultimate god who had consolidated his cultivation base, Feng Qingyang had tried to integrate his sword principle with the law of time. With just one strike, he had killed his opponent. Little Tian is really my lucky star. Feng Qingyang sighed inwardly when he thought about his disciple. Originally, although his path had been smooth sailing, it definitely wouldn't have been as exaggerated as it was now. In fact, although he was more than 10,000 years old, he had not attained godhood even though he had extraordinary achievements. However, ever since his disciple Duan Tian was hunted down by the Yun clan from the divine offering land in the realms of gods and was forced to enter the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, his life began to change dramatically. First, he obtained the Supreme Expert's inheritance and successfully attained godhood. Then, after leaving the Devata realms, he found the Supreme Expert's home and obtained an even greater fortuitous encounter. If I didn't have anything to do with Little Tian, I wouldn't have been hunted by the Yun clan from the divine offering land in the realms of gods. If I wasn't hunted by the Yun clan, I wouldn't have gone to the Azura Hell. I'm afraid the luckiest thing in my life is to have such a disciple. I didn't find this disciple myself. He came to me on his own accord. Feng Qingyang could not help but sigh whenever he thought about this. Perhaps this was the fate of the underworld. I'll be able to reunite with Brother Tian if I stay here for 1,000 years. Even now, Kerr was pleasantly surprised when she thought about how her father no longer forced her and the Yun family no longer forced her. She even began to look forward to reuniting with her husband after 1,000 years. It's only been about 800 years since I left. Although Brother Tian's innate talent and comprehension are very strong, he should be wandering in the Devata realms at most, right? He must be very worried about me, father, mother, and sister Fei being brought to the divine offering land. With his character, he'll definitely cultivate with all his might and even take risks for some fortuitous encounters. I hope he'll be safe. After 1,000 years, I'll leave this place and look for him. The Ling clan's ruins were deserted. When the wind blew, one could only vaguely hear the echoes from the ruins. A large area around them was deathly silent at this moment. A hint of desolation could be heard in the silence. At this moment, a blue figure appeared outside the Ling clan's ruins. However, the figure was far away from the Ling clan's ruins as he looked at them from afar. The figure was dressed in a long blue robe. Based on his figure, one could vaguely tell he was a man. He wore a bamboo hat that hung low and covered half of his face, making him look mysterious. Father, mother, sister, I've already become a divine emperor. I came back from the realm battlefield to retrieve the items left behind by the old ancestor. Now I'm capable of retrieving those items. The face under the bamboo hat was that of a young man. It was also because Duan Tian was not here. Otherwise, he would have recognized the young man as Ling Jueyun with just a glance. It was Ling Jueyun who had given him the sword soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword, Huang. Ling Jueyun had met Ling Jueyun in the Devata realm. At that time, Ling Jueyun had an independent sword soul. In order to prevent the sword soul from being destroyed, he had taken the initiative to let the sword soul follow Duan Tian. The sword soul was none other than Huang. Huang predecessor was the sword soul of Ling Jueyun's sister's prominent Devata artifact. Naturally, Duan Tian would be shocked if he saw Ling Jueyun now. This fellow had become a divine emperor in such a short time. The old ancestor had high hopes for me. Before he passed away, he even gave me the key to unlocking one of his cultivation places. I won't let him down. I'll definitely revive the Ling clan and avenge all of you. Ling Jueyun muttered to himself as his eyes shone with determination. Then, he flashed to the side of the Ling clan's ruins and took out something that resembled a talisman. He shook the void, causing a tear to appear in the void. Soon after, the tear opened. Ling Jueyun flew into the tear in the void. As soon as Ling Jueyun made his move, a gust of wind blew. Suddenly, a huge face appeared in the space beside Ling Jueyun. It stared at Ling Jueyun's back as he disappeared into the spatial crack. This lad from the Ling clan is not bad. It hasn't been long, but he's already become a divine emperor. The giant face sighed, then gradually turned into nothingness and disappeared into the void. At the same time, the surrounding space trembled as though a formation was being destroyed. Where it's possible to make mistakes, one should spare them. Although I don't have much of a friendship with that old geezer from the Ling clan, I won't allow you to act so presumptuously in my little world. An indifferent voice rang in the air as the formations were destroyed one after another. The owner of the voice was the huge face that disappeared a moment ago. He said that this was his little world. His identity was on the verge of being revealed. Obviously, he was the owner of the Divine Offering Land, a powerful expert. Ling Jueyun had no idea what was happening outside. Chapter 4283. Duan Lingtian was certain that he was being watched. Recently, he had not met anyone along the way. It seemed that there was a reason for this. Perhaps he was already famous now. There must be someone spying on him but did not show up. Unless he searched everywhere, it would be difficult to find all the people hiding in the dark. Those he had killed earlier were basically people who took the initiative to show up. There were only a few people who he had killed. Kid, remember to keep a low profile if there's an afterlife. The middle-aged man smiled coldly and raised his hand. Everyone, let's do it. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the dozen or so medium-level ultimate gods behind him flew out one by one. Their auras shook the area and their auras surged. Rays of dazzling attacks pierced through the sky and headed straight for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's face turned solemn when he saw the dozen or so mid-level ultimate gods attacking him in unison and discovered that there were many outstanding mid-level ultimate gods among them. Although there were no top-level mid-level ultimate gods among their attacks so far, there were a few outstanding mid-level ultimate gods among them. A few heaven and earth vision that illuminated a million miles had appeared. A mid-level ultimate god who had comprehended the power of law to the point of illuminating a million miles was considered one of the best even among the mid-level ultimate gods. Even though Duan Lingtian was confident in his own strength, his expression could not help but change. It was one thing to be confident in himself. However, the dozen or so mid-level ultimate gods in front of him were no weaklings. All of them had joined forces to attack him, leaving him with no way to deal with them. Even if he used all his techniques and had the divine tree of life, he would not be able to fight them head-on, unless all of the 5 divine elements had recovered and awakened. Moreover, the 5 divine elements had to be at their peak. However, the 5 divine elements were currently in deep slumber and recovering. It was impossible for them to recover to their peak in a short period of time. Therefore, it was unrealistic to fight the dozen or so people in front of him. If half of them were eliminated, he might still be able to fight them. Who the hell is this person? I can't believe he found so many mid-level ultimate gods to kill me. There's no lack of outstanding mid-level ultimate gods among them. Duan Lingtian's gaze? In the blink of an eye, it landed on the middle-aged man. It was as if she wanted to imprint his appearance in her heart. And at this very moment, he wanted to teleport? But it was also a discovery. The other party also had an existence that was proficient in the laws of space, and clearly knew that he was proficient in the laws of space. As soon as he made his move, he immediately disrupted the surrounding space. There was no way to teleport. He could only brace himself. He dodged to the side, avoiding the combined attack of more than 10 people. Whoosh! The 7 orifices exquisite sword appeared. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's avatar of the laws of space also appeared in a flash. Similarly, he wielded his sword and attacked. But even so, even though he did not face the attacks of the dozen or so people head-on, he was still suppressed to the point that he instantly fell into a disadvantageous position. At the same time, the dozen or so people attacked again. They all charged at him. Hee, kid, what are you looking at me for? You want to take revenge on me? I'm afraid you can only wait for your next life. Remember, this young master's name is Hong Zhangyi. This young master's grandfather is the omnipotent expert, Hong Weilu. The middle-aged man in luxurious clothes smiled brightly. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being too high-profile. As the grandson of an omnipotent expert, even I am not as high-profile as you. Today, unless you also have an omnipotent expert behind you, and he left you with a life-saving method, you will definitely die. Speaking of this, the middle-aged man's face seemed to be smiling like a flower. In his eyes, there was a mixture of jealousy and gloating. So what if his talent and comprehension were strong? Wasn't he still going to die here? So what if his talent and comprehension were not as good as his opponents? With a raise of his arm, there would still be a group of middle-level ultimate gods who would risk their lives for him to kill this peerless genius for him. After you die, there will be a place reserved for the upgraded version of the Chaos Region's lower-level ultimate gods list in the future. This is also the reason why I want to kill you. In the eyes of the middle-aged man, Duan Lingtian was already a dead man, so there was no hesitation in his words, and at the same time, there was a strange sense of pleasure. This was a peerless genius, but he died in his hands. In the future, when he met the descendants of other omnipotent experts, he would be able to brag. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man's eyes were filled with extreme excitement. The grandson of an omnipotent expert? After hearing the middle-aged man's words, Duan Lingtian also understood why the middle-aged man was targeting him. It was obvious that the middle-aged man was worried that he would occupy a place in the top 10 of the lower-level ultimate gods list in the upgraded version of the Chaos region more than 60 years later. He was blocking the middle-aged man's path. When the middle-aged man first appeared, he could see that the middle-aged man was also a lower-level ultimate god. It seems that even the descendants of omnipotent experts value the upgraded version of the Chaos region's lower-level ultimate gods list very much. Otherwise, why would they spend so much effort to kill me? But isn't the last place in the top 10 of the list just a drop of some kind of liquid? Could it be that the liquid is not simple? At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally realized that he might have misunderstood something. The drop of liquid obtained from the 10th place in the upgraded version of the Chaos region's same-level list might not be that simple. In a hurry, Duan Lingtian once again avoided the attacks of more than a dozen middle-level ultimate gods. This time, he still could not find a breakthrough point. The attacks of more than a dozen middle-level ultimate gods were too concentrated. This time, he was injured. The blood in his body was churning and his divine power was vibrating. If it were not for his 99 heavenly veins, he would not have been able to suppress his restless divine power. I have to think of a way to escape. If I continue to fight and get injured again, it will be even more difficult for me to escape. At this moment, although he was in danger, Duan Lingtian's heart was extremely calm. If this guy grows up in the future, he may become an existence on par with my grandfather one day. I must kill him. If he doesn't die and becomes an ultimate expert in the future, even my grandfather might not be able to protect me if he really wants to kill me. Hong Zhangyi knew very well that although his grandfather doted on him, if he offended an ultimate expert, his grandfather would most likely give up on him in order to avoid offending the ultimate expert. After all, he was not the only grandson of his grandfather. Little Tian. At this moment, The world-cleansing divine water's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's small world. It sounded weak. We haven't recovered much from the previous battle. Even if we attack with all our might, we won't be able to help you much. However, since you've come to us, it means you're in a very dangerous situation. If that's the case, At this moment, the world-cleansing divine water knew it had no choice but to awaken the other 4 divine elements to help Duan Lingtian with the remaining energy it had just regained. Chapter 4287. Big Brother. Xia Jie was stunned when he heard the words. Then he flew into a rage. Is he going to continue being a fool? Previously, before entering the dimensional battlefield, he had met his big brother once. When he saw that his big brother looked apologetic, he thought that his big brother would stop forcing his niece after she was released. He did not expect that his big brother would do such a thing again when he returned. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have entered the dimensional battlefield. Xia Jie regretted his decision. Although he had obtained some unexpected gains by entering the dimensional battlefield to look for his niece, he would have preferred not to enter the dimensional battlefield if he had known this would happen. I'll go look for him. Without any hesitation, Xia Jie left the middle-aged man beside him and left like a gust of wind. The middle-aged man who was left behind sighed. The third master is still as hot-tempered as ever. The middle-aged man's unkempt figure looked eccentric, but his eyes were filled with sincere respect. His life was saved by the third master. If the third master needed it, he was willing to give up his precious life for him. After leaving, Xia Jie went to look for his big brother, Xia Yu, the current patriarch of the Xia family. Where's Shui? As soon as he saw Xia Yu, Xia Jie immediately asked about his niece. I heard you brought her back to the family? Where is she now? Xia Yu glanced at his impatient brother and frowned slightly. How old are you? Why are you still acting like a child? Can't we talk things out properly? In the past, he felt guilty in front of his third brother. After all, he felt that his third brother loved his daughter more than he loved his daughter. He felt guilty in his heart, so much so that when his third brother mentioned his daughter, he felt a little ashamed to show his face. However, he no longer felt guilty. This was because he no longer forced his daughter to marry Yun Qingyan from the Yun family. Humph! Xia Jie was furious when he saw his big brother acting as if nothing had happened. Where's Shui? Didn't she come back? Didn't you hand her over to Yun Tingfeng? Yun Tingfeng was the patriarch of the Yun family in the Divine Offering Land. He was also Yun Qingyan's father. You just came back, but you know quite a lot. Xia Yu faintly smiled. Don't worry, I didn't hand Shui over to him. Xia Jie frowned. Where is Shui? Could it be that you grounded her after she came back? She's not allowed to meet anyone? It had been over 700 years since he last met his niece. His niece had been in the planar battlefield for over 700 years. After such a long time, the soul energy in his niece's soul bead had been completely annihilated, and it could no longer transmit messages. Sort of. Xia Yu nodded. Sort of. Xia Jie was enraged again. What do you mean? Didn't you tell me that if she made it out of the realm battlefield alive, you wouldn't force her to marry Yun Qingyan? Facing his third brother's wrath, Xiayu's expression remained unchanged as he smiled. If you're worried about this, then you don't have to. Shui-er's engagement with Yun Qingyan has been annulled. As for the Yun family, Yun Tingfeng personally promised that he would not force Shui-er to marry him again. So you can rest assured now? As soon as Xiayu's words left his mouth, the furious Xia Jie was dumbfounded. The engagement was annulled? What was going on? Moreover, the patriarch of the Yun family, Yun Tingfeng, personally said so? Since when was Yun Tingfeng so agreeable? Also, Xiaoyu continued to say, Shui-er has been in the realm battlefield for over 700 years. Not only has she recovered her cultivation base from her previous life, but her current strength has also increased by a level. This time, she had a fortuitous encounter in the realm battlefield. Chapter 4288. Xiaoyu knew that his third brother had been in contact with his son-in-law before. He also knew that his third brother wouldn't let him help the Yun family deal with his son-in-law. So he didn't mention this matter from the beginning to the end. If he did, he would only be asking for trouble. Therefore, he did not intend to bring it up. In addition, there was news in the Chaos territory of the Divine Adjudication battlefield that a lower ultimate god named Duan Lingtian could kill a medium ultimate god as easily as killing a dog. His strength was comparable to a top medium ultimate god. Most importantly, he had just entered the ultimate god realm and had not consolidated his cultivation base yet. Moreover, it was said that he came from the Myriad Art Academy, a heavyweight ultimate god force in the mysterious gangland, and he was not even 1,000 years old. When Xiaoyu heard the news, he guessed who it was. This person must be his son-in-law. He was even more monstrous than what Yun Tingfeng had told him. However, no matter how monstrous he was, there was nothing he could do. The supreme expert of the Xia clan might really be in trouble because of his momentary willfulness. If that happened, he would be condemned by the Xia clan for eternity. The only thing I can do is not to do it myself. I won't even let the Xia clan deal with him. I can only follow Yun Tingfeng's instructions and cooperate with him to lure him out. Although Xiaoyu was the patriarch of the Xia clan and was used to seeing life and death, he was not cold-hearted. If it did not concern the safety of the supreme expert of the Xia clan and the fact that his daughter approved of the man, he would not let him die. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do. Xiaoyu sighed inwardly. After confirming that the Yun clan only wanted his niece to be grounded for 1,000 years, Xia Jie was in a better mood. 1,000 years will pass in the blink of an eye. Then, I'll bring Shui-er out after 1,000 years. Xia Jie's mental state was completely different from when he first arrived. A smile finally appeared on his face. However, when he noticed that his brother was staring at him, the smile disappeared and was replaced by a stern expression. I really don't know how you fell for Yun Qingyan. That boy can't even compare to Shui-er. He's not good enough for Shui-er. He's a toad who wants to eat swan meat. Shui-er, only her husband in this life is worthy of her. Xia Jie had a smug look on his face when he said that. It was as though he was waiting for Xiaoyu to ask him why he said that. However, he soon discovered something. Xiaoyu just looked at him quietly without saying anything. You, in the end? Xia Jie couldn't help but ask, aren't you curious at all about why I said that? I've heard. Xiaoyu heard this. How could he not guess what his third brother was thinking? A few days ago, I heard that there was a peerless genius less than 1,000 years old in the Chaos region where the battlefield of the Gods Inquisition intersects with the other two planar battlefields. After hearing his name and origin, I guessed who he was. Xiaoyu said. He nodded and said, not bad indeed. From the mundane plane, to have such an achievement in less than 1,000 years. Was it that genius of the Ning clan who was known as the #1 person in the younger generation of the god-defying realm? I'm not as good as him. I heard that the genius of the Ning clan almost died at his hands? What if the person behind the Ning clan hadn't made a move? That genius from the Ning clan is gone. However, fortunately, the Ning clan's genius was saved. Otherwise, he would have died in the chaos region of the God's Inquisition battlefield not long ago. Xia Yu shook his head. He's just a young man less than 1,000 years old. He doesn't have any sense of danger at all. In the end, he stopped causing trouble. However, at the same time, he could not help but feel worried. Based on what his elder brother, Xia Jie, said, did the Yun family already know about his niece-in-law? At this moment, Xia Jie seemed to have forgotten what he had said to his elder brother, Xia Yu, about how his niece-in-law was a son of Providence. Even if he encountered a situation where there was no chance of survival, he would still be able to survive. I hope he'll be careful. The Yun family is too big for him right now. It was true that Xia Yu had asked the Yun family to imprison Xia Jie. However, the Yun family's explanation was different from what Xia Yu had said to Xia Jie. According to Yun Tingfeng, the patriarch of the Yun family, he planned to lure Duan Lingtian out after the realm battlefield was sealed for 100 years. During this process, he could not allow anyone to spoil his plan. Xia Jie was someone who would spoil his plan. He had also said that if Xia Jie spoiled his plan and failed to lure Duan Lingtian out, he would think that the Xia family was not cooperating with him. Xia Yu had no choice but to agree that he would keep Xia Jie in check. As Xia Jie's elder brother, he, naturally, knew the only way to keep Xia Jie in check was to imprison him. Meanwhile, in the Yun family's residence in the northwestern region, even Xia Yu, the patriarch of the Xia family, knew that a peerless genius, Duan Lingtian, had appeared in the chaos region of the divine adjudication battlefield. How could the Yun family not know about this? Yun Tingfeng, the patriarch of the Yun family, had an unsightly expression on his face when he heard the news. At this moment, he was certain that Duan Lingtian was the person who had almost killed his son, Yun Qingyan. Moreover, according to the news, Duan Lingtian was much stronger than when he had dealt with his son previously. How long has it been? His strength has actually improved again. Although Yun Tingfeng was usually calm, he could no longer maintain his composure at this moment. Father. Yun Qingyan had also received the news and came looking for his father. I heard that Duan Lingtian is currently in the chaos region of the divine adjudication battlefield. I don't think he knows that cousin has left the realm battlefield. Father, send someone in to kill him. He's in the chaos region. Yun Qingyan's expression was unsightly. After all, he had an irreconcilable enmity with Duan Lingtian. In the past, he had regarded Duan Lingtian as an aunt. However, the last time they met, Duan Lingtian had almost killed him. It made him realize that Duan Lingtian had grown to the point where he was no longer a match for Duan Lingtian. Initially, when he learned that his father had a plan to kill Duan Lingtian, he was still relatively calm. However, when he heard the news from the divine adjudication battlefield that Duan Lingtian's strength had improved again, he began to panic. At the same time, he regretted not killing Duan Lingtian back then. Calm down. What's wrong with you now? Yun Tingfeng frowned when he saw his son losing his composure. A hint of disappointment flashed in the depths of his eyes as he said in a deep voice, "Do you think I'll be able to kill him if I send someone in? Since you've heard the news, you should know that a group of descendants of supreme powerhouses are currently searching for him in the chaos region. However, they can't find him. Many of the people brought in by the descendants of supreme powerhouses are higher ultimate gods." Yun Tingfeng paused for a moment before he continued to say, "Apart from that, there hasn't been any news of Duan Lingtian for a long time. Now, he's either dead and the news has spread, or he's cultivating in seclusion in the chaos region. That's why no one has seen him recently. Father, do you think he's dead or alive?" Yun Qingyan's eyes were filled with hope. There's a high chance he's still alive. For example, the descendant of the supreme powerhouse who had gathered more than a dozen medium ultimate gods to deal with Duanling Tian was able to gather more than a dozen medium ultimate gods in a military camp and lead them out to kill Duanling Tian because of the treasure given to him by his supreme powerhouse grandfather. Enter. After standing outside the military camp entrance for a while, Duanling Tian entered the military camp in a flash. Then, in the blink of an eye, Duanling Tian discovered that he had appeared in a vast military camp. Moreover, he was surrounded by an empty space. After Duanling Tian entered, no one noticed him for now. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, with just a thought, Duanling Tian transformed his face into another one. In fact, even a lower ultimate god or a high-level ultimate god could see through his disguise and see his true face with their divine consciousness, let alone a medium ultimate god or even a high-level ultimate god. However, in a peaceful place like the military camp, it was rare for people to use their divine consciousness to investigate others as it was an offense. It was fine if they were just ordinary people. However, if they were to meet someone with an extraordinary background, they would often get into trouble. At first, Duanling Tian was worried that he would attract attention if he hid his true appearance. However, he soon realized that he was overthinking. First of all, this military camp covered a large area. There were not many people he met along the way. In addition, some people might have hidden their true appearance like him. However, if one did not use their divine consciousness to investigate, no one would know who was and who was not. In next to no time, a voice drew Duanling Tian's attention. Do you think that Duanling Tian who came from the Shengang land's Wanda Law Palace died as some people said? Or did he find a place to hide? Not far away, a few people gathered together and happened to be talking about him. When Duanling Tian heard these people's words, he was inexplicably shocked. How did these people know about his background? However, when he thought that those who were searching for him were the descendants of the ultimate experts, Duanling Tian was relieved. The descendants of the ultimate experts, even if they did not seek help from the ultimate experts, used the influence of the ultimate experts. It was not difficult to find out his origin after a period of time. Soon, with the in-depth discussion of these people, Duanling Tian also realized that his background in the Shengang land had been dug up thoroughly. Even the fact that he was less than 1,000 years old had spread. Do you think that Duanling Tian really defeated Ning Yixuan? I don't think it's possible. Although I also don't think it's possible, my cousin knows a descendant of the ultimate experts, and according to what that person said, this matter is true. It said that the ultimate expert ancestor of the Ning clan was also punished for making a move in the planar battlefield. The ultimate expert was punished? Who can punish him? At this time, Duanling Tian also realized that the matter between him and Ning Yixuan had spread. Many people also knew that Ning Yixuan had saved his life. Many people could not understand. And some people also said the words that Ning Yixuan had said to other people about this matter later on. It was nothing more than wanting to defeat Duanling Tian with his own hands. I didn't expect that after so many years, the popularity of this matter still hasn't died down. Duanling Tian shook his head inwardly. At the same time, Duanling Tian also heard many other things, but compared to his popularity, these things were rarely mentioned at the same time. It was unlike him, where he could hear people talking about him after walking for a while. Chapter 4291. Fourth Senior Sister. I'm afraid I can't do that. Duanling Tian's expression turned serious as he said, My wife, who is also your sister-in-law, is still trapped in the God's judgment battlefield. I don't know if she's dead or alive. Before I'm found, I won't be able to take over the responsibility of managing the inner palace. I hope you can understand, fourth senior sister. Although his fourth senior sister was still like a child, Duan Lingtian still treated her as his senior sister in his heart. This was because she treated him as her junior brother and took care of him. He was not a cold-hearted person. If someone treated him well, he would not treat them badly. Little junior brother, I'm just joking with you. Lang Chunwon smiled awkwardly when she saw Duan Lingtian's serious expression. Although she looked young and had a childlike personality, she was not immature. She regretted her earlier joke when she saw her little junior brother being serious. Don't worry. Since third senior brother has handed the inner palace and our home to me, I'll make sure our home is gone. Lang Chunwon giggled. Her previous seriousness was gone at this moment. It was replaced by her usual childlike innocence. Little junior brother, don't worry. Even if I'm going to the realm battlefield, I'll only send my avatar. Furthermore, my clones of laws are not much weaker than my true body. Little junior brother, why don't you tell me how I can obtain the divine corrupting spring in the realm battlefield? It was obvious that Lang Chunwon had not forgotten about the divine corrupting spring. It was obvious how attractive the divine corrupting spring was to her. Duan Lingtian could understand why. He knew how precious the divine corrupting spring was. It was something that even the descendants of the ultimate powerhouses would fight over. Otherwise, why would the descendants of those supreme experts spend so much effort to search for him and even hunt him down in the chaos region of the planar battlefield? Fourth senior sister, the divine corrupting spring. In the face of Lang Chunwon's questioning, Duan Lingtian, who knew that she was just joking, didn't say anything more and went straight to the point. He started from the time when he discovered the change in the chaos region and heard the voice of the utmost expert. He repeated the words of the utmost expert. Even the 10th place in the same realm has a drop of divine corrupting spring water? After hearing this, Lang Chunwon's eyes lit up. There are so many rankings of the same realm, and the person at the bottom of any one of them can still get a drop of divine corrupting spring water. It seems that those supreme masters have gained a lot in the outer realm this time. He actually obtained so much divine accumulating spring water. Could it be that he obtained a pool of gods gathering spring water? As she spoke, Lang Chunyuan couldn't help but swallow her saliva. When Duan Lingtian heard this, his heart skipped a beat. According to his fourth senior sister, as well as those people in the planar battlefield, the divine corrupting spring was extremely precious. Even a single drop was enough to make the strongest desire it. However, this time, a large amount of divine corrupting spring water had appeared in the planar battlefield. He didn't think that only the 10th place in the same realm could get a drop of divine corrupting spring water while the others couldn't. There was a high probability that the others also had more than one drop of divine corrupting spring water. Fourth senior sister, how much do you know about the outer realm? Duan Lingtian looked at Lang Chunwon and asked curiously. Lang Chunwon gradually came back to her senses and shook her head. Little junior brother, I've never been to the outer realm. I've only heard about it from eldest senior sister, so I don't know much about it. Palace Master, did someone from the Yun family come? Previously, near the Yun family's residence in the Divine Offering Land, he had almost killed the Yun family's young master, Yun Qingyan. At the critical moment, Yun Qingyan had used the means left behind by his father, the Yun family's patriarch, to escape death by a fluke. At that time, the Yun family's patriarch had personally rushed over. He had almost been left behind by the other party. After that, he knew that he would inevitably become a thorn in the side of the Yun family. However, he did not expect the Yun family to send someone to the Shengang land and find the Myriad Law Academy. Even if I'm the first one to open the secret realm, I should be able to open the 10-person secret realm after a few decades. Duan Lingtian could accept waiting for a few decades. Since he was mentally prepared, Duan Lingtian calmly waited for the 10-person secret realm to open. What Duan Lingtian did not know was that he was not the only one who had spent a similar amount of battle merits to open the 10-person secret realm. Before him, there were 6 other people who had spent a similar amount of battle merits to open the 10-person secret realm. He was the 7th person. Therefore, after waiting for 4 years, the space around him trembled and a spatial vortex appeared. It was like a deep spatial door that led to an unknown place. When the spatial door appeared beside Duan Lingtian, he met someone from the Cloudy Waterland. The Cloudy Waterland was the realm of gods where the descendant of the supreme expert he had killed, Hong Zhangyi, was from. Hong Zhangyi was a member of the Hong clan, an overlord ultimate god clan in the Cloudy Waterland. His grandfather was the only supreme expert in the Hong clan. Naturally, the people from the Cloudy Waterland that Duan Lingtian encountered were not from the Hong clan. Could not be so coincidental. The person from the Cloudy Waterland did not recognize Duan Lingtian. When he saw a new ultimate god green blocking his path and saw the spatial door appear beside him, he immediately sneered. You want to stop me, play tricks on me, and then rush into the secret realm entrance so that I can't catch up? You're underestimating me. Just as Duan Lingtian was considering whether he should enter the secret realm directly or kill the lower ultimate god from the Cloudy Waterland before entering the secret realm, whoosh, like a gust of wind, a figure appeared beside him out of thin air and blocked him from the entrance of the secret realm. It was none other than the lower ultimate god from the Cloudy Waterland whom he had just intercepted. A lower ultimate god who had already consolidated his cultivation base. The law he was proficient in was the same as Duan Lingtian, the law of space. At that moment, the person had used the space law's teleportation esoteric profundity to appear in front of Duan Lingtian and block his path to the entrance of the secret realm. Boy, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The lower ultimate god from the Cloudy Waterland shouted coldly. He was a tall, middle-aged man with a ruthless face. A giant hammer appeared in his hand and a giant soul appeared. The giant hammer carried an earth-shattering power and directly smashed towards Duan Lingtian. Boom! The hammer smashed out and shook the void. If there were other people with low cultivation base present, their eardrums might have been shattered. When Duan Lingtian saw this, he subconsciously wanted to teleport away. However, the person had already shaken the void and cut off Duan Lingtian's teleportation path. Boy, when you appeared to intercept me, I already knew that you're proficient in the law of space. You want to teleport away? No way. The middle-aged man sneered. The power of the giant hammer in his hand surged and raged. A terrifying spatial storm condensed and pressed towards Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian saw this, his expression did not change. He gently shook his head and said, I was still considering whether to ignore you and enter the secret realm, or kill you first before entering the secret realm. Now, it seems that there's no need to consider. As soon as he finished speaking, a spatial storm appeared on Duan Lingtian's body. Tens of thousands of 7-colored sword rays surged out of his body and merged into a sword before it collided with the gigantic hammer that was crashing down. Whoosh! When the sword was drawn, the 7-colored sword rays illuminated the entire area. At the same time, a heaven and earth vision that illuminated millions of miles appeared. Before this, the middle-aged man's attack did not even produce a heaven and earth vision that illuminated millions of miles. Impossible! The middle-aged man who thought he could easily kill the purple-clad young man was shocked. His eyes were filled with disbelief. A lower ultimate god who had just entered the ultimate god realm had mastered the law of space that could illuminate millions of miles of heaven and earth vision? Was this a joke? Therefore, Duan Lingtian chose the 10-man secret realm not only because of the possibility of obtaining more treasures, but also because the opening speed of the 10-man secret realm was faster in the Chaos territory. Moreover, there were people from 6 realms of gods in the Chaos territory who were competing with each other. The speed of obtaining battle merits here was also much faster than before the opening of the Chaos territory. Those who chose to open the 10-man secret realm were basically those who were confident in themselves. This was especially true when they had to spend a lot of battle merits to open the 10-man secret realm. Apart from Duan Lingtian, the other 9 challengers were all top-tier lesser ultimate gods. They could even easily defeat those weaker medium ultimate gods who had yet to consolidate their cultivation base. However, they were destined to be disappointed when they entered the secret realm full of confidence. This was because the person who entered the secret realm with them was even more monstrous than them. Swoosh! After entering the secret realm entrance, Duan Lingtian only saw a flash of light and darkness. In the next moment, he found himself in a vast grassland. He squinted his eyes and looked around. Soon he saw 4 figures nearby. At this moment, the 4 figures were standing in the distance with their backs facing him. They were staring into the distance. Duan Lingtian flew up into the sky. At a glance, it was not difficult for him to see 5 figures hovering in the sky in the distance. They were looking at him from afar. It seems like the challengers this time are from 2 realms of gods. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. This 10-man secret realm was different from the 10-man secret realms where the challengers would kill each other. In the 10-man secret realms where the challengers would kill each other, there would be 20 challengers in the beginning. Then it would be 10 versus 10. However, Duan Lingtian only saw 9 challengers instead of 19 when he entered the secret realm. This meant the secret realm they had entered was not the kind of secret realm where the challengers would kill each other. The challengers had to overcome various obstacles in the secret realm to obtain the rewards. Of course, it would be difficult for 10 challengers from 2 different realms of gods to work together. First and foremost, it would be difficult for them to trust each other. Brother, come here. As soon as Duan Lingtian flew up into the sky, a middle-aged man among the 4 challengers turned to greet Duan Lingtian. The 4 of us are from the divine offering land like you. The other 5 challengers are from River Earl Land. River Earl Land. Naturally, Duan Lingtian had heard of this realm of gods. After all, there were a total of 6 realms of gods entering the Chaos territory. Apart from the divine offering land and the sanctioned land, there were 4 other realms of gods. River Earl Land was one of the realms of gods. Those weak lower ultimate gods might not be able to accumulate enough battle merits to open the secret realm even if they spent thousands of years in the realm battlefield or in a place like the Chaos territory. Therefore, although the other 9 challengers were surprised that a lower ultimate god who had just entered the ultimate god realm had sneaked into their group, none of them dared to underestimate Duan Lingtian. Soon, Duan Lingtian and the others faced the first obstacle. After passing the first obstacle, the reward appeared. However, it was a reward that Duan Lingtian was not interested in at all. In the end, it was divided equally between 1 challenger from the Divine Offering Land and 1 challenger from River Earl Land. It was just enough for 2 people to share. However, Duan Lingtian did nothing at the second obstacle while a few of the other 9 challengers took action and easily passed it. Duan Lingtian was finally interested in the reward this time. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian teleported and appeared where the reward was and grabbed it in his hand. At the same time, not only the 5 challengers from River Earl Land but also the 4 challengers from the Divine Offering Land had a change of expression. Moreover, he's skilled in the law of space, the sword Tao, and the Tao of control. He's definitely him. The sword in Duan Lingtian's hand is none other than the rainbow-colored light sword. Heavens! He's Duan Lingtian. I can't believe I underestimated him. The people from the of the Divine Offering Land finally reacted. They knew Duan Lingtian better than those from the other realms of gods. Although Duan Lingtian came from the Mystic Handle Land, He was a member of the Divine Offering Land when he was in the realm of chaos. Some of the people from the Divine Offering Land refused to accept the fact that Duan Lingtian came from the Mystic Handle Land. They kept saying that Duan Lingtian was a member of the Divine Offering Land. If Duan Lingtian was a member of the Divine Offering Land, they would be proud of him. A heaven-defying lesser ultimate god. These words were the acknowledgement many people from the Divine Offering Land had for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. He's Duan Lingtian? The people from River Earl Land might not know Duan Lingtian as well as the people from the Divine Offering Land, but they had heard of Duan Lingtian and knew what kind of person he was. We're doomed. An old man among the 5 people from River Earl Land said with a ghastly expression on his face. If he's Duan Lingtian, it'll be easy for him to kill us. With his strength, let alone us, even if we join forces with the other 4 people from the Divine Offering Land, we won't be a match for him. The expressions of the other 4 people from River Earl Land changed when they heard the old man's words. However, one of them calmed down and said in a deep voice, "He might not want to kill us. If he wanted to kill us, he would have done it a long time ago. Why would he wait until now?" Based on the current situation, it seems like he cares more about what he wants. He wants the reward from this trial, so he took it. I don't think he's interested in the reward from the previous trial. As soon as this person said this, the expressions of the other 4 people eased up a lot. If that was the case, they did not have to worry about their lives being in danger. Although life and death were fated once they entered the planar battlefield and entered the Chaos region, they naturally didn't want to die if they could live properly. Lord Duan Lingtian. The person from River Earl Land who thought Duan Lingtian might not want to kill them stepped forward and bowed slightly at Duan Lingtian before he said respectfully, "In the future, if there's anything you want in this secret realm, the 5 of us from River Earl Land are willing to give it to you. Apart from that, if you don't have to do anything in the future, we'll do it for you. No matter how good the treasure is, we'll give it to you as long as you want it." The middle-aged man's eyes shone brightly. One could see he was a shrewd person.